that. Alright. Why does Amphoreus have dinos? Because they're cool and purple, that's why. Anyways, hello everybody, we are now starting day 2 of 3.1 officially. And we're running the Acheron team today. And we are starting with Lamentations, Bring Not Empty Tears. We are sending condolences to the victims' families with Anaxa, because Aglaia won't let him, supposedly. Which does make sense, I feel like. Yeah, because, as Anaxa explained last time, and as we know, Aglaia's gonna try to keep the Grove getting besieged under wraps because of council politics. And Anaxa is like, well, that's not fair to the families of the people who died. They deserve to know the truth. So we're kind of sneaking around behind Aglaia's back again. But don't worry, I'm sure it'll be fine. All fault for this lies with Anaxa. Oh, and man, it's hard to be somber because this is the fragment of recollection where Phynon talks about Mighty's body. And by the way, this is the store where you can buy the chimeras. There's, I think have I bought the second box yet? I have not, but if you buy this mysterious gift large, that's the chimera. Aglaia's not even morally gray in my opinion. She's actually very... Okay, she's like only the slightest bit morally gray, and it's only because she's willing to do shadier things in order to, like, defend the city. But her shady actions are like, I'm going to conceal the truth from the public so that the government doesn't fuck things up. But yeah, if I activate this, where are they? There they are. And this is like, it's funny because it's like the early days of them knowing each other, and it's literally just Phynon desperately trying to get Mighty to respond with more than one word sentences. But anyways, we're not here to talk about how gay men are in Greece. We're here to, tell people that their family members are dead. So, feels really awkward to be starting with this. But Acheron is fitting, I suppose.
And you are?
Oh look, there he is.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, you are Callinicus's wife, right?
Ooh. Oh, and I just remembered, Ash, you weren't here yesterday? So there were like 2 other Chrysosairs at the Grove who died. And this was one of them. So, like, there are NPC Chrysosairs, which is just wild to me.
Yes. Oh, are you a messenger? No wonder I haven't heard any news for so long. There's been a change in personnel, hasn't there?
Ma'am, Callinicus passed away a few days ago, defending the Grove against the Black Tide.
Yeah.
So, did he manage to defend the Grove? Huh?
Yes. He managed to protect Circe's core flame at the cost of his life.
Because that's the important part, is if... Did he succeed? Was his death worth something? Or did he die in vain? And he didn't, and that's important.
I see. I'll select some of his possessions and pick a nice resting place for him.
Please let us know if you need any help, ma'am.
Yeah, they're NPC Chrysosairs. It's more than just our heavily designed protagonist groups.
I come from Kremnos. Death and sacrifice are things I've learned to face with composure. You know, Callinicus. even though he was a scholar, he'd always ask me to teach him how to fight whenever he came back. Isn't it funny that a Chrysos heir like him wants to learn from an ordinary person like me? I've been prepared for this for a long time. In times like these, any ordinary goodbye might just turn out to be a final farewell.
Your Chrysos ROC with rainbow hair? I mean, I'm not saying that our Chrysos heirs are out here like the golden deer with their signature Power Ranger colored hair, but...
I'm really sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry for. I was once a warrior, and I'll find my way back to the battlefield someday.
I am just out here. Stop making me think about Mighty's arc. He's arcing off by himself. He's having his character arc off in the distance where it can't hurt me.
With the coming coronation of the new king of Kremnos, I'll take up my lance against the creatures of the Black Tide and seek vengeance for my husband.
Ooh. Can you believe that there are people who think Mighty's people don't like him? And don't trust him? Meanwhile, every single NPC we run into who talks about Mighty is like, yeah, he's the best. I wish he would let us call him king already.
With the coming coronation of the new king of Kremnos, I'll take up my lance against the creatures of the Black Tide and seek vengeance for my husband.
Oh, we're gonna go back to Mighty's POV and it's going to kill me. It's going to end me.
Oh, hello, young ones. Is there anything I can help you with?
Are you the father of Kenani and Artakama?
Oh, I did not pronounce that first name right at all yesterday.
Ah, yes. Did my daughters cause trouble at school again?
No, they were murdered. Not even by the Black Tide, it was the Flame Raver that killed the second one.
Alas, forgive this old brain of mine. Both of my daughters graduated long ago, and they are now scholars at the Grove. As I get older, memories from years past tend to blend together. What's the matter, young one? Why so quiet? Did my daughters really get into some trouble?
Ooh.
If they refuse to apologize, just let me know. Their old dad can still talk some sense into them.
What should we do? I really can't tell him.
Mr.
No, tell him.
Fabio. The Black Tide took Kenani and Artakama.
No, they weren't young enough for school. He was saying he's old and his memories are starting to blur together. They had graduated, but they were still at the Grove. They were scholars. But, you do see them in a fragment of recollection, and it's Artakama was a Chrysos heir. I believe it was Artakama, was the other Chrysos heir NPC, and she was slain by the mysterious Dark Swordsman, Flame Raver. And then the Black Tide got... What was it? Sinane?
Are you the father of Kenani and
Kinani.
Artakama?
Well,
What?
yeah.
They fought until their last breath against the Black Tide to defend the Grove.
It's really hard to tell these people, but the entire point is Anaxa refusing to let this get covered up, because these people deserve to know. So even if it's really hard to tell them, someone has to, and it has to be Anaxa because there's nobody else. Yeah.
As the Chrysos heir stationed at the Grove, I failed to protect them. Mr. Fabio, if you're upset.
Man, Anax is nice. I wasn't prepared for him to be nice and kind and good.
Don't put it that way. Even if my Artakama wasn't one of the Chrysos heirs mentioned in the prophecy, she was still a heroine, wasn't she?
Man. Oh, so is it just me or is this Tiernan's VA? You're gonna swipe for him? Okay. I don't know, I'm tempted. I'm tempted, but like I just don't. Lying, yeah. I've made my bed. I got Tribi, which means I have to go for either Mighty or Casterus. I skipped Herda, and Anaxa is like meant for Herda, and that's the whole team, and I just don't have it, so I've made my choice, and I have to lie in the bed that I've made.
What's wrong? I'm busy. There's a lot going on in the city, and I've got my hands full.
Mister, we're sorry to bother you, but...
No, wait, Lady Casters, did Lady Aglaia send you because of some mistake I made at work?
Keep your cool, Titus. I'm Anaxagoras from the Grove of Epiphany, and a colleague of your father, Old Titus.
Old Titus.
A few days ago, your father passed away.
Wait, what? My old man died? That's no shocker. At his age, he was due for the River of Souls any time.
I mean, he's erudition. Anaxa is erudition, and he like does debuff and weakness implants or something. I don't remember exactly what he does, but people are pretty sure he's for her to support. I think people in beta are also like running him as a main DPS, or at least testing that out, but I don't know how well that's going. I'm not looking at leaks right now.
Just up and left me behind. That old man. I've been telling him for ages to stay in the Holy City and enjoy his retirement. But no, he just had to go off to that grove and mess around with those scholars. Still wouldn't budge after all those arguments. That stubborn old thing. I already got him a retirement home and was waiting for him to come around. All my effort is wasted now, and he didn't even give me a chance to say goodbye.
Yeah.
That bull-headed old man. Stubborn as a mule.
That is it. That's all the colleagues' families that I remember.
Those who sacrificed their lives and their families are truly admirable.
Good work, Miss. And Professor Anaxa.
Me, a Sunday haver, watching you two debate how much money you'd spend on Sunday is very funny. Ignore the fact that I have his light cone.
Let's go. Take me to see Aglaia.
All right. I'll lead the way.
I mean, he was a very old man. He had retired, and he went to the Grove instead of actually retiring. We're going all the way to the baths, okay. Okay. Aglaya's gonna say, leave me alone. Retirement home is insane. Not really. It's like... I mean, this might just be me because I'm helping take care of my grandparents right now, but it's something you consider, and it's not really that insane to think about. Oh, guard, hello.
Miss Castoris, my lady, you're back.
Hello. We have an important matter to discuss with Lady Aglaya. May we trouble you to inform her of our presence?
My apologies, Miss Castoris. Lady Aglaya has just informed me that she has no time to receive anyone at the moment.
That's just great. She refuses to even see me. Answer me this, friend. Did Aglaya order you to take me directly to prison?
She's probably dealing with the council.
Who are you?
Please don't jest. It's possible that she really is busy. Let's wait here a moment, and I'll try to contact her using the slate.
Alright. To Snowy and Company, of the Grove's circumstances we are now fully cognizant, and for thy most diligent efforts we harbor the deepest gratitude. Indeed, no words could adequately convey the depth of our appreciation. Alas, the Holy City presently faces sundry complications, and manifold duties command our attention, precluding us from extending proper welcome. For this oversight we express sincere regret. Furthermore, following thy arduous voyage, rest must be prioritized. The particulars of recent events shall be deliberated upon the morrow. So it is written. That is the most Shakespearean text I have seen in this entire game. That elegant style must be the garment makers. They can text? The garment makers can send emojis?
It's fortunate we don't have to confront that woman while I'm hauling around this sick body. Castoris, and this friend I haven't gotten the chance to know, I'll take my leave for today.
Anaxa and Tainari in the same room is something I would definitely pay to see, because it would either go really well and everyone would be scared of them, or it would go really badly. I have no clue what she just said. Garment Maker basically said, we're super busy, so we weren't able to receive you properly, because hospitality and such is really important to Amphoreus because Greek culture. And rest is important, so we'll figure everything out tomorrow, is basically what that just said.
That Titan made a myriad of adjustments on their own. My head still aches from that. I don't want to stay a second longer in this noisy city if I can.
Anaxa body horror, question mark? Anaxa Tainari, honestly, could be funny. I think Sino would probably have some issues with that, but it would be funny to consider. Anyways, Anaxa body horror, question mark? The Titan made a myriad of adjustments to his body. And his head aches because of it. Interesting. Imagine being one of 5 atheists on the entire planet, and God personally does a divine intervention to save your life and adjusts your body, either to save you or just for their own comfort while they're possessing you. Crazy.
Please be careful. Akama isn't the Grove. This place.
Interesting.
Is covered by her golden
Oh,
threads.
we're talking about
I know.
Aglaya having
That
eyes and
woman
ears
is
everywhere.
Extremely confident I won't escape her grasp. Don't worry. As I said before, I'll mind my behavior.
I love Akama being, like, slightly scary. Like, I know it's a thing, and that characters and NPCs have, like, talked about like, it being hard to keep secrets and such. Like, I know Aglaya's doing it primarily because she has to take care of situations before the council. Before the council can get involved or even, like, catch wind of things. But it is very fun to me that regular people, or even just people who aren't Aglaya, have taken that information network and turned it into full-on, like, Big Brother horror. That's very fun, and if the game, like, starts pushing that really hard, that would be really fun.
Miss, so many unexpected things happened on our journey to the Grove. We truly had no intention of putting you in danger, let alone face the Black Tide head-on.
Aglaya is very Makima from Chainsaw Man. I haven't actually seen or read Chainsaw Man. Like, I've seen a little bit of it, and I know the basic premise, and I don't actually know a lot. I've absorbed pockets of information by osmosis and friends. Yeah, you infoed them to me a while ago, but it was mostly about, like, 2 specific characters. I don't think you talked about, like, Makima specifically. Like, I know her vibe, but I don't know specifically, like, the things she does. Yeah, Angel Devil.
The Black
Trouble's
Tide
an
is
old
not
friend.
just an enemy of Akuma,
Yeah.
but all of Amphoreus. Even back when the forces of strife coveted the Holy City, their warriors still undeniably halted the Black Tide outside Castrum Krymnos. Nigador's core flame now sits vacant, and the Black Tide has returned. The Grove is an academic city with the best understanding of the Black Tide. It shouldn't have fallen so easily, and yet it was taken overnight, leaving the city in blood and tears, haunted by the spirits of departed heroes.
There's a manga panel that's like Makima has eyes and ears everywhere while making a shh motion at the reader. And it's very Aglaya to... very Aglaya to... Yeah, that makes sense. I can see that. I know of Makima, but I don't know, like, the specifics of, like, everything she does and how I haven't seen her interact with people. But I do agree that the vibes alone feel very similar. Or, at the very least, like, Aglaya might not be there yet, because Aglaya can be very friendly, but she can go in that direction if she wants to, and she can also end up there, like, character arc-wise, as, like, that being her all the time. I could see it very easily, yeah.
The trial of strife is imminent. I pray Mighty will be able to steal his resolve soon.
Yeah, it's such an interesting situation because, like, we the players know Mighty's gonna end up with the Strife Core Flame, and, like, everybody else is just wants him to take it and is waiting for him to take it, and it's just that predetermined fate and destiny thing where he's afraid of it. It's like the one thing he's afraid of, aside from, like, deep water probably, and he has to, and he doesn't really have a choice, so he's just stalling, and everyone's like, man, I hope he stops stalling soon, and it's just like, yeah, but it's also kind of mean to him. Stop being mean to my little cat guy.
Lady Treby once traveled across thousands of cities in Amphoreus to repel the Black Tide.
Oh.
But even they have no recollection of this powerful enemy in all their journeys. Perhaps the fall of strife has triggered even more terrifying events in unseen places.
I'm telling you. Swap to your phone. Hopefully your internet holds up, yeah. I'm telling you, if the Black Tide, and specifically the Flame Reaver, is a Neo World Ends With You situation, I will lose my mind. If the Black Tide is the inversion from Neo The World Ends With You, which I explained a bit yesterday, but you weren't here, Ash. Basically, the main plot of Neo The World Ends With You is that the main character gets time travel powers, and basically, kind of like ReZero, gets a checkpoint and then can time travel back to that checkpoint, but there's a lot of stuff to do with, like, hey, so what happens to those timelines you abandon, and, like, the people who were living there, and their souls kind of getting backlogged almost, and, like, cluttering up the quote-unquote, like, data of reality, which isn't quite how it's explained in the game, but that's how it best makes sense. And that becomes a whole problem. And they don't quite influence reality, but it causes a lot of problems and stuff starts collapsing. I swear you talked about this before. Yeah, I've definitely talked about Neo World Ends With You a lot. It's a very good game. This is once again a plug for the World Ends With You series. It's a very, very good series. But yeah. Flame Reaver, I will die on this hill. Flame Reaver is from an alternate timeline or another layer of reality or some nonsense like that. And we're gonna have to do some weird things with souls and ruined timeline. We're gonna do it. We're gonna get into all that, and it's gonna be great, and I'm gonna lose my mind in the best way possible.
As for me, I detected a strong stench of death from that entity. But it wasn't because it had a connection with Thanatos. I'm afraid it's purely because it has sent countless others to their deaths.
Yeah, also, oh, the other reason I was thinking about the inversion in Neo is because, when Cersei's Anaxa... can we say stabbed? If you shove your hand through someone's chest, is that a stab? I don't know, but when that happened and they had their whole can't be killed in a single blow line, it just made me think of, again, some Neo World Ends With You stuff. With overlapping timelines and you have to defeat something in multiple planes at once, etc., etc. Play The World Ends With You. It's a really good game with a lot of really cool stuff going on.
Speaking of Thanatos, Miss, there is something else I wish to verify with you.
Are we gonna talk about your goop powers, by the way? Because, like, Castris' Chrysos Air power is supposed to be, like, empathizing with and understanding the Titan's speech. But she also has her death aura thing going on, and now she has goop powers. And I am so curious as to where all that's come from. I know the death touch is because she was, like, cursed. And probably has to do with her, like, incomplete soul or whatever's going on with that one readable that talks about the princess of a kingdom whose people all split their souls in half to trick Thanatos and live forever and whatnot. But, where's the goop powers come in, Cass?
You must have an idea of the curse I bear by now. I was born as the shadow of death, a poison shunned by all living beings. Yet when you caught me in the grove...
Oh yeah, this is true, we did touch her. That did just happen very casually. She got knocked back and we caught her. With only, like, one hand, so it wasn't even really a proper catch, but we did, like, touch her back.
I'm curious why you weren't affected by my power, Miss.
Built different. I think the same thing happened in the Vortex. What? Did something happen in the Vortex? I don't remember.
My apologies for the abrupt question. For all
Oh.
my life, I've always wondered, what is my connection to death? And why am I inextricably linked to Thanatos?
Okay, so if she is the princess from that kingdom, then she doesn't know about it? Or does she? Because if she doesn't know why she's connected to Thanatos, but she knows Thanatos has something she needs back. Is the Vortex question about what the interrogation where she was supposed to kill us? And if you answer all the questions wrongly, she, like, takes hold of you but doesn't actually kill you? Does that mean failing the interrogation is canon? That's wild to me.
Miss, you must be tired after being on the move these past few days. Please set aside the tragedy at the Grove for now, and rest for the day.
Okay, so we did walk back from the Grove, I guess. Which answers that question for me. Oh, another nameless recollection. Hey, an Axis story. Nice. The scholar manifested in the Grove and doused that raging blaze. The crisis experienced through your travels. Head to the book and write it down. Cass said something there, but we didn't get to hear it.
My apologies, Miss Castorus. Lady
Miss, you must be...
Okay, they're just repeating things. With many matters demanding her attention, Aglaia can't see them when we go to rest. Okay, we're gonna read the book now. Failing's not canon to me. They can't bullshit it to me. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't difficult. I feel like it's a lot more difficult to fail it. Like, you have to intentionally fail it. Because even if you mess up the first two questions, the last two are really obvious. I think. I don't know. Anyways. Having experienced the Grove's crisis, into the book it goes. Wait. Oh man, these are totally tarot cards. Hanging man ass. Well, hanged man, not hanging man. I can't... Well, he's not making the 4 shape, really, but he's still upside down. Hanged man ass. Oh, I didn't look at his thingies. Whoops. Demised scholar and Exagoras. Let that divine name dim. Please don't be auto. Are you auto? You're not. Good. Before meeting death, the scholar already composed his own epitaph.
This person's name was seldom mentioned by others. Incomplete. Just like his fate.
Sir, are you attacking people for refusing to use your full name as your epitaph? Dramatic ass bitch. He would sweep his own grave at the beginning of every month of reaping, staring long and hard at his stained hands. An axe! This dramatic man! Hands that never seek the benediction of gods, accepting only the tricks and plots his brain presents.
Keep your distance from that blasphemous one, lest misfortune follows you like a shadow.
People warned each other thus before his lectern. In those rumors, the scholar's hubris looms foul and vile. He dares to proclaim ascendancy over gods and defy the Titan's will. But the one shouldering such slander pays little heed. His lonesome figure stands aloof, for he always believed that gods are no greater than mortal beings such as he. Anaxa can't not be a Hatham XP? Yeah. I said this yesterday, I really wanted to go into this not comparing him to Alhaitham. Hatham is literally Sue too. Kind of, yeah, it's... I don't know Sue very well, so I can't comment on Sue. But I really wanted to not compare Anaxa to Hatham because even if they're XPs or variants or whatever term Hoyoverse wants to use, they're all very different. I don't like reducing characters, and I feel like a lot of people reduce them to just being the other character and ignore, like, the subtleties and differences, and I really didn't want to do that. But then this man walks up and is like, yeah, I cut off a part of my soul to lock a door. That's alchemy, by the way, and it's not. That's not how alchemy works, but okay, Anaxa. And then there's stuff like this, and it's just like, okay. Yeah, even, no matter what, you have to compare them at some point. I try not to as well, but this is just hilarious. Yeah, there comes a point where you're like, okay, yeah, there's similarities, and it's intentional, and it's a whole thing, so we gotta talk about it at least a little. Grove of Epiphany, the paradise of the wise, yet harbors one shouldering the name of a fool. He calls himself a clear-headed teacher leading lost students, yet he rarely teaches or guides apart from gifting a single saying. Yet for the rest of the student's life, that saying often proves to be more valuable than gold. Pupils often praise his words as divine utterances, to which the teacher replies with a sharp retort. Apart from destiny, he seems able to decipher all laws. And now, even destiny may also be within his grasp. It was not so in the beginning, as he silently recalls the past under leafy shade.
Faced with a god's edict, even I cannot resist.
With no guidance given, he reaches enlightenment for the first time.
Yet, I sincerely believe this is not to be my destiny.
That became the cause of the blasphemy.
Miracles are the most conceited actions of gods. They are God's denial of humanity via might.
Aggravate, son? Yeah.
Magic tricks are the most articulate rebuttal. They are humanity's imitation of godhood via intellect.
Anaxa likes magic shows, confirmed. He habitually describes the feats of mankind as magic tricks, proving that the enlightened can step beyond the boundaries of reason. But magic tricks cannot afford to fail, even after 1,000,000 times, and for that, the blasphemous co-conspires with a god. Okay, I thought he was going to read that because it was highlighted. Using the final trick, they wish to create a miracle to end all miracles. Interesting. And reason. Boop. Interesting. So he is co-conspiring with a god, I presume Circe's, to create the miracle that ends all miracles. Interesting. Oh, so we officially have half the cast. Let's go! Technically more, because Hyacinth is... Which one is... That's Orynyx, that's... Tantalon. I really need to start remembering. That's Fagusa. I really need to memorize the symbols. Is the eye is Aquila? That would make sense. I think the eye is Aquila. So Hyacinth would go there, probably. I think this one is Zagreus in the Cipher, and then Tantalon, Orynyx, Georios would be that one. Which, by the way, now that I'm right here and talking about this, something fun is because they're starting to, like, associate Ceredra with time, and a lot of people thought she was going to be Law. But we didn't really have a basis for that, we just thought it made sense because Law has already been claimed. But I'm starting to wonder if Ceredra might end up being the time demigod, and maybe March ends up being the Law god. Or demigod, I should be saying. Because they've mentioned time twice in regards to the demigods, and the first one was with Cipher, where it was in the first trailer we got that introduced all of them, or most of them. And we got, like, everybody up to Phinon's face cards, basically. And Cipher's line in that, which was Aglaia reciting the prophecy, was, "Command the frozen time to once again flow." Which... But we're all pretty sure she associated with Zagreus, so I'm not quite sure what that would mean. We'll have to see. But, Ceredra is, in the new PV, they said one who will bury time itself, or some will bury time itself. And I'm in the camp of people who thinks that that dragon eye after Ceredra was probably Giorios's demigod. So it probably refers to both of them. So she might still be the law demigod, and it's just something about the two of them doing something weird. But I do think it would be fascinating if Ceredra ended up being the time demigod, and then we get March as the 13th Chrysos heir, if not the 13th Titan, or the Titan above the other Titan's mother. Because, like, I don't think Mother of the Titans can be a demigod under the Titans, or not under the Titans, but you know what I mean. Like, derived from the Titans. So March might not be a Chrysos heir, but if she is, I think it would be interesting if she got the one that governs the law of the world. However, we do also know that the law demigod exists, the core flame has been taken, and someone is handling those duties, because all of the Tantalon stuff, like the equivalent exchange of money, is still being maintained. So I don't know if March would be able to do that subconsciously, but I do think it would be fascinating if March, instead of getting time powers or whatever happens with Orynyx, was, like, able to manipulate the laws of the world. And, like, went missing, and that caused a whole thing, and, like, maybe that's why the Black Tide is getting... Well, no, because the Black Tide was happening before they started the Flame Chase journey, so I don't know. Is this the story of a new companion? The one who looks like a scholar of some kind? Magical girl? Do we ever get an explanation on new forms? We haven't done anything with new forms in the story yet. There is no indication or hints of any of that. The new March form is, for me at least, just speculation because she's important here, and we know she's important here. Anyways, Magical Girl and Axe are real. No idea what that means, but you're trying to make me laugh. No, I'm stating a fact. It's Magical Boy. I'll just play along. You, of all people, don't get to make jokes about not knowing what a magical girl is. Oh, right, I just remembered. That one is a magician. Exactly. On the topic of the Flame Chase journey, he always seemed opposed, perhaps because he didn't believe in the prophecy. Everything in the world is false except me. Now you're talking like you knew him. Time for a quiz, Snowy. What do you think is the relationship between Anaxa and us? Us as in you, or us as in me? Teacher and student. With the grove being like this, there isn't any time to study. Though the ideologies are completely different, when it comes to stubbornness, he's strikingly similar to the other heroes. Aglaya even permits the Chrysos heirs to study under Anaxa. A good rival is a good friend. Everyone can probably agree on that, at least. Well, that's one way to interpret a rivalry, sure. Hee hee, but we're different, Snowy. We're the best partners when we work together. Alright. And collect my relic. Collect my jades. Max limit reached. We're not allowed to talk to Hyacinth. Who's animating the Magical Boy transformation? Hear me out. Hear me out. The Magical Girl outfit has to have some resemblance to Circe's human form. That's all I ask for. Oh, assignment's nice. You haven't seen Circe? No! Oh my gosh, and I can't show you. So, yesterday, all throughout the Grove, there was this mysterious, kind of ghostly woman who showed up when we started hearing Titan speech. So it was very obvious that she was the Titan. And so it was Circe's taking mortal form to test us to see if we were worthy of the core flame, and if we could stop the dark swordsman who'd shown up and was trying to kill Anaxa. And she's You should look it up. You can also just watch my VOD from yesterday. The one that's 6 hours long, not any of the 3-minute ones. I'm gonna... She's really cool. Like, my first immediate reaction was, oh, people are totally gonna be comparing her to Yausha from now until the end of time. Because she's, like, blonde and she has, like, branches, like golden branches woven into her hair. She looks really pretty. Okay. Oh, hey, Dunhung! Hi, little Chimera. Yeah, hi, little baby. And look, the butterfly wings that they were talking about in the grove. It's great. That's an Elysia outfit? Oh, God, please. Oh, by the way, fun thing, Cersei's also said Mem felt familiar. So, Numera Files 13th Titan, blah, blah, blah. It's real. It's real thing. Anyways, hi, Don Hong. How's it going? Let me just check that this hasn't changed. It has not. Long time no see. I've heard about what happened from Finon. You've been through lots. Oh, so he's awake. Good. Who told Finon, though? I missed you so much. It seems you took things pretty hard. What were you doing? I was organizing logs. Of course you were. I also asked Hyacinth for some research material from the Grove. I discovered something interesting. Do you remember that Amphoreus' sky was sealed away by a Titan? Aquila's presence keeps this world isolated from the rest of the world beyond the sky. Is this about the Sky City that Hyacinth implied she's from? It seems Hyacinth's ancestors were the Sky Priests who worshipped Aquila. Perhaps she can give us more clues to find a way back to the Express. Nothing out of the ordinary happened in the Holy City in the past few days. I didn't have to talk to anyone either. It was kind of nice spending time alone. Just you wait, your good times are coming to an end. After what happened at the Grove, there's sure to be unrest in the coming days. We should rest for now. You look tired. You should get some sleep before we set off tomorrow. Where are we going tomorrow? Or just in general. Oh, by the way, I heard some rumors. If you're going to wander around, I suggest avoiding the hot bath. What's... Oh, Triby POV. Oh, Triby's anxious about Trianne opening the gate. Oh, you also use the name Aquila? Incredible. We are truly going through it in Amphoreus with the name jump scares.
What's wrong? Is there trouble at the Grove?
Yes, I sensed something. It was fleeting, but very strong. It feels like they're in some big trouble.
Okay, and this was back a few days ago, I guess, when we left the Grove.
Brienne used the Sentry Gate again.
Can you see what's actually happening?
No, it's fuzzy like always. But the enemy's aura has disappeared. Maybe they've moved to a safe place?
Let's hope that it's just a false alarm. We should place our trust in her and Castris, teacher.
I never know. Well, I can guess, but I
They
never
will
know.
Keep Trianne safe.
I never know if they're gonna say it or not.
Peggy, you're talking like we are little kids. One day, Trianne will reach her limit, and Treby will take on the role of gatekeeper from her. We are all aware of that.
I think they meant to bold this, but then used the wrong
I am
symbols
just
in the
a
script.
little concerned about her state of mind. Trianne was already unable to speak, even in short sentences when they left.
Ooh, boy.
We want to say a proper goodbye at the very least.
Oh, Tribby.
I will pray with you.
Thanks. And Aggie, it looks like we will need you to come with us to the baths this time to unwind. It feels like neither of us have laughed for a long while.
Oh, Tribby.
It's time to head out with the west wind.
All right.
Dusk of rationality. We question not because of our convictions, but because we fear that our ignorance will attract calamity. Interesting. Tribi POV, alright. We're gonna... we get a story Tribi, nice. Alright, so... Jingliu... Ling... That's Fugue, not Ling Sha. Where's Sunday? And Chibi. There we go. High five for good luck.
Numbers. Here's really hot and heavy. Has it always been like this?
Oh, and let me... Memories veiled in blazing mist. Head to the baths with Aglaya. We sense that Trian used her divine power again. We are worried about her. Aggie notices our concern and she suggests we all go to the baths to unwind. But Aglaya didn't suggest it, you did.
I heard it's the Kremnoan.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Don't talk shit about my boy.
What's going on?
But oh boy. Oh god.
Is someone injured over there?
Oh dear.
So hot.
What happened here?
Watch out! Watch out! For the Kremnoan. This is their doing?
Aggie, now's not the time to dwell on that. Let's help the injured people first.
I have a bad feeling.
Excuse me, coming through.
Hi,
Please,
Hyacinth.
we're here as well. That's a relief.
Even the Twilight Courtyard is involved? What in the world happened here?
I actually just came to relax. But as soon as I got here, I saw all these people lying on the ground. I've examined them, and they don't seem to be seriously ill. It feels like they've just spent too much time in the hot water.
Yeah, that's Hyacinth. And oh god, is this the Finon and Mighty Chimera TikTok playing out in real time again?
Multiple individuals fainting simultaneously from the hot pool steam? Where is the manager of the baths?
He disappeared, and no one knows where he's gone to. Some people have been saying that the Kremnoans are behind this.
What?
Lady Aglaya, what do you think about this?
Oh god. Well, no, they were guards. We didn't knock out the bath manager.
Let these people rest. The two of you, please come with me.
Have you thought of something, Aggie?
Yes. While their intentions elude me, it's time to bring this farce to a close.
Oh, if people are mean to
This is really bad.
mean to my boy, I'm gonna be sad. Try to understand what happens. Multiple visitors suddenly passed out. Figure out what's going on. Which way are we going? The bathhouse is so confusing sometimes. Okay. Nope.
This is all you can do, huh? Pitiable deliverer.
Oh boy. Head in hands. You can't see it, but my head is in my hands. Yeah. Finon, what happened to your ankles? Well, no, I guess that's a normal laying position. That's fine. Everybody else is dead. Boy. This is just... a body has been discovered, indeed. Finon is dead.
Snow
The culprit. The culprit is Mightimos. Oh.
Not him pointing! He's not him pointing! Did you guys have to phrase it in the worst light possible, by the way? D-R-A-U-N? Never. He even wrote his name on the ground? Yeah, somebody get, like, a pink marker and just Mighty. You could fit Mighty in there on the ground, it's fine.
Dee, what did you do to everybody?
It's just another duel where I claimed victory.
Oh my gosh. It's the... Why'd you guys have to bring up DR? This is literally the Mondo and Ishimaru sauna fight from DR1. Oh my gosh. Head in hands. Why are you two idiots?
As I expected.
I like how Aglaya just heard, it's the Crimnoan's fault, and she immediately decided, oh, it's Mighty and Finon being idiots again.
On the surface, these two are the mightiest warriors in the Holy City, but they're still impulsive youths at heart.
She's calling them idiots.
Speak up, Mighty. Tell us exactly what kind of foolishness you and Finon indulged in this time.
They're being stupid. This is especially funny if you remember the Chimera short. This is literally just the Chimera short. Mighty made a TikTok about this. Ash, please. If neither of you remember, it's the short where they find someone passed out in the hot bath, and then Finon's like, oh man, with my my sensitive skin, I shouldn't challenge the hot baths. Like, word for word says that. Which is ridiculous. They're so stupid. I know what you are. How's your recovery coming along? I like how these are all in parentheses, because you know Mighty's not going to say any of these. Winning and losing are all part of a warrior's life. Don't let it get to you. Why don't you take a bath to recharge, buddy? I like how they ensure, they're like, people do not click these ones, because there is no way Mighty would ever openly call Finon his friend or buddy.
No, none of those sound right.
Yeah. Mighty overthinking over here. Keep your chin up, you have greater things to achieve. Wanna grab a drink with me? If you're up for it, let's have a talk.
Forget it.
Mighty tried. Bless his heart. I see you're still alive and kicking, Deliverer.
Am I seeing things? Is the magnificent Deliverer finally deigning to step outside?
I like how we got like 3 text boxes of Mighty's internal monologue being like, hey, I'm really concerned about you. Please open up to me if you feel up to it. You still have greater things ahead, just like I said before. If you fail this, then that just means that you're meant for something else. And then he opens his mouth, and the words that come out is this. Incredible. They are so stupid, Your Honor.
What kind of response is that?
This is also really fun because in 3.0 we saw Mighty was feeling down because of Castrum Kremnos stuff, and Finon was teasing and provoking him to try and distract him and make him feel better, and now the situation's reversed, so we get to see both of them care about each other and both of them be idiots about it.
Nothing. I was just imitating your usual response.
Exactly, it's a role reversal.
I don't feel anything special from you. Have you passed the demigod trial?
The French flag.
The ritual hasn't reopened yet. In case you forgot, it hasn't been that long since I pulled you out of the trial.
Are we gonna talk about the stabbing?
I didn't forget.
Then, you're welcome.
God, they're so stupid.
In twilight's last gleam, Makima stands bold. Her walls sturdy, tales untold. Dreaming of her fruitful gardens, pilgrims arrive from distant lands. Figs and olives, so grand. Yet little do they know that they will step into flames, fuel to the fire, a burning brand.
What are you playing at this time?
I just felt like reciting a few lines of poetry. Surely the Crown Prince of Kremnos knows how to appreciate poetry, right?
They're so stupid. That's all I'm sitting here thinking about. It is fun to see Finon be more upset. Like, just for character depth reasons. Like, he's not Sunshine Puppy Boy 24/7. He gets a little petty and snippy when he's feeling down. That's fun.
Kremnoans steer clear of such weak literature. But my library doesn't lack collections of this kind.
Garbeneforo Grand Library.
These lines express the poet's yearning for their home, just as Akuma is distant from many people's homes.
I know how to interpret poetry, Haikis.
Scoundrel. I like it. They're not even giving us the proper word. This is a curse word, and we all know it, right? The question is, do we think, is this bastard or is it fucker?
There's no point in pretending to be profound, my friend. Thank you for helping me out when I was in a tight
Mighty
spot,
called him fucker?
but
Yeah.
It seems to me that you aren't prepared for the trial either.
Don't compare your situation with mine. My people are still relying on me. I can't ascend to godhood on my own without first resolving their issues.
Mighty, literally all of your people are saying, hey, please become God already. That will fix all of my issues. I know that it's not actually going to solve any of their issues and you want to change things, but, like, you are stalling, my guy.
So, are you suggesting that you, the mighty Mightimos, and the heir to the throne of Kremnos, wish to defy tradition that has endured among your people for millennia?
Yes, he's been very clear about this. His parents were kind of clear about this until Euripon kind of started being an idiot. No, he didn't start being an idiot. He started being a coward is what happened.
I'm still thinking about what I should do.
We do all hate Euripon, yeah.
Never mind. It's probably not my place to offer you counsel. An idea does strike me, though.
Go ahead. Let's see what terrible ideas you've come up with this time.
Yeah. It is always fine on coming up with something really stupid, isn't it? This is giving you secondhand cringe. Why are they like this? Because they're gay and stupid, that's why.
Maybe we both need to relieve some stress. Come, Mightimos. Let's recommence our previous competition. This time, we'll see who can stay in the super hot bath for longer.
The culprit was Mighty. It was your idea, you idiot. It was your idea, Mr. What was it? Sensitive skin? Self-admitted?
What? Are you chickening out?
Oh god, not gay chicken.
The phrase chickening out does not exist in the Kremnoan language. I just find this situation absurd, that's all. All-knowing historian, are you not aware that we Kremnoans use boiling water from sword forging for our baths?
Mighty calling Final an amateur historian kills me, because if you read the Tribi interview magazine thing they posted in Hoya Labs, it talks about everybody's, like, standings in school. and Mighty was the best at history, and I think Phainon was the worst. And that's like canon. So every time Mighty calls Phainon like an amateur historian or sarcastically calls him a historian, he's like bringing up the fact that he got better grades than Phainon did, which is hilarious to me. Like, alternatively, Phainon does have like his hobby and like relic appraisal and all that stuff, so he might also just really like history, but he's also like bad at it. So either way, it's just super dumb and silly, and I love it.
Looks like I'll have to teach you some royal etiquette today.
That's a line and a half.
And thus, an unprecedented sauna battle commences!
That's a fic. That's definitely a fic, yeah. Not. Why is it off screen? Oh god. Hopefully they'll be done being gay when I get back from lunch. Well, they're off screen in the baths right now. So this is certainly going to go a way. You've seen the clip? Oh dear.
Warrior's determination even alters the very hue of the steam. Flames intertwine with scalding vapor, reaching toward the heavens, shrouding the sky and the sun. The spectacle is so magnificent that none dare gaze upon it directly.
What an excuse to make it off screen. It's gonna be a noise. Oh dear lord.
Since we can't see what's happening in the competition, why don't I regale you with a tale of kings to pass the time?
So you're telling me they're being gay in the baths while we're getting a lore dump?
Do you recall the legend of the Gorgo lion mentioned by a certain veteran? The central figure, the main character, was not the sole sovereign of that land. An oryx stood as its formidable rival.
An oryx?
Long before the dawn of Erechrysia, the two beasts started their timeless battle on the plains of Tritos. The lion regarded the oryx as its food, while the oryx perceived the lion as a scornful, oppressive, and challenging barrier that it swore to topple with its antlers.
Is this a metaphor for what I think it's a metaphor for?
For tens of thousands of years, without respite, the two creatures thus continued their relentless pursuit and rivalry.
Gorgo mentioned? Yeah, so I really do need to reread that readable, but basically there's a legend of the Gorgo Lion is the original founder of Castrum Crimnos, who Mighty's mother named herself after. And it's basically a retelling or well, it's not a retelling, but it's very much inspired by the Hercules legend. I think it's a Hercules legend with an invincible lion that he beat barehanded trans sounding. Yeah, I do have that thought every time I think about it. Oh no. Oh no.
It fixated on its rival's fleeing form in the chase.
I'm sorry? Oh. Oh my, you can't see, but my head is in my hands. Guys, you can't be doing this.
It set its sights on the other's neck, nearly within reach.
This is...
It was stuck in a corner.
Okay.
It had nowhere to escape.
This is intentional, right? It wrote the fic. Yeah, they did. This has to be intentional, right?
On the land of Amphoreus, some lives meet their end to perish under the blistering sun at noon.
That deathless death, am I right?
And at last, the most scorching moment of the day descended upon them. The formidable hand of fate heeded their call and arrived!
My lords, would you like me to reduce the temperature a little?
I know they can't change the models, but also the fact that they didn't change the models is very funny to me.
What? You're chickening out already?
This is literally gay chicken. They're trying to pass this off as gay chicken.
Get lost.
Are you asking me to get lost, or...?
This poor bath attendant.
Do whatever you want.
These voice clips are gonna get edited to so many things.
Oh, please forgive my presumptuousness, my lords.
This poor bath attendant. Yeah. We use boiling water my ass. Yeah, so that was definitely from the very start one of those, like, tall tales people tell about Kremnoans to make them scarier. But, well, then again, I guess I was gonna say, Finon is the one who got scared of the hot baths in the, TikTok, but Mighty also canonically made that TikTok, so, you know. They were also in the cold bath. So, Mighty prefers the cold bath anyways, so. Yeah.
What a spectacle of folly.
In Aglaya's bathhouse.
This is what you get for daring to challenge a Kremnoan without understanding your own place.
They are so stupid.
What I'm saying is, your little game dragged down quite a few innocent souls alongside you.
I'm taking this as, Mighty has the better stamina. And probably handles aftercare.
We will personally escort back home the customers left awestruck by our formidable presence.
This isn't fair.
Finon is dead.
You're wearing way less than I am.
That's a problem you could certainly solve, Finon, I'm just saying.
Is this the latest trend now? Getting into the baths while dressed in full armor?
Don't worry about it, Hyacinth.
Don't look at me like that. It was he who challenged me. There is no word for flee in the Kremnoan language.
Is there any word for anything in the Kremnoan language? Is under the blistering sun not an innuendo? I'm pretty sure, like, every line in that was an innuendo.
Very well. Let us bring this fast to a close, shall we? Warriors, it is time to get moving.
We got one word in Kremnoan, and it was definitely a curse word. After recovery, Finon and Mighty escorted the fainted bathers away from the scene. Well, yeah, sure. Okay. This time, Finon narrowly triumphed with a stunning 27-25 victory in terms of the number of trips safely escorted. Of course, that became a competition too.
The flame chase journey is destined to be a lengthy one, replete with obstacles.
Yep, they sure are idiots, Aglaya.
But thanks to those two, all the gloom has vanished into thin air. Oh, we just had quite the commotion. It's not every day we find the Marmorial Palace this serene. Shall we continue with our previous plans? Hyacinth, would you care to join us?
Such an empty bath is indeed a rare sight. I was looking forward to unwinding after work. I'd be delighted to accept your invitation, Lady Treby.
How about we go to the biggest bath?
Don't do it? Okay. Okay, that hasn't changed. I mean, this is just the Chrysosaure's bath.
The water temperature feels just perfect.
This is restricted to the Chrysosaure's anyways. Of course it's gonna be empty.
So, how is the feeling of having the entire bath to yourselves?
You guys already have this bath to yourselves all the time.
It's so good.
But, Lady Treby, aren't you going to soak in the bath with us?
We will have to pass. After all, we've become children.
Please understand that she can no longer endure the heat of this pool due to the blessings of Yanis.
Okay. Sure, I guess. Child's constitution.
Oh.
Are you curious about us, Hyacinth?
Why are we getting lore over bath scenes? This is wild.
I am, but something tells me that it might be better to change the topic.
Don't get all nervous. It's not something we can't discuss. The truth is, a long, long time ago, we were a mature adult just like Aggie. And because of reasons, we inherited Yanis's divinity and gained the power of passage. And in return, the price we had to pay was the splitting of our soul.
Yeah. They Nahida'd her? I mean, kind of. It's basically the same thing. But I do think it's fascinating that, like, even though they were split, they also can't further develop. Like, Nadia's entire thing is that she's young and then was not given the chance to grow. So, like, Nahida will eventually, like, grow and mature. She just hadn't been given that opportunity yet. Meanwhile, the Tribios is, like, divinely damned to stay, immature forever, which is very fascinating to me. What happens when there's no more souls? I mean, we're kind of seeing what's happening. Because they were split into 1,000, or at least a lot, and they're just using 1,000 as a shorthand for that. But, there's only 3 left, soon to be 2, because it's going to inevitably go down to 2. Or 1,000? Yeah! Did you not watch the new PV? Plus, I mean, I think even in the original PV, they said well, I guess they just said a myriad and thousands of doors, so not really. Yeah, so the entire thing is that Tribios was split into, like, thousands of smaller selves, and you can see a bunch of them, and they talk about, like, some of them had longer hair or wore their hair differently, but now their hair is short. And they're kind of just stuck like this forever. Does she die when there's no more? We're not sure. So it's kind of been implied that, again, using the Century Gate has outright been said it takes a toll on them, and then when that power is used up, they vanish, is the assumption and implication, because they're preparing to say goodbye to Trian. And Trian is almost out of power. She has, like, 1 more gate left in her. And then Trian will be gone, and it will just be Tribi and Trinon. And when it gets down to 1, it's not sure what happens, because it's not like the power is returning to them. It's just gone. But it's also confusing to me, because, like, I mean, I guess they aren't gods, and this is why they're demigods instead. Because the divinity will outlive them, I think. So, like, the two paths we have is once there's only one Tribby left, or once the last Tribby dies, like, the power reconsolidates and we get Tribios back, or the power dies with them and there's just the core flame again. Like, those are the two options I see. There might be another option. And it's also kind of implied because when Anaxa was at the Grove and, like, dying, Aglaya talked about how Anaxa would take the core flame and take the Titan down with him, and Anaxa reiterated that sentiment. So there's the implication that if Anaxa died while bearing the core flame, something would happen to it? Or, like, we would lose Cersei's with him? So there's something weird happening with that. You think it makes more sense we get Tribios back? I think that's the route they would take. Because, I personally think that's the route they would take because they don't like to kill off characters. They have in Hoyoverse games, they have in Hoyoverse games in general, and they have in Star Rail. They killed off Misha and Gallagher. So if they did kill off Tribios and all the Tribbies, I think that would make sense. It probably also wouldn't stick around because Trailblazer is the big rewrite button, the big undo.
Each opening of the Sentry Gate intensifies the strain on Tribby and the others. They are gradually regressing towards infancy, both in body and mind.
Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought of that. Each use of the divine power is regressing them. That's interesting, which means... But they weren't all mature when they first split, but... that's something to think about. Tribios is just baby, yeah.
We don't know what awaits us at the end either, but anyway, that's why we've turned into children.
Yeah, they don't know what will happen when everything's used up. Tribius comes back as a literal infant, possibly. Then again, this is also reminds me of that quest line on the Xian show, where there's a guy who, like, injects himself with the, Vidiotera egg fluids as, like, a de-aging agent, and he does start to age regress, and then realizes that it's not stopping. So he, like, it's implied he regresses back into an embryo and then either dies as an embryo or, like, regresses back into nothing. So I think that's what's happening here. Don't remind you of that quest? Too bad. Everything's connected in HSR.
In that case, when you opened that giant sentry gate above Akamut during the battle against Nikador...
Well, there's no way around it. We all know that the flame chase journey won't be a smooth ride.
Maybe we can find a way to fix it. The primary research focus of Noosporists is the soul. We explore its depletion and methods to restore dispersed souls. As long as research continues, there might be a breakthrough that can help.
And yeah, Amphoreus has so much going on with, like, split souls and damaged souls. So it's very much a key thing. Tribio split her soul. It's implied, or at least theorized, that Aglaya, like, splits or cuts off parts of her soul to make the garment makers because they're, like, aware. Like, one texted us earlier. So people think that that's happening with Aglaya, and that contributes to her loss of humanity. Anaxa was splitting his soul earlier for quote-unquote alchemy. I still don't think that's real alchemy, but I don't have enough knowledge about alchemy to dispute it. And the Noosporus is Anaxa's entire branch that he's studying, so it makes sense that that's going on with him. Nikador gained an immortal body by splitting its soul, or Europon split their soul. And there was experimental Titankin that had immortal bodies because they had split souls, which I still think someone should go like, hey, what does that mean about Mighty? What does that say about Mighty that you can gain his immortality by splitting your soul? But anyways, and other people who have split souls don't have that immortality. Anyways, I think about that too much. There's a whole kingdom that split their souls in half to evade Thanatos. There's a lot about split souls, and like we've seen 2 titans take mortal form with fractured souls. I hate that all of this lore information and conversation is happening over a bathhouse scene, by the way. That's killing me.
We will do everything we can.
So your first reaction is in fact denial. You're indeed an Access student.
Oh boy.
I look forward to your good news, Hyacinth.
Now there's another reason to look forward to tomorrow.
Uh-oh.
Lady Treby, what's wrong?
Treby?
Something's off. It's that strong feeling again. Is it Trian?
Trian?
No.
Trinon?
It's not Trian this time.
Was I right? Was I right that it's a fake out and we're losing Trinon this time?
It's Trinan. Trinan is in danger.
I always say her name wrong and I don't know why. But I had a feeling, like, everybody was like, oh, Trian's gonna die, and, like, I could see it. Oh.
I win this round of escorting the bathers home.
Can you two stop being gay for 5 minutes? But I thought, like, I was willing to buy into the fact that it was Trian, but, like, people were going off the trailer quotes, and I was like, I get that it's, like, one of them dying, but this sounds, like, too, like, subdued to be Trian. This has to be Trinan. Like, I always in the back of my mind, I was like, this sounds like Trinan saying goodbye, not Trian. But I never said anything. Because I was just willing to accept, like, oh, okay, we're setting up Trian, and it's a whole thing, da-da-da, and Trinon is, like... Trinon's, like, the most important one to them. Because, like, they've set up, like, oh, when Trian dies, Treeby's gonna become the gatekeeper, which means Treeby would be the next one to go. And thus, Trinon, whose entire thing is she's the one who perceives and interprets prophecy. So they came to a decision at some point, presumably a long time ago, that Trinon is the most important. What's funny, Allie, is actually, they were gone. You missed an entire lore dump extended conversation about splitting souls. You missed an entire cutscene about Hyacinth and Naglaya and Tribby talking about how Tribby's divinity works and why they're a child. You missed all of that and came back just in time for these two to be back on screen. You did also miss them being even gayer. But yeah. It was like white screen. It was a black screen with white text and a lot of innuendo and a lot of grunting. But also, Trinon might be dying. Because Tribby kind of collapsed at the end of that scene and was like, is it Trian again? Is it Trian dying? But she said, wait, no. This feels like it's coming from Trinon. I pronounce her name different every time I say it, I swear. I'm sorry. And I, like, went on my big rant about how everyone in Amphoreus is splitting their souls, and how I've always had this doubt in the back of my mind that Trian is the one who's gonna die. Anyways, back to the gays.
How does one contender alone make a valid competition?
Offering a compliment or two wouldn't be the end of you, you know.
Haikas.
I'm so glad they're letting Mighty swear.
What is that word? Is that your native tongue?
He's swearing, Finon, don't worry about it.
It means hyena. I'm likening you to a weak hyena. By the way, you emphasized the completely wrong syllable.
It means hyena, okay.
Though we've been acquainted for some time, I have rarely heard you talk in the ancient tongue of Kremnos.
It's because I'm not exactly a master at it either. I can listen and read just fine, but when it comes to writing...
Okay, but you translated an entire slate. So, like, you translated 2 slates. So, like, you can definitely, well, I guess read. But when it comes to, well, I guess that makes sense, yeah.
You can write?
You speak as if you don't have a brain.
I don't believe mighty here. It doesn't mean hyena, it means bastard. It definitely... I mean, it's definitely an insult, so... Not that you can write... Fine, you literally called out to Mighty across a canyon and were like, hey, can you translate this for me? Like, weak insults.
That was in jest. I understand. After all, you spent all your childhood wandering far from home.
Trinan is dying! Can we not have this right now? Like, I'm already going through it. Having 2 characters that you like in the same patch is such a death sentence. Can we not do mighty childhood angst right now?
Worry about yourself first, Deliverer. You also never mention your hometown, apart from when you need to introduce yourself.
Well, it's because there isn't much to say. Ides Elysiae is simply a tiny village that disappeared many years ago in the flames of war.
Off and on screen, basically.
The only times I get to see it are in my dreams, and in...
The trial, yeah.
And in...
Yeah, you had your whole Persona 4 moment, we know.
And in the trial from the Lance of Fury.
I knew it.
Yeah, Mighty, it's not surprising.
Yes, I saw it all. Ides Elysiae ablaze with everyone. My family, friends, and my kin. Lying in a sea of flames.
Mm-hmm.
A blood-red half-sun hung in the sky. Just like on that day. And before my eyes, that murderer.
Ooh. Every day, I swear, like... Okay, so we all know Flame Raver is 100% gonna be final, right? Like, we all know it. I'm still not over the fact that Finon's, like, gladiator title he gave himself is Dark Swords Master. And then this happens, and we're all just like, oh, that mysterious Dark Swords Master that attacked the Grove. I know his Impact Third lore, yeah. I mean, even aside from that, I feel like it's like, of course it's gonna be Finon. Anyways, people are, like, talking about it, but I have yet to see people talk about it through the lens of, like, Finon having to deal with the fact that he himself is the one who destroyed his hometown. Like, that's gonna destroy him. He's gonna lose it. I want the Persona 4 shadow confrontation between those 2.
Killed Cyrene.
Cyrene? Her name's not Cyrene, it's Cyrene?
Killed Cyrene.
It's not Cyrene? Hello? I have not heard a single person read that as Cyrene before. Well, I know you're saying it's Cyrene, don't let them gaslight you, but also, you're talking to me via text, so you could just be saying it's Cyrene, don't let them gaslight you.
But I saw its form this time. A black cloak, an eerie mask, and a broken giant sword that carried an ominous aura.
I'm sorry, I know we're having Finon angst now, which thank you for sidestepping the mighty angst for Finon angst, because I can at least make fun of Finon, because I love him, but he's just so easy to bully. I hear Cyrene, and I just think about how Adventurine's voice actor calls him Rini. Like, that's all I can think about, is I just think of how Camden calls Adventurine Rini. So that's just all I can think about when I hear that.
I fought it in the trial. But even though I've been fighting, improving, and resolutely getting stronger all this time, I still couldn't defeat it.
You can't defeat your bad alternate future timeline self, Finon, I know. It's a struggle. That's why you need the JRPG party behind you, to defeat your shadow self.
You were blinded by hatred, and almost lost yourself in that trial.
That's right. And that's why I am truly thankful to you, Mighty Mouse.
You finally picked up some manners. Better late than never.
Then what about you, Mighty? What did you see in that trial? What do you fear?
You can't make a Persona music here joke when I'm literally saying Persona 4 Shadow. Oh, and the subtle expression shift because he was smiling at teasing Finon, and then, yeah.
There is no word for fear in the Kremnoan language.
Yeah, this is why he doesn't speak Kremnoan. It's because there's no words in this language, apparently.
I'm getting the feeling that your language has no words at all.
At least someone said it.
But to answer your question, I saw Akuma in the trial. As well as...
Oh, this is such a pretty scene. Don't mind me just taking a screenshot. Kremnoan versus Mem language. Which has more words?
My old comrades.
Oh, is this we're getting Mighty POV of the section he got beforehand?
Festion. Perdiccas. Ionius. Ptolemy. And Possesta. Ever since I returned from the Sea of Souls, these 5 have been by my side.
I think this guy is the one who wrote the readable you can pick up next to Mighty where he stands on the rooftops. The one who was writing a book about the legacy of Kremnoan kings.
We faced life and death together during our days in exile. Those 10 years were arduous, yet filled with moments worth treasuring. Each night, we would gather by the campfire, savoring honey brews and singing our hearts out.
Okay, so... why does the Mighty timeline get more confusing every time I hear about it? Okay, so... but also, I was right that he didn't go right to Akuma. Okay, so it's... Mighty was sacrificed as a baby and was adrift in the Sea of Souls for 9 years. And then he returned to Castrum Kremnos and became a war hero. And then self-exiled for 10 years with only 5 people who left with him. And then he made the deal with Aglaya, and the end of the Chrysos War happened, where he killed his dad, and he took all his people with him to Akuma. Is that the timeline we're working with? Is that the timeline we're working with?
The wind in the wilds of Amphoreus smelled like rust. Festion would always tease me about adding goat milk to the honey brew, claiming I ruined the blood-red color of the drink. He had a scrawny figure, but was a relentless force on the battlefield, dispatching foes without so much as a blink.
But I was like, personally thinking, I was like, I couldn't place it on the timeline, but I did have it in my head that I was like, oh, Mighty could definitely do, like, wilderness survival and be fine. I was thinking of him more as being young and, like, the return to Castrum Kremnos, because it depends on where the cliff is and how he crawled out of hell, basically. Because I was specifically thinking of, like, his preteen self doing wilderness survival alone, and, like, how many deaths would he undergo with the trial and error of wilderness survival at, like, 12 or 13. Because I was also of the mind that he was a few years old when his dad killed him. Don't you know the Greeks drank as babies? I mean,
Perdiccas was an expert in concocting medicines, delving into all those strange folk remedies. Leonius was a swift runner, and our most reliable messenger.
but yeah, this is also... I made a joke once about how Phynon is our, like, tragic Greek protagonist of the current day, but Mighty, like, had his own Greek tragedy that had already concluded, and so this is, like, his adventuring party, basically. They're just giving preteen Mighty beer fun uncles? Maybe.
Ptolemy was a real bookworm, always spouting off in chapters and verses. When we left Kremnos, he made off with a stack of ancient tomes from the Grand Library. Not like it mattered, as my family owns the library. And then there was Possesta. He was the silent type, but a truly masterful musician.
This is the first time I've heard you mention these five. And their names.
They died on the battlefield before the Kremnoan detachment managed to join Akuma.
Yeah, or... Okay, I guess the self-exile might just be when he left and this didn't happen. So he was born, he was sacrificed, he was adrift, he came home, war hero, self-exiled, and he took these five, and this was like his main friend group with the rest of the detachment. But they were also wandering for 10 years before they managed to join up with Akuma and Aglaya. And then the end of the Crisis War happened where he murdered his dad. I mean, that's basically the same timeline.
Perdiccas was the first to go. He was shot in the stomach by a poisonous arrow from the people of Ladon in the second month of cultivation. In the end, his remedies mended all but himself.
Oh no, they all have the Greek tragic, ironic deaths, no.
Midamos, do not mourn. I have achieved honor by bestowing a noble death upon the enemy.
Leonius died in the 5th winter. Idonia's snowstorm lasted 3 full months. On the night of the fiercest storm, our foes launched their assault.
Why were you in Idonia during your exile, though? You were just wandering about. You weren't, like, doing war stuff, I don't think. Well, I get they were kind of a mercenary band, I think was an implication at some point. Though that was more an implication with Aglaya's in their deal, I think. But also, no, they're doing the A thing, where it's the shot of everybody and they vanish one by one. This is so sad.
Idonia. Is that the city Castorus used to live in?
Yeah.
Yes. Those zealots were as fearless as Kremnoans in the face of death. But they lacked respect for honor. They cornered us in the bottomless swamp. Leonius covered for our retreat. They cut his legs off. He vanished into the mire of a foreign land. His body never to be recovered.
Oof.
This is perfect. Mighty Most, I can finally deliver the news of you ascending the throne to the Nether Realm.
Oh yeah, and he was, did they say he was the runner? Leonius was the runner. Yeah.
20 dusks later, we finally breached the walls of Idonia and entertained the usurper's plea for peace. However, the rebels refused to surrender and set up an ambush within the city.
Why were you fighting Idonia, though? I mean, I guess they were a military band and they got hired, but...
Ptolemy and his cavalry met their end before they could even relish our triumph. Those obelisks that collapsed after being set on fire became their final resting place.
My Deimos, please tell my family. It was not cunning schemes that vanquished Ptolemy, but the immense weight of Amphoreus' entire history.
Yeah, the bitter irony.
Then, it was Pacesta. He lured the enemies into the city of Aenionis with his melodies, buying us invaluable time. Our enemies, consumed by indignation when they discovered the trick, set the entire city and my soldiers on fire. His final words were recorded on a small clay tablet, fractured by the flames.
Okay, this is really sad and tragic, but that's kind of hilarious. Who has time to write out your final words on a clay tablet and make sure it's, like, preserved? I mean, I guess it was because of the fire, but kind of ridiculous, I'm sorry.
Don the crown.
Oh, yeah.
And at last, my most trusted friend, Hephaestion. He was supposed to stand by my side through it all. But a sudden relapse of his illness hit him on the eve of my duel against my father.
Right at the end.
He hid his condition from me. By the time I returned victorious, he had but a breath left in him.
A Kremnoan dying on a sick bed? I would be a laughingstock to everyone.
Hephaestion, my dear friend, spare your strength. I'll go get a physician.
No need. Even if Perdiccas were here, he couldn't stop destiny from taking me away.
No! None can take you away.
Ugh. The desperation.
My Deimos, our king, do not shed tears for me. It's not befitting of your status.
Snowy found dead in 3.1. Yeah! We all knew, but man! They really went hard on this, huh? And then he was alone.
Farewell, my dear friend. You must lead us back home.
Man, yeah, and it's... Of course he wants to lead everyone back home, but he wants to change things, and he thinks he can only do one or the other. And he's so afraid of it, but it's what everyone wants for him, and it's just, man...
What a grave trial indeed. Now I understand why you see immortality as a defect, or even a curse.
My father threw me into the sea of souls to break the wheel of karma. But little did he realize it would grant me an immortal body and summon a fated revenge on his head. Following his demise, I considered leading my people back to our homeland. Kremnos had already turned it into a wasteland. Only darkness and insanity thrived there.
Yeah, so he made the deal with Aglaia, which... Technically, I think he made a deal as, like, a mercenary corps captain. And that's why they were, like, allies at the end of the war, because they do mention a deal with Aglaia in the fragment flashback after Mighty kills his dad. So they had a deal with her then, but I guess then they made a deal to move in.
Against the dissent of many, Krateros included, I made the Kremnoan detachment stay in Akama. But I know that their glory will never be doused out.
Also notes with Mighty, his hair was a lot longer. Yeah, it might be stylized, but it did also look different and longer, yeah.
The instant of strife shall inevitably arrive.
How did he... Yeah.
If you take over Nikodor, then you must begin the journey back to your homeland. So, you hesitate because you think leaving your people in the Holy City is a better choice?
I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Rebuilding in the middle of the apocalypse is really hard.
I don't know.
But yeah, also, it's a lot. If he takes them all back home like they want and they all die, that's on him when he could have forced them to stay.
But I have never been crowned. Those 5 were never endowed with any titles. None is aware of their glory.
I mean, you're still the prince. So I think you could give them titles if you wanted.
Your predicament is truly complicated.
And he's not even getting into all of it.
I don't know how I can give you any useful advice. Maybe you could seek counsel from more people, such as the Grand Craftsman. Cartonis' people seem to have been through comparable dilemmas. And that teacher of yours, Krateros?
We've got a big problem. Big problem!
The Reds are truly going through it this patch.
Lady Tribby, what's making you so flustered?
Hurry up and go save Trina! She got abducted by Krateros!
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Hasn't Mighty gone through enough? I know, Ash, you didn't see Kratos yesterday. Mighty talked to him.
What's going on?
How the hell are you here? I thought only the Chrysosairs could get here. Anyways, Mighty had a whole conversation with this guy where they talked about how Mighty wants to, like, rewrite some of their traditions and is considering, oh, I know what's going on here. Mighty was considering, giving up Strife to Finon, and Krateros basically said, if you do that, you're not my prince anymore. So, I think he's abducted Trinon and is trying to undergo the trial himself, which, oh boy.
Mighty-mos. It seems I was the one who exposed my vulnerabilities first.
This is also the guy who had the Watcher title. The guy who was in that group with the Watcher title that Gorgo asked to watch over Mighty, basically. This is that guy.
Laya, I demand an explanation.
This man abducted Trinan by force and forced her to bring him to the vortex of Genesis.
Okay, well that makes sense how he got here. Yeah, this is- I sent you a screenshot about the Watcher title because I knew that would get you excited. This is that guy, yeah.
He then brazenly stepped into the trial of the Lance of Fury. And naturally failed.
He actually did it.
Is she telling the truth? Why did you do that?
Damn, at least the man was able to get himself- well, no. Finon stayed because Nikodor, like, granted him celebration for what he was able to accomplish. This guy, I guess, got kicked out because he sucked really bad.
Because I don't want to wait anymore. Your hesitation made me desperate.
Yeah.
If you want to run away from your destiny to become king, then keep running. Someone will eventually stand up and fill in the gap left by strife. Then they will lead our people home.
Age has blinded you, teacher.
Which is what somebody said yesterday. I don't remember if it was Kat or Allie. But somebody said this yesterday when we were watching.
Can't you see that I'm hesitating because of this very recklessness seared into your blood?
Krateros, do you truly believe you're worthy of entering the trial? To blaspheme against the prophecy? Does the mission we Chrysos heirs bear seem like child's play to you?
Do you know how the Kremnoans see you, Aglaya?
Yeah, they don't like her.
You're a hypocrite and a megalomaniac. The prophecy of Genesis and the flame chase journey are just excuses for you to seize power.
Silence, Kratos. Do you even know what you're saying?
Are you defending this woman, Mighty Mos? How many wars did people start because of her and her so-called prophecy? How many cities fell in the past millennium? Their people massacring each other.
To be fair, it was Tribios' prophecy, not Aglaya's. Aglaya has just become, like, the face of it all.
Even if this so-called Genesis really exists, will there be a place for the Kremnoans in that new world?
Interesting that they hesitate about that.
Are you done talking? By agreement between the Chrysos heirs and the Council of Elders, those who trespass upon the vortex of Genesis need not be tried by the Council. I am allowed to pass judgment alone.
Aglaya kill. I fully expect her to do so, but I feel really bad for Mighty. Because this is his teacher, like, we just got through talking about how he lost the 5 closest friends he ever had. This is, like, the one other person he's had through it all. And they're disagreeing right now for very obvious reasons, but I don't want Mighty to lose another person, so I just feel real bad.
Amphoreus, your actions are unforgivable. I hereby sentence you.
Sorry, I love women more. Honestly, fair.
Aggie, wait!
Like, I wouldn't blame Aglaya for doing it, because this is ridiculous, and, like, a huge trespass upon, like, everything that she's sworn to defend and protect and uphold. I just feel really bad for Mighty.
We have a proposal. Someone has to resolve this conflict between the cities.
Yeah, Aglaya has every right here. I just don't feel good about it. Like, I'm not blaming her at all. I really wish this guy hadn't done this. I really wish Kratos hadn't done this, because it is such a lose-lose situation. Aglaya has every right, and I wouldn't hold it against her. I just feel bad, because it's like this guy put Mighty in an impossible situation. Again.
Lord Kratos did not use violence to harm us. We can sense that his anxiety stems from his concern for his people's future. Please, Aglaya, hear us out first.
I'm listening.
I'm sorry, Lord Kratos. We were so preoccupied with deciphering the fragments of prophecy that we neglected those of you not favored by its message. Her accusations were harsh, but justified.
So, does the prophecy specify the people who will be saved and then not mention others? Like, is it not just the general catch-all, the world will be saved? That, like, because I had not picked up any, like, obviously the Aukmans don't like the Kremnoans because their cities have been at war forever, but is it... I thought they were just here because this was, like, Kefali was protecting this city and all the other Titans aren't able to protect their cities anymore. Like, Orynyx isn't able to protect Yanisopolis, I guess, even though they hadn't, like, lost themselves to the Black Tide yet, and Circe's was able to protect the Grove until recently. So I thought they just came here because, like, this was the city that they had. Is there, like, something in the prophecy that says specifically, like, go to Akhma, these people will be the ones who survive? Can someone protect the littles? I feel worse for Tribia and Hermes. That's fair. That's also fair. Like, I'm not defending this guy at all. I just feel really bad for Mighty. because he's going through it constantly, and people keep making decisions around him because they really don't have time, and he just wants so much more time to think. But you feel bad for Mighty right now too? Yeah, it's the Greek tragedy and ironies again. Mighty's immortal and he's had so much time to think, but he keeps thinking in circles and he hasn't come up with an answer, and everyone else is done waiting. And so he's being pushed to... He has to choose and he doesn't want to, so he keeps stalling, so other people are starting to make drastic decisions in his place. And I just feel really bad. Those are babies. I mean, yeah, I don't like infantilizing them because it's very easy to do so, but it's just such a really hard balance to walk because, like, they are age regressors, basically. So, like, they are young and childish, and they are baby. They are babies. But, like, they're capable people, yeah. And it's just hard to strike that balance of they are baby, but they are also capable and have a lot of experience and wisdom. Yeah, it's just... but they are baby, though.
We wish to earn your trust and those of the Kremnoans. I think the best way to do that is to take you to witness the source of the prophecy for yourself.
Is this how we get to Yanisopolis? I would trust them to walk home by themselves, but they have a child's mindset? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, I think. Wait, but I thought this was gonna be an us thing. What do you mean you can just time hop like this?
How are you going to show me something that has no form?
You've heard about that Outlander, right? She has somehow made a connection with Orynyx.
Okay.
Can completely replicate.
So we are still calling us into it.
We will ask for her aid. Tomorrow, at the Abyss of Fate in the Temple of Yanisopolis, we will show you everything from that distant memory, Krateros.
A fair proposal. I accept.
Until then, you will be stripped of your freedom. That is my one condition, and I will brook no argument.
That's fair.
It is not the first time I've been made someone else's prisoner. Do as you please, demigod.
Fascinates me that Mighty's just standing here silently through all this, but also he really doesn't, like, what's he gonna do here?
Teacher, why did you do this?
Forgive me, young master. But I just cannot wait any longer.
Yeah.
Ever since your father died, our people and I have been waiting for a day to revive Kremnos. We placed all of our hopes in you, but never received an answer.
Yeah, not making a decision is in and of itself a decision.
This obsession for returning home has become a sickness for our people. Wise as you are, I refuse to believe that you can't see the truth.
You have a clear head, which is why you're also incomparably alone.
Oof.
A smart person can only choose to tangle himself with the mundane of this world.
Yeah, Mighty's worked really hard to be able to keep a level head. You can see it like a fine unmentioned last patch, like, oh, Mighty gets reckless when he gets, like, really in his bloodlust. And you see hints of it during the Strife trial where he's very visibly, like, wrestling with himself and his anger. So he's worked really hard for that, but not a lot of people choose to work on that.
If you're truly capable of leading our people beyond this blood-stained fate, then prove it to me once more, Mighty Mos.
He would love to, I'm sure, but he's so afraid that he can't, that he is scared to try.
Just as you did back then.
Trailblazer point of view switch? If we go to anyone else, I'll be really surprised. Oh, nope, mighty flashback! I was wondering if we'd get a mighty flashback, but then when I saw the transition thing and I went, oh, we're leaving, okay.
A fierce fighter. I did not expect such heroism from a feeble Akeman.
Ayo? What a CG. And with the sun behind him. Ooh, and yeah, like I was saying, Ash, you weren't here for this yesterday. But I was talking about how they've talked about Mighty using a lance to kill his father or a spear. And I was talking about, why is Mighty an adult? Well, because this is the end. Like, they talked about there was 10 years in exile, so that's at least him being 20. He's at minimum 20 by the time this whole situation happens, because he spent, depending on how old he was, which was either 0 to a few years old, when he was cast into the Sea of Souls, and then he was adrift for 9 years, came back, and then was in Kremnos for some amount of time, and then exiled himself for 10 years, and then this happened. So he's at minimum 20 here. Well, at minimum he's 19, but... Oh, but yeah, what I was saying yesterday, I was talking a lot about how, spears and lances, or, well, lances specifically, are more of, like, a honorable knightly weapon, which I feel like isn't something a lot of, like, video game people think of, because it's typically always swords, but, like, jousting and lances and knights on horseback is a very common association with the honorable knight. And there's a difference between a lance and a spear, and like a Roman spear would be more of a symbol of, or a Greek spear would be more of a symbol of, I think, unity, because it's like the everyman's weapon, and they fight in formation in groups. So anyways, there's just a lot of symbolism with this being Mighty's weapon, and then he kills his father, and then he discards it to fight barehanded, which is very personal and violent, and to use a word that the games use, it's very beastly in a sense. So very few people will go on about like weapon symbolism, and I'm no expert in weapon symbolism, but it is a topic I find very fascinating. So just the idea of Mighty using this heroic unifying weapon until he kills his father, and then everyone wants him to become king, and he discards it to fight barehanded with his magic blood crystals, is very interesting to me.
Fulfill your duty as the victor, warrior, and tell me your name. I seek an honorable death from you.
And he didn't even, okay, because if Mighty's not hiding his identity now, then this is his dad just straight up not recognizing him, which is wild. Because Mighty didn't spend a lot of time in Kremnos, but he spent enough time there that people considered him not just their crown prince, but a hero. And I feel like he can't have become, like, a hero to the people just by surviving hell, basically. So I feel like there has to be some amount of time he spent in Kremnos, and they talk about, Finon's mentioned Mighty spending a portion of his life, or a large portion of his life, fighting alongside and with Nikador. Which I guess, if during his 10 years of exile campaign he could have been, you could argue that. But I feel like he had to have spent some time in Kremnos fighting on behalf of Kremnos to have that reputation. So for his dad to not recognize him here is wild. Also, potentially Rip Mighty looking like his mom? Definitely doesn't look like his dad, so he has to resemble his mom to some extent, but man.
As if you have any honor. Listen closely. I am the leader of the Kremnoan detachment, Midimos. I'm here to finish you, father.
He just didn't know. So, if Mighty didn't return home at all, and this is his dad realizing his son is still alive, which would make sense in like a Greek tragedy storytelling perspective. I feel like that's sort of how things tend to go in Greek mythos, is this would be his return home and killing his dad, and then he doesn't complete the journey and he turns around and goes back to Akma. I feel like that makes sense on like a Greek myth level. But then how did he become the hero to the people? And when did he pick up like the Kremnoan detachment? That he just, like, his dad had to have known he was alive, unless he just like went around at like the lower city and picked people up and they all left. But that can't be the case, because people knew he was the crown prince and that he left because they called him a traitor. How are we getting more details about the Mighty timeline, but it still gets more confusing?
It is you, the beast spurned by all. So you did defy death. The prophecy was true. You will bring an end to my Kremnoan dynasty.
Okay, so he didn't return home at all. Could it potentially be age issues? I mean, maybe? It could also be like he went around and said who he was and just his dad and advisors like didn't believe it. Like if he only went to the lower city and it was just rumors of like the crown prince returning from death, it would be very possible, I think, for like his dad and like the royal court or whatever to ignore it and dismiss it as rumors. Like, I feel like this could work, it just is a lot more complicated than it needs to be.
Defy? You're wrong. Death fears me. It's the reason I have this body of steel.
Okay, but banger line, though.
As for you, you already stand at death's door, Father. You were the one who threw me into the Sea of Souls. The one who tried in vain to enslave a Titan. And the one who desecrated the body of a god.
Okay, so did Mighty know about the experimentation? Because in that case, he would know what's up with Nikador's body and immortality. It's possible he suspected but didn't know, or didn't know it was successful. I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts and a lot of headcanons I'll probably be tweaking to just ignore aspects of details.
Hyacus! You're a weak king. So weak that even the lowliest hyena is a more noble existence than you.
Oh, also obligatory, hyena is the worst insult in Kremnoan, and they have all this lion imagery. Sure, Lion King, okay. It's still incredibly funny that they don't give us the actual spelling. This is totally a curse word because they will not let people write it.
Now, fate's reckoning is upon you.
Man, this is just such pretty art, though. The sun behind him. Man.
Then swing your blade. Take my crown. Coronate yourself with an old king's blood and inherit it all. Become the new rightful king of Kremnos.
No. I don't want the crown. Listen. If there's only one end for the kings of Kremnos, then the crown means nothing to me.
The coup his mom wanted.
All I want is your life. To avenge Mother and my comrades.
Yeah.
But the walls of Kremnos will not fall with me. Do you truly think you can escape fate's grasp, my son?
Yeah.
You and I, we're both the same. We feast on strife and fear. Now, kill me!
He doesn't want to become his dad so bad. Why did they make this timeline so confusing? I don't know, it just gets weird. The biggest confusion in the timeline is how long ago did this happen? Because this all happened before Kremnos, like, fell to ruin, as it has now. Like, when we do our time travel back to the past of Castrum Kremnos, it is to that time period. So was that 10 years ago? Was that 200 years ago? We don't know. And it's just real weird.
The son of Gorgo is destined to be crowned in blood.
And it's a twofold meaning there. Both the founder and the lineage and his mother. A rejection of the promise they made.
Crateros. He said the Grand Craftsman Cartonus might have some suggestions. Might as well go see him.
Taking Phinon's advice.
Grand Craftsman. How have you been?
I thought we were gonna have to walk there. I was gonna say, Mother mentioned every flashback sequence we get closer to Mighty. Well, I guess Mighty would. We aren't in a situation where Mighty would be able to talk with his mother's ghost. And we did hear Gorgo yesterday. But every Mighty sequence we get closer to a situation where he interacts with either his imagined version of his mother or a flat ghost of his mother or something, and that is what's going to kill me.
King of Kremnos it is. That you would come, I knew.
Yeah, calling him the king even though he doesn't want to be.
You knew I was coming?
Your matters, I've heard. The path forward you seek. Many questions you have. But before that, take this.
Oh?
What's this?
A signet ring for the King of Kremnos. Belonged to your mother. Recast and restore it. I did.
What? Mother threw it into the Sea of Souls.
A long time to fish out it took. Very fortunate we were.
Huh. I'm so curious about the fact that the Sea of Souls is very physical. Like, I know Styxius is a city, and it's right next to the ocean, so I'm gonna assume that that's what's going on there, but like, ooh, I'm thinking about the logistics of the map to avoid thinking of the parallels between this signet ring and Mighty himself.
I can hardly imagine how much patience and courage it must have taken to find such a small signet ring in the Sea of Souls. I owe you one.
Oh, the shaky inhale gets me every time.
Gratitude there is no need for. Repayment for saving me, this is. Questions you bring with you. Ask now.
Fate I've always denied has finally caught up to me.
Yeah, he knows he has to accept it. He knows he has to accept at least one part of this. And he just really doesn't want to.
By all rights, I should accept Strife's authority. It would make everyone happy. The Chrysos heirs, the Council of Elders, the Kremnoans. Even the bards who will write it all into song.
But it might not make him happy, but also he's the crown prince. His happiness isn't really a factor in political situations. He's the prince before he's himself.
Yet hesitate still you do. Hesitate, why do you, young king?
Because of my people. Be they men, women, the elderly or children. The hearts of all Kremnoans yearn for home. They've all been waiting for this day. For the day their king returns. Children of Strife would then be able to go home and embrace the old traditions. Never mind that most of them have only ever been heard in these so-called traditions and song. It would then gather around their king and throw themselves into battle.
Yeah, and aside from his own fear, he just doesn't want that for his people.
This is not a good thing, you believe?
He's afraid he can't change it because if he gives them an inch, he's afraid they'll take a mile, and he's afraid he won't be able to stop it.
Kremnoans have been trapped in a cycle of bloodshed for the past 1,000 years. They seek vengeance, start wars, become prosperous, and decline. How much innocent blood flowed into the River of Souls in all those years? How many needless sacrifices could we have avoided?
He's truly his mother's son.
I accept that fate and become the totem of strife that lead my people into repeating the same mistakes. Then of course I would be terrified. I'd be terrified of becoming king.
Oh.
A different kind of Kremnoan you truly are.
Reconcile. Yeah, and now we're doing Yanisopolis stuff. In Triby's room.
Mama, I had a dream last night.
Oh. Now what did you dream about, my darling Trebios?
Okay, so I guess this is her mom, and not Tribios being mom. Okay. It gets confusing sometimes the way they refer to Mama.
I had a dream that I turned into many me's. Then we made the moon into a ship and made the stars into our sails. Then we floated on the ocean and let the wind blow us in any direction it wanted.
Ash found dead. Did the pretty woman get you? Pretty lady got you?
Well, that sounds like a lovely dream.
Yeah! The ocean and the sky were really, really dark, but there were so many of me that I wasn't scared at all because we'd all sing together.
Yes, but also, yeah. Weak to kid, yeah.
The ocean wind blew us onto an island where the wind tasted like flowers. There were bleating sheep and chirping birds inviting us to be their guests. There were so many animals on the island, but none of them ever fought.
And I also know this is because, of course, they're going to use Triby's design for Tribios, but there's something about Tribios being age regressed into exactly how they used to appear.
Giannis's holy maidens can receive guidance from the god of passages. Perhaps what you saw in your dream is a divine land somewhere in Amphoreus.
You think so?
Also, low-key, thank God, because I was so worried that the gentle mother in the trailer's description with the voice acting credits was Gorgo. It's Triby's mother. Makes a lot more sense because that voice was the one who did the reciting the prophecy to intro to Triby's part of the trailer. But man, I was worried thinking about Gorgo being credited as gentle mother.
What's wrong, Trebios? You look unhappy.
To be fair, it might be the same voice actor, but like I can't tell. It was also yesterday, and I do not remember voices very well.
Because on that same island, I saw a dark mountain on the other side of the ocean, and it was very, very tall. The mountain looked alive, and it kept getting closer to the island. Then I realized it wasn't a mountain, but a very, very tall wave made of water. When the wave smashed against the island, it looked like it was going to eat the island up. The small animals tried to chase it away, but they couldn't stop it.
The black tide.
Then there was a bang and I woke up.
A dark wave.
Mama, does something that scary exist in real life?
Well, Tribios, when two tectonic plates shift in very bad ways, it creates something called a tsunami.
Yes. Unfortunately, it does exist in Amphoreus, but it's very far away from our temple. We call it the Black Tide, though it has nothing to do with water. It has no shape or form, but it can swallow up animals, humans, and even titans, turning them all into monsters.
Okay, so we had the black tide, and it had corrupted at least one titan when Tribios was a child, which was at least 1,000 years ago.
Oh, the black tide is a baddie. I don't want everyone to turn into its food. Can't we chase it away?
Of course, my dear. You only need to behave well and listen to what the adults tell you. Study all the knowledge and etiquette you need, then grow up and become a proper holy maiden.
Well, I should say it was happening when Tribios was a child, and then she grew up, became the Holy Maiden, and then the black tide started getting real bad, and then that was 1,000 years ago.
The divine Yanis will then give you guidance and help you light the way for the people.
Wow, I'm gonna eat a lot and study a lot and become a holy maiden. But Mama, you said the black tide can swallow up titans too. What do we do if even Yanis is eaten?
If that happens, then the Holy Maiden will have to be the one to guide people on the right path. After all, we are the human avatars of the God of Passages, yeah?
Yeah.
But one person alone is not enough. Once you're older, you'll make a lot of friends. You must do your best to unite them, because that's also our duty as priests.
Form your RPG party. Form your D&D group. Then go forth and save the world.
Friends? Are they also like me and Mama with pretty red hair?
They might not, but they'll certainly be just as smart and kind as you.
Mama?
Yeah.
Am I dreaming?
Don't be silly, dear. Of course you're not dreaming. I've always been by your side.
I knew there'd be a ghost, Mother. I knew there'd be a ghost, Mother.
What?
Now be a good girl and call your friends over too.
Doll.
Let's play hide and seek, just like we used to, okay? My Tribios is the smartest girl. I'm sure you remember where everyone is hiding.
Merch when?
The voice sounds so far away. I don't remember. Who am I looking for?
Your friends, who will chase the black tide away alongside you, of course.
Is this from my childhood? I don't remember.
Passages ripples. Passages, knocking echoes in dreams. A dream carries us back to memories long faded by time, and this dream mirrors the profound fears within our hearts.
Use the spindle to connect everyone. Am I dreaming? I used to sit here and listen to Mama tell stories. Oh, how I wish to see you again, Mama.
Yeah. So is this her room in Yanisopoulos or her room now? I feel like this is her room now. But anyways.
There will be an amazing captain on that big ship. She's cheerful, optimistic, bold, and cautious. She'll be able to get everyone together.
That's you, Treeby.
Wow, that's amazing! Can I be the captain?
Of course you can. But you'll find someone else who's better for the job, my dear. I think that person lives in a beautiful temple that sits atop a hillside, covered in golden fig trees.
Aglaya.
There's a noble girl there who's very smart, but also very delicate.
Aglaya, yeah.
Just like Mama?
Perhaps. But before we find the captain, the ship also needs someone who can navigate it. Who could that be?
We're crafting a one-piece AU as we speak.
Let me think. I know! She's Treeby! I named this doll after myself?
I think you named yourself after the doll.
I don't remember it all. Is this a dream? Or something that happened in the past?
Alright. Ooh, lots of things to interact with.
It's packed full. Mama must have left all of these for me.
Is this how you store slates? I feel like this is not a very... Well, I mean, it's an efficient way of storing slates, but I feel like this doesn't preserve them very well.
All the words are blurred out. Could it be that my memory is fading?
Either that or that you can't read in a dream.
That chest! You can't lock me away!
Trian's in there. I want to see if there's anything else to interact with besides the dolls.
Learning can change your destiny.
There we go.
Blackboard? And what is that drawing? Doesn't ring a bell at all. Perhaps it's just a childhood doodle.
It's your rocket, silly.
Huh? Why is this doll inside a chest? It's holding a sword. Why?
Many years later, many brave warriors will board this ship. They're skilled combatants who fear no danger.
Ooh, I can learn how to fight too and protect everybody!
Yeah, this one's Trian.
Silly girl. You're Yanisopoulos' holy maiden. It's not your duty to fight. There will be many others to protect you.
Alright. Then where will they come from?
I believe one warrior hails from a lovely village where bulrushes flourish, while another comes from a magnificent royal city. Though each has their own troubles, both are ready to lend their strength for the ship's long voyage.
Yep. I was wondering, because it was a sword, I was like, I wonder if they're just going to do Finon, or if because Finon's weird past nonsense, if it's just going to be Mighty, but they did both of them.
In that case, let Trian fight by their side.
Yep.
This way, they'll always stay on course. How could I have known the name Trian back then?
Because you named yourself after your imagination and the people you knew you'd meet one day.
Was it just a coincidence, or...?
No coincidences when your mom can see the future, honey. And then is this one going to be an Axa and or Hyacinth? I can't see. What are you holding? A piece of a tablet or a scroll, I think.
When navigating at sea, you need to know both astronomy and geography.
Isn't Yanis's knowledge enough?
Oh, sweetie. The ocean isn't like the land. It's easy to get lost. That's why it's important to learn to recognize the miracle of Aquila.
The stars?
Alright. Even though my brain is already super duper smart, I'll still try my very best.
Circe also favors children who try their best. They will send a wise scholar as everyone's teacher to help you reach your dreams.
I want to be a teacher too! Oh, wait. I'm super duper smart. So I want to be the teacher's teacher!
Why not? But if you're going to be a teacher, you might need to tone down that hyper energy of yours.
Thus, Trinon.
Then Trinan can do it. She's well behaved and would make a great teacher. Mama and the others always said that I had a great memory. But now, I can't even tell if this is a memory or a dream.
Everybody else is off the boat, by the way. Castorus, not on the crew. Hyacinth, not allowed on the boat. Cypher, kicked off 3 ports back.
Come, let's line them up.
One last check of investigation. Door we can't open. Line them up. Oh, back in this.
Now, Trebios, set them on this music box and let them compose a melody for our song.
That's a music box?
Music box? What's that?
Sweetheart, are you still groggy from your nap? You invented it.
I invented it? What does it do?
Oh, my lovely Trebi. You're usually so bright. What's gotten into you today? Well, you might as well see for yourself. Put your good friends on it and see the wonders it can do.
Yeah, this is a dream.
Put the dolls on. It's rotating. And I can hear something.
Alright, we gotta memorize the melody because it's gonna come back later to be real sad.
That's right. It's a music box. If you place the dolls in the right spots, it will start rotating and play beautiful music. Out of all your inventions, this one is my favorite.
I don't remember.
It's all right, my child. I'll sing along to the tune, and it will help jog your memories.
Oh, no.
Happiness abounded in this lush land by God's chosen. Giants raised their glasses in a toast, beheld by the 12 constellations.
Enjoy your nap, Allie. I will indeed have fun. I'll do my best. You can come and watch later. Oh, we're already 3 hours in. Oh, boy.
3 carved the heavens and the earth. 3 wove the threads of fate. 3 molded life with their hands. And 3 guided calamity's gate.
Barbie. Every day we get closer to Truby made up the prophecy herself.
They declared the world too unstirring, hence wished endless laughter upon the living.
Yeah, and this is the song/poem she recited in 3.1 at the 3.0 at the beginning.
Thus you and I were created, with words and song to weave, and love and intimacy to give. Thus creation was complete. Who then will bear the weight of humanity's souls, to lighten the steps of the living as a whole?
She either made the music box for this song, or she made this song for the music box.
O great Kephale, all-knowing Father of stature so tall, yet low does their gaze willingly fall. With light of dawn heavy upon their shoulders, golden blood spills unto the land, converging into a boiling river that flows to the heroic heirs of this world.
No.
What's going on?
I was not prepared for that one. I was not prepared for that one. Oh boy. Creepy Penacony nightmare lullaby music box.
Oh yes, please lend me your ears.
Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that.
In the black mist, as death and fate draw close, On the bloodied earth, the living and dead, but ghosts. What is this world? It mirrors your maze-like fate. What is this world? A silent lament without a trace.
I'm getting actual chills. Oh, this is creepy as hell.
What is the past? Wandering ghosts that linger. What is the future? Souls scattered by fate's finger.
Oh, I love how they're doing this, but this is so freaky.
What is the start? A voyage born in solitude. What is the end? A spirit, lonely and subdued. Lonely and subdued. And subdued. And
Ooh.
subdued. 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 Subdued.
Oh.
Subdued. Run! Trivios, run! The black tide has arrived!
Oh, I'm getting such chills.
Where can I go?
Tuscapur, not now! You're supposed to be dealing with this, actually. Aren't you supposed to eat bad dreams? Okay, nothing to... Ah! Ah! I can't tell if that's just loading issues or if they're really popping in. No, they're just popping in. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, why are they floating? Why are they floating? This isn't actually, like, creeping me out. Like, I'm not scared or anything, but I am like, oh, this is freaky and it's kind of cool. But also, it's so freaky.
This is the sacrifice of a holy maiden. You won't make it to the end.
I mean, we knew, but, somebody translated the prophecy in the Golden Epic PV. The prophecy that, like, wraps around Trebios at the beginning says, like, you will, and then they do a shot of part of it, which is you will shatter into 1,000 fragments and then wither in the soil of foreign lands. But then there's a second part that you only see if you translate the bits that are, like, wrapped around her wrists at the beginning. And it says something about, like, your death will come in gold? Something in gold? I have the screenshot somewhere. I'm gonna try and pull it up. Yes. You shall die with a wound in your blank, but it starts with B, so we're assuming it's back. You shall die with a wound in your back. And you shall shatter into 1,000 fragments and wither in the soil of foreign lands. You shall have your final bath in warm and radiant gold. Who? Yeah, and I didn't translate that myself. I got that from the Lality lore video analyzing it, and Lality credits the person who translates it in that video. But, ooh.
Only one person can.
Only one person can. Every day, the theory that everybody dies at the end and Phynon gets all 12 core flames. Every day the theory grows stronger. You and Trivia and Aglaya know that they're going to die.
It's fine if we can't reach the end. Our minds are made up.
Yeah.
Go. Bid your farewells, Trivians. Time's running out.
Looks at Impact Third. I don't know the full Flame Chaser story. I'm kind of afraid to look it up because if Amphoreus parallels it too closely, I don't want to know it all in advance.
Mama, are you going to leave me?
Oh, Chibi.
My sweet girl. I will never leave you. But remember this, Trevios. all shall bid farewell to one. And that person alone will witness the miracle.
Only one shall live till the end, and they alone will witness Era Nova. It's Finon! Finon's the only one who's living, and everybody else is... To be fair, it could be that everybody else just dies because of reasons and tragic Greek ironies. But also, I so firmly believe that everybody has to sacrifice themselves in some way to give Finon all the core flames, and it's gonna make a Stellaron.
Since your mind is made up, then traverse the black tide and dispel the fog for Amphoreus. I shall see you tomorrow, my dearest Trevios.
You know too much about the Flame Chasers? Yeah. Oh, Trebios. No, Trebi.
Are we still in a dream?
Did you have a nightmare?
Maybe. But it's been a long time since we had any dreams.
Yeah.
It's not yet the entry hour. You still have plenty of time to rest.
No. Our heart is still racing.
It must be that reckless Kremnoan soldier who startled Trinan. And you as well. If you want, I can pass through his chest with the golden thread right now.
Aglaya, stop threatening to kill people for tribute. Don't, actually. I think it's really cool and hot of you, actually. But Aglaya, please, this cannot be your go-to solution.
Aggie, cut it out with the scary talk.
I'm just kidding. If I were serious, I wouldn't have waited until now.
That's not as reassuring as you want it to be.
Do you want to talk about the dream? Keeping it bottled up is not good for your health.
We had a dream about Mama. The dream itself was nothing. It's just the timing that feels a bit unsettling.
I mean, I feel like that dream did have a lot in it, but you know, to each your own. I'm not the maiden of prophecy who receives prophecies. So, you know, what do I know?
You mean...
It's Trian. Even if we refrain from ever using the power of the Century Gate again, her soul continues to slowly drift away from her body.
Yeah.
There isn't much time left.
Perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad idea to let her relinquish her role as the gatekeeper and live out her days as a carefree child.
You have a point, Aggie, but our decision has already been made on that matter.
Plus, and this feels really mean and bad to say. This feels really bad to say. But if we need a Century Gate in the next few days, it makes way more sense to have Trian do it if she's already dying and there's no, like, we've already crossed the point of no return. Rather than have Tribi or Trinon, quote-unquote, waste one of their limited Century Gates. It feels really mean and bad to say, but that is kind of like the most efficient way of prolonging Tribios' existence.
I believe there's still another way.
Souls will be spent until they dissolve into dust. Such is our fate. Once we had a whole and connected body. If that body were a tree, then its trunk and branches would share the same fate, decaying at the same pace. Now, we are fragmented into numerous selves. Despite the absence of a trunk, we are offered another possibility. We can choose how our branches will perish in a way that is most beneficial to the flame chase journey.
Yeah. Also, the tree metaphor is not helping the Nahida comparisons.
Compared with saying farewell to one person, watching many fade away before me is even more sorrowful.
But advancing is the destined end of Yanis's trial. There's no retreat in our path. Don't feel sad about saying goodbye to us. We have already agreed on this, right?
Stares at the wall. Yeah. Flame chase, do be flame chasing.
It won't be long before I forget what sorrow tastes like.
So, what would you like for breakfast, Aggie?
What? Where did that come from?
After all this talking, we are feeling a bit hungry. Plus, it's nearly the entry hour now.
I feel like Treeby is about to offer to make breakfast, but it would be really funny if she turned around and was like, alright, now let's go wake up Mighty.
Do you remember when we first met, Aggie? You were still a little one, and we caught you secretly eating oatmeal late at night.
While my emotions might be fading, those memories are still as vivid as ever, teacher. Please, let me do it. What would you like to eat?
It's fine. Leave it to us. You should rest for now. It won't take long, and we'll call you when it's done.
In that case, thank you.
And see you tomorrow, Aggie.
Always saying see you tomorrow instead of goodbye.
Nevertheless, that nightmare is ominous. Memories are slipping away. Even the image of Mama.
Yeah, if they were split into 1,000, that means that there's only not even 3 1,000ths of Tribios' soul left.
Just as expected, another trip must be made into the abyss of fate. Hopefully Orynyx will be willing to help us.
Really don't think... Well, Orynyx was like Trailblazer. Orynyx doesn't like anybody else. At the same time, Mighty... Phynon and Anaxa, interesting.
Long time no see, Professor Anaxa.
Who are you?
It's been a while. I'm the one who once overthrew the entire classroom in that spiritual physics lecture.
Oh, it's you.
Oh boy, here we go.
No way. Do you really still remember that, Professor?
I remember that glib tongue of yours. What brings you here? Surely you're not here to reminisce.
Anaxa does not care for Phynon confirmed. Bless.
You could tell.
Of course. You only beat around the bush when you have a hidden agenda.
That's not true. I'm here to seek enlightenment, as always. Could you please teach me everything you know about the black-robed swordmaster?
Ooh, Phynon looking into this. I know who said that, please. Oh boy, it's him. We all know it's himself. And it's gonna go so... He's gonna crash out so hard.
Rumors sure travel fast. Unfortunately, I too know nothing about it. I can only tell you that it is clad in a black robe and wields a greatsword. At least, it looks like a greatsword. It's shaped like a twisted half-sun.
Phynon's the only one here who wields a greatsword, I'm just saying.
And a peculiar dagger resembling a crescent moon. By the way, take this with you. I got it from the sneak attack. It's yours now.
Why?
Oh, I was right. It is this thing. The one who torched Aedes Elysiae to the ground. And killed everyone.
Don't try to be a hero. No one in Akama stands a chance against that thing right now.
Yeah, that's fair. I was gonna say we did pretty well, but Cersei's really hard carried that fight. You missed it, Ash, but I went into that fight with a Rappa break team, and it almost got real bad. It could have gotten real bad without Cersei's.
Is that what the Titan said as well?
Not at first. But the god relented after having had a taste of its power. Even with the god possessing me, I couldn't fight against that blade.
Cersei's did go real hard on that fight, though. If it was anything else than some weird inversion overlaying timeline monstrosity, Cersei's would have clutched that real hard.
That incredible power doesn't seem to be granted by any Titan.
Yeah, it's not a Titan's power, it's 10 billion failed timelines coalescing into one very angry man.
Are you suggesting that it originates from beyond Amphoreus?
That's also a possibility, but I don't know.
It's possible. Much like the Black Tide, no?
I'm still holding out for the Black Tide being related to the anti-organic life equation.
Nonetheless, it's an enemy we must overcome.
We? Drop the pipe dream, Phynon. No one wants to see you fall by their blade.
His mere presence will endanger the Holy City and the Flame Chase.
You know that I don't believe.
You don't believe in the so-called prophecy, I know. However, I'm here to seek your assistance, not at the request of Aglaya or Treeby. I just want to eliminate a threat to the city I pledged to protect. That's all. The tragedy at the Grove must never happen again.
Is it just me, or does this feel like slightly manipulative? Because you know Phynon's still bent on revenge. Like, his entire deal is he can't choose between revenge and the Flame Chase. So he's justifying this by saying, oh, I'm protecting the Flame Chase. But this is about Aedes Elysiae. And now he's saying, like, oh, I'm just eliminating this threat to Akma, and the tragedy at the Grove that you just suffered can never happen again. It feels manipulative. Like, I don't know if Phynon's doing it intentionally, and it's not like hardcore heavy manipulation, but he's definitely redirecting and lying a little bit.
Take a seat. Since you are sincerely seeking enlightenment.
And, like, I don't think he's doing it for necessarily a bad reason. Man did just fail the Strife trial because he got too lost in his anger and need for vengeance.
I suppose I can tell you one more thing.
Oh, and they're not going to tell us. Oh, they're not going to tell us, though. I actually caught a glimpse of his face, and his eyes were just like yours. No, she's hurting.
What's wrong, Trian?
She's dying.
Nothing. Just remembering what happened at the Grove. The monster in the black cloak. So scary. Everyone in danger. Nightmare. I can't forget.
Yeah, and Treeby said earlier that her speech was deteriorating too, and you can really tell now.
Don't be scared. There are no bad guys here. Didn't you save everyone with the Century Gate, Trian? Trian threw it away. Far, far away. It's never coming back.
Well, based on that cutscene we saw of the Flame Raver attacking all three of them. Oh man, if Trian dies thinking she failed, I'm going to cry. I'm calling it right now. If Trian dies protecting them and apologizing because she failed to throw it far enough away, I am going to sob.
We got back safe from the Grove because of you, Trian. You're the reason the Flame Chase journey can continue. Sorry, Trian feels a bit dizzy. Why are we here again? For the same thing, of course. Remember? Tomorrow we will reveal the prophecy's past to everyone.
Why are you here alone?
First, we need to restore the memories that have been blurred by the fragmentation. We hope to present the full truth to everyone without hiding anything. Since Yanis caused the fragmentation, we can only turn to another Titan, Orynyx, for help. Also, remember to get breakfast ready for Aggie before the lucid hour tomorrow.
I don't think they're making it to that breakfast.
Oh, yes! Trian remembers now. Oh, on that note, we had better prepare some saffron before we meet with the Titan. Saffron? Huh, it's an essential offering for rituals in the Temple of the Three Fates. You think we shouldn't go to Orynyx empty-handed? Yes, it's also a symbol of Yanisopolis. If we are to replicate memories, we need to use something that has experienced those days. And when we first met Aggie, we added that to the porridge we made for her, and she really loved it. I see! It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone!
Don't say that when there's 3 of you! That makes me really nervous.
But it all depends on whether Orynyx is willing to help us.
I don't think they are, and I don't know if they can.
This could be a problem. After all, it was us who took the core flame from Yanis, from Orynyx's kin.
Yeah.
We'll have to give it a try. If there's truly no other way... in our current state, we probably can't do anything to them. We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Treevee, I really don't like this.
Leave it to Trian. Trian knows how to play cute.
This is true, but guys, this is gonna end real bad.
In any case, let's look for saffron first. I hope there's still some left in the temple, untouched by Nikador's soldiers.
This is...
Remember that aged saffron is preserved in sealed jars.
I'm like so tempted. If I was playing this by myself, I don't think I'd actually pause, but I'm so tempted to pause and pull up the trailer and try to find that scene where the 3 of them get attacked and see if it's the platform in front of Orynyx where they get attacked. Because if they get attacked now, among the undying divine, if they get attacked right now while they're by themselves and nobody knows where they are, oh brother. Alright. Passages, knocking echoes and dreams. Find Saffron and have an audience with Orynyx. To replicate memories and fulfill the promise to Kratos, we quietly visit the abyss of fate, searching for objects that have witnessed those years.
It's a dead end ahead. Turn back, teacher.
Oh, brother.
What? Aggie? No. It's an illusion.
Is this... Can Orynyx do illusions? I don't know if Orynyx can do this. Yanis or Tantalon? Oh, this room.
Wow, this room is huge. Trinan, did you? Yeah, I saw it. Was that a warning from Orynyx?
And I don't think Trian even saw it.
What are you two whispering about? Treevee? Trinan?
She didn't see it.
Trian can't even hear her own telecommunication.
Ooh, that too.
Well, never mind. Trian suddenly feels like this place is quite familiar.
Oh, she is slipping fast.
There's a whiff of safari in this room. It's right over there.
Oh, boy. Oh, brother.
Follow Trian. Trian, slow down.
And we know we gotta do this first. Do we have Story Treevee again? We do. Which means Jing Liu, Ling Sha, Treevee, Sunday. I actually want to check, well... 48. Yeah, this one's better.
A day of peaceful
Incense ascends.
Just pop all those real quick.
If separation is our fate, a futile death is not the solution.
It appeared again. Right here! I summon thee, Orynyx! Stir up ripples of past reverie! Something's appeared! Wait, we should read it first.
To Mr. Wincombe. Saffron Secret Recipes. For many years, Yanisopolis has relied on the rose myrtle to obtain the boon of the gods. We have spent 5 or 6 years now digging out its roots and cutting back its branches. Now this red tree is on the verge of collapse and has long since ceased to serve its purpose. Yet it still seeks to spread out its canopy and eclipse Yanisopolis from the glorious rays. We have a secret plan to fell this tree. We just need to wait for the ceremony to make a small move, and the rose myrtle will slip and fall into the abyss. Yanisopolis is built on a mountainside. There are more than a few cases of people who have lost their footing in its history. As for the next sacred tree, we were planning on selecting another puppet. As for the rose myrtle's daughter, Tribios, we'll call her Saffron for now. In my eyes, I think it would be fine to just find an excuse to off Saffron. However, Codex the Acolyte is extremely insistent on raising her to become the next sacred tree. She has undergone related education since she was a young girl, which would save a lot of work on our part. As for her identity as the daughter of Rose Myrtle, she is still young and has not yet grown wings. If we can just keep her grounded, the power of the Divine Oracle will remain tightly in our grasp. We both know that saffron's most outstanding property is that it can be cooked in so many ways. Put in porridge, stewed, or fried. No matter how you cook it, this plant will always be a delicacy. Yeah, so Ash, you probably haven't seen, this doesn't surprise me as much as it's surprising you. There's a side quest you can do with the holy maiden that came after Treeby. Because Treeby, ran away after Yanis seizing the core flame, I think. Amongst other things. But, there's this whole side quest about how they chose a random girl to be the next maiden and, isolated her from everybody else. And they were having her lie and make up prophecies for political gain and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, there was a lot of politics happening in Yanisopolis regarding the prophecies. So, this is unfortunate, but not very surprising.
Wait, this is a letter? It mentions something about Saffron and Trebios? Isn't that name... Never mind that for now. Why is this letter here? And how did Trian sense it?
I do wonder if their fragmented souls are, leaving their little divided bodies and, gathering somewhere. So maybe since Trian is, drifting further away from being Trian and further into being Trebios, if that collective is, doing something right here?
Could it be our lost memories?
I could also be just spouting nonsense.
Is it possible that we were already noticed by Orynyx and entered their trial?
I mean, by this room, you've definitely been noticed by Orynyx, yeah.
Why haven't they said a word? Orynyx has the limbs of a child. Perhaps they're toying with us on purpose.
Do they? I mean, I guess you would know better than I.
Come on, this isn't the right time to be playing games.
Glad we got that as a readable. Okay, we need to go down here after Trian.
Separation and death Reconciliation doesn't come easily for a mortal.
Okay.
Are these visions also fragments of the past?
Don't think so. I mean, maybe. These might be things they've said at other points in time being repurposed.
Treeby! Trinan! Look what I found! Is this the safari? Coming! We'll take a look. But Trian, there's nothing in here. What? It was right in the stolium. Huh? There's really nothing here. That can't be! I swear I saw it! I swear! Trian is telling the truth. It was right there. Where did it go? Trinan, Treeby, why aren't you saying anything? Trian can't seem to hear you at all. We were just lost in our thoughts. Don't worry, Trian. What you saw was likely, Yana's hair. We must have startled it away. Okay. Could Orynyx be trying to make us falter? But why would they do that?
Because Orynyx doesn't like you, probably?
Something feels off. Treeby, don't you think this temple is a little too quiet?
That's also true. There's definitely something weird going on here besides Orynyx being unhappy.
What do you mean? It might just be an illusion. But Trinan wonders, is Orynyx really putting us through a trial?
Yeah, I don't think this is Orynyx. I mean, I don't know who else. I don't know who else it could be, but... Where's... No, book's down there.
Still no luck finding any safari. I suppose we can do without it. Let's try to convince Orynyx. At least they didn't toss us out straight away.
Can they? I'm certain they would have done it with us if they could. Getting real nervous. High five for good luck.
Whoa, Treeby, Trinan,
Oh,
so cool.
don't like that.
There are so many of us now. Trian.
Why can I walk on? Don't like this. What was that sound? It sounded like someone was gonna start crying. Whoop. Don't. Interesting on the map there. I'm real nervous where.
It's really quiet
Oh.
here. Do all Titans live in dark places like this?
Uh-oh. 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 So Ash, you weren't here yesterday, so you might not know this. These are monsters specifically from the Black Tide. Like, there's other, like, you can corrupt Titankin and corrupt people, etc., and, like, they'll have corrupted forms and whatnot. But these things are specifically, like... Well, I guess these are just people. It is kind of like ZZZ, which you could guess because these are ZZZ monsters, basically. But, like, the nymphs that you collect for Aglaya are, like, the souls of people who died in the Black Tide, and these are their corrupted bodies without soul or without thought. Yeah, that's totally the platform where we're gonna get ambushed. Oh boy. I don't know if I want to use this team for this. I'm gonna do it. If we fail, we switch to Acheron. But we're gonna try. Oh. I don't... Was this here last time we were here? Was this Gash here last time we were here? It might have been. I wasn't paying too much attention, but, Oryx's shadow is definitely not in the mists like it was last time. And those flames are not lighting up as we walk by. And that trailer did show us fighting over Oryx's core flame. So ether? Yeah, basically. It's basically ether corruption. So, remember how in the trailer, Anaxa was fighting off a swordsman? Oh, and they were, like, fighting right over Oryx's core flame? So I think Oryx is dead. And I think this is about to go really, really bad. Oh boy. Because last time when we were here with everybody else, these lit up. And you can't see the silhouette, the eye isn't lighting up. Treeby, you should not have come here. Trebios, you should not have come here alone.
What's going on? Oryx disappeared?
Oh no. Is this a POV switch? We're doing a POV switch. Oh no. Oh no.
Are you saying that the black-robed swordmaster is not just tied to the Black Tide, but is also hunting for core flames everywhere?
Yeah, oh no.
This is the most plausible possibility. First, it has a vessel that can hold core flames.
Huh?
Second, I'm one of its targets.
A vessel that can hold core flames. Is that the sword? Is that the sword, or is it themselves? Yeah, and one of the things he said is, you're not demigods, which is really odd that they said that because Trian was right there. But the Flame Reaver said, you are not demigods, stand aside or die, basically. So, and it was going after Anaxa because Anaxa had part of Cersei's core flame at the time, and thus counted as a demigod, I guess, or a demigod candidate, but then Castorus didn't. So it was definitely because Anaxa had the core flame.
Let's start with the first premise. Its peculiar ceremonial blade can interact with a core flame, as evidenced by the pull I felt when it stabbed into my chest.
Hello?
I hypothesized that the blade can sense, absorb, or even retain core flames.
Interesting, likely true. Side-eyeing Cyrene, getting stabbed in the chest because she had golden blood. Possibly. Remember, we talked about new theory here. Ceredra is the time demigod. Cyrene is the law demigod. Because that core flame... No, that still wouldn't make sense, because if he had her core flame, then he'd be the one upholding all the Tantalon balance and stuff. Anyway, Cyrene totally had a core flame, and it was stolen, and that's why she got stabbed through the chest.
The second premise is even more explicit. When it was engaged in fierce battle with many of us and was heavily distracted, it remained consistently focused on me. Or rather, on the Titan Cersei's inside me.
Okay.
So it's plundering the flames.
We have got to... Why is this a pirate AU now?
But if your argument holds up, wouldn't he be headed to Akama soon? The vortex of Genesis is full of the Titan's core flames.
Well...
Not necessarily. Let's call that person the Flame Reaver for now.
Thanks, Anaxa.
If my presumption holds, that person has 3 targets. The first target is me. The second target is Oryx, who hasn't yet fallen. And the third is Akama and the vortex of Genesis, where the core flames are housed.
So if the core flames are all housed in the vortex, does that mean, like, Aglaya has a connection with the core flame but doesn't actually house it? That's interesting. Like, I don't know. Like, there was no evidence otherwise. That's how I was thinking of it, is like they absorbed the core flames.
But I suspect Akuma won't be their first target. Kefali's core flame is guarded by the Council of Elders' arcane power.
Oh, interesting.
And Fagusa's water curtain should be able to block out any external perceptions.
What about Thanatos and Aquila? Their core flames are yet to be restored.
Well, no one knows where Death is, and I guess no one knows where Aquila is either. Aquila would be an option otherwise, though.
The whereabouts of Thanatos remain a mystery to all. As for Aquila, can you fly?
Yeah, that's a fair point.
No, I can't. Why are you asking that?
Fine on, please.
Can that Swordmaster fly?
He was floating!
Good point. But what if he does grow wings?
Fine on, please.
If they had wings, I wouldn't have made it out of the grove alive.
Could float, though.
That's a relief. Anyway, since the Flame Reaver has 2 targets, we need to move fast.
With the distances between Akuma, the grove, and these potential targets, I believe we should bolster our defenses and...
Bad news, Finon. Tribi is missing. The last time the 3 of them were seen was in the Abyss of Fate. Dun dun dun! Everything's gone real bad! Oh dear. Oh dear.
Are you in here? No response at all. Did they foresee that we were coming and hide in the fog?
Oryx is dead! Oryx is dead, y'all!
Tribi, we should leave. This temple has other people in it.
Oh dear.
What? Listen, footsteps. Fast ones. 3 or 4 people coming this way.
Where's Trian?
Come on, we need to hide. Whoever they are, we can't let them see us. Tribi, Trinan, come check this out.
Yep.
What's this?
Oh, and 3 or 4 people because of the clones.
Trian feels like it's so familiar.
Oh no. Get out! Get out! Oh, there it is. Yep. Yep. That's her last gate.
Tribi. See you tomorrow.
Yep. No goodbyes. See you tomorrow.
Where am I?
Yeah.
Little gray, snowy, and
That's snowy twice over to you.
wait, where's Trian? Is she back?
Oh boy.
We only saw the 2 of you collapsed on the side of the road when we arrived.
Danny and I looked around, but we couldn't find any traces of Lady Trian.
Danny. Every day we stray further from just calling him his name.
What about the black-robed swordmaster?
Blast it! Of course it's him. We were still too late. I fear something bad has happened to Orynyx's core flame.
We have lost time travel powers. Well, not time travel. We've lost the usual time travel. We have the Fully connection, so we're fine.
Then, Lady Trianne...
She doesn't have much divine power left. We can barely sense anything.
There's something to sense?
That you're both safe is already a blessing. Everyone, we must take action now. We should split into 2 groups. One group will stay in the Abyss and meet up with Aglaya's reinforcements, then search for Trianne's whereabouts. The other group will come with me to pursue the black-robed swordmaster and recover the core flame.
Do you know where it's headed?
I didn't get to tell you this before, but Anaxa and I already have our misgivings about the Black Tide, so we've made preparations. I'll tell you the details as we move. Opportunities are fleeting on the battlefield. We should hurry.
Lord Finan! Lady Treby and Lady Trinan. I'm glad you're all right.
Did Aglaya's people get here?
Yes. Lady Aglaya already knows about the situation and sent along a message. Finan, I understand that swordmaster is of great importance to you. But if you charge in without a plan, I fear that you won't be the only one who dies in vain.
Honestly, Finan might have the best chance. Because the Flame Reaver let him live once before, because it's him. And obviously he can't kill himself or else the whole time loop thing kind of falls apart. That's very basic rules of time looping, you know? So honestly, Finan might have the best chance. Everyone else around him would die, but he might have the best chance.
I understand. Hatred is a hero's deadliest poison. I have no intention of fighting alone. If that swordmaster really is related to the Black Tide, the Chrysos heirs must not take them lightly.
Well, it's not about fighting alone, it's about charging in without a plan and being reckless and stupid.
I have indeed planned to return to the Holy City and discuss the strategy with Aglaya. We'll need all the help we can get for this encirclement.
Why don't we split up as previously discussed? Hyacinth and I will stay to regroup with the reinforcements. You go back to the Holy City with everyone else and tell Aglaya about your plan.
Trinan will stay in the Abyss too. That way, both sides can communicate with each other if anything happens.
Oh, that's smart, but why are we... Okay. Don Hung, listen to me. If anything happens and starts to go even slightly wrong, Dragon, please. Please.
Thank you, everyone. Partner, Treby, let's go.
When you have the chance to make a choice, make one you know you won't regret.
We're back, Aglaya.
I didn't get to read that. What did that say? Streamlag. The Descendant of Sky. Okay. I saw Hyacinth and I thought it said Heir of Sky, and I was like, are they telling us her core flame right now? I mean, we all know, but still.
You should have come to me first, Finan.
Aggie, there's no need to scold Snowy. Akama is currently in grave danger.
Yeah, Aglaya, why scold me? Haha.
I know. It's beyond my imagination that the only 2 titans humankind can still rely on fell in such quick succession. I've never seen the golden thread pulled this taut, as if it could snap at any moment.
Oh, we're only 2 patches in. How can it get worse?
Finan, tell us your plan. Time is of the essence.
Anax's discovery that it's after the core flames.
This being is not just hunting titans, but taking the core flames too?
Yes. Just like the Flame Chase journey is doing. Professor Anaxa thinks the Flame Reaver's arrival is likely a sign the Black Tide has spread further.
Regardless of whether you're right, this being is still far more aggressive than we expected.
But its madness is also an opportunity for us. If its goal is the core flame, then that means us humans can lure it into a trap. Anaxa had already left the Holy City with Circe's core flame while we were on our way to the Abyss, so he can make preparations for the battlefield.
Oh boy.
Tell me, what makes you think this won't end with us losing another core flame?
Because this time, the power from beyond the sky is also at our side. She is the key.
I'm your checkpoint! No, you can't. Oh, I'm gonna have to click it. I knew it, of course, it's got to be. Are you sure I can do it? I have a stellar on. Can we pass it off as a core flame?
We need your other companion, too.
That's not a no! That is not a no. That is not a no.
Ma'am, do you mean me?
Oh, that's a lot of words to add to the Mem word dictionary. Do you mean me?
I see. Finan, that battlefield you mentioned.
Oh, are we dragging Flame Reaver back into the past?
Is it Castrum Kremnos?
Or we're going back to Castrum Kremnos?
Yes. I'm sure everyone remembers the astonishing miracle our partner here performed with her companion during the battle with Nikador, and how they awakened Castrum Kremnos' past. That will be the key to our victory. We will use Orynyx's power to once again open a passage to the past and lure our enemy inside.
I don't think this is a good idea, because the way Orynyx's time travel works isn't like... It's not legitimate time travel, but we are also affecting things. So if we throw them somewhere, we give them the opportunity to change things. Like, if we throw them back into the past where we've reunited Nikador's soul and it's mortal again, then we're giving them the chance to steal Nikador's core flame, I think? Like, it's very weird, and this time travel stuff isn't time travel, it's extrapolations of data. And so we basically just went into the past and changed the data, and then it reflected in the present. And that's how we were able to defeat Nikador. But so, like, it's possible it wouldn't be able to do any damage, but there is a very, very high likelihood that this would be able to affect the present in ways we would not be able to predict or compensate for. So, Irminsul? Basically, yeah. Yeah, it's like Irminsul rewriting. Kind of. I think it's different, because it's like... I'd have to pull up the world in Orynyx's eyes readable again, but it's basically like Orynyx and the other Fate Titans, to be honest. Like, when we fix a pillar, we aren't reverting time on that pillar. We're like reaching into the data of the past when that data like defined that object as whole, and overlaying that on reality and making that the new reality, if that makes sense. So, like, the data of present-day Nikador said, like, this soul is fractured. And so we went to the past and created a timeline, kind of. Or we created a version of reality where that was fixed, and then we used Orynyx's power to grab that reality and overlay it on the present. Yeah. You know more about Irminsul than me, actually, because I still haven't finished Sumeru. But yeah, we're doing, like, extrapolation. So, putting the Flame Reaver in that position might... we don't know how far that bubble extends, either. So, like, technically, yeah, we're limited to Castrum Kremnos on the map, but, like, logistically, we don't actually know if there's, like, an end. Like, if there's a point where you just stop walking and there's a bubble in which this, like, pocket dimension exists. Presumably so. because everything we had was focused on Castrum Kremnos, and we don't have data on the rest of the world around it.
Then, we'll seal the Flame Reaver in the Maze of Time.
What the fuck is the Maze of Time?
Impressive. Orynyx has fallen, and Yanis's divine power already belongs to Okima. Once we take back the core flame, the Swordmaster will have no means of escape.
I mean, I guess in theory, we're creating a pocket dimension and trapping him inside? Taking this for the Genshin campaign? Hell yeah. But we are creating like a pocket dimension bubble thing to trap them in. But I think they'd be able to affect things, so I guess... Like, the worst case scenario, Flame Reaver's able to take the Strife Core Flame because of this situation. Which I think would be really bad, actually.
It's very clever, using the element of surprise instead of brute strength. Can you do it, little one?
I just have to throw that black-cloaked guy into the past and lock them there, right? With the memory fragments, I can open a door no problem. As for the rest... Well, let's just say Snowy and I can do anything as long as we're together. I'm not so sure about this, and I'm going to voice my doubts. Can't you feel their fervent gazes? This is a big deal. We can't let everyone down. I feel, like listen, Mem, I get we're hyping ourselves up. That's cool. I do believe this is probably possible. However, I'm not sure it's a good idea. We've spent the entire patch talking about how important Nikador and Strife's core flame is for slowing the advance of the Black Tide, and now we're potentially giving the Black Tide that core flame. Or we're creating 2 instances of the core flame, which would be insane.
Such enthusiasm. I'm glad to see you're confident.
I'm not.
By the way, the Council of Elders declared a state of emergency when Treeby went missing. Kainos and her following have heard tell of the incident at the Grove, and are galvanizing support in secret. I fear she'll make her move before the next assembly of the citizens.
Okay, so we have Castorus probably next patch is Castorus in Hell. And whatever happens with the Death Core Flame. And then we have the midway through the patch, or midway through the story climax with the Council of Elders. And we probably get Cypher. And we probably talk about the Law Demigod, who may or may not be Ceridra.
What are they plotting?
They want to kick Aglaya out.
That short-sighted politician likely believes the Chrysos heirs have outlived their usefulness and is making preparations for her next step. That ugly side of humanity is something we'll have to deal with eventually.
Would be crazy if in this patch Mighty eventually, as we all know he will, take the core flame, and then they start rebuilding Castrum Kremnos. And then, like, 2 patches from now, the Chrysos heirs all get kicked out of Okima, and we have, like, a reverse situation where Aglaya goes and makes a deal with Mighty for the Chrysos heirs to be based in Castrum Kremnos. That would be really interesting. I don't know if they're going that route, but I personally think that would be interesting, and I'd be willing to put that on a bingo card.
But that's a problem for another day. I've sent Castorus ahead to the council with a message. She should be able to keep the situation under control for the time being.
You would love that? I think it would be pretty cool. It would be pretty fun. Plus, they said earlier, or Anaxa just said a little bit ago, that Kefali's core flame is under the protection of the Council of Elders. Like, they're doing something magic. Or, well, probably not magic, but you know. They're doing something to, like, ward the core flame. And we're pretty obviously doing Kefali last. Especially if Orynyx is dead, because my personal theory was that Orynyx was going to be last. But Orynyx is dead now. So Kefali's going to be the last Titan. Which means we'll either need to defeat or make peace with the Council of Elders in order to access the core flame. So that's gonna be a huge deal.
Finan, it is my hope that we can come to an understanding on this. We must take down the Flame Reaver in one go and retrieve the core flame. And in doing so, grant ourselves an advantage against the Council of Elders.
Of course. You may count on me to lead the charge.
Why did we have a fade to black there?
I apologize for tasking you to spearhead the plan once again, but Akima is currently beset by enemies from within and without.
Yeah, it really sucks having to deal with politics when you're in a global apocalyptic crisis.
The situation brooks no delay, and we have precious little time to confer and discuss the plan with you. That being said, you are the key to our success, and I shall respect any decision you make.
Listen, I'll go along with it. I'm just really worried they're gonna be able to change the present in some way that we aren't considering. How do we make sure it'll work?
As masterful as Trian when it comes to the Century Gate. But even I can open a nice big gate if I have enough time.
As for whether we can take back the core flame, that will be up to Anaxa's capabilities.
Alright.
Based on what I know of him, he can do it.
Well, I don't care about my safety, because worst comes to worst, I nuke and take the guy out.
I'll be honest, we can't. But the Flame Reaver will have to step over my dead body if they wish to do you harm.
Pausing for a minute so I can put my head in my hands. Oh, brother, this man is gonna have the biggest crash out. I'm not gonna withdraw, I'm just worried about this going wrong and that we're not considering the way it can go wrong. Yeah, I'm not mad at you.
We are grateful to you for your aid, and to the rest of you as well. Now, let us be off to begin the hunt.
And to be fair, I might just be overthinking things and this isn't a problem at all. That would be fine. I would gladly put a pin in that for like some everything goes wrong AU. I think that could be fun as well. However,
may carefully sharpen our gaze and grant us victory over the enemy.
That can be arranged fine on, I mean... Yeah, where's Mighty?
You mean Mighty? He's dealing with a different problem. Don't worry, that man would never miss out on this fight.
I can't believe Mighty's gonna get the Neo World Ends With You entrance. That's gonna be a beautiful moment. Mighty POV? Firefly mention. Vortex of Genesis. Mighty doing the trial. Yep.
Farewell, my dear friend. You must lead us back home.
Oh my god, before I get sad, because this is definitely gonna make me sad, I can feel it, and I'm also already tearing up, because the thing is, when I get really excited, I also tear up and, like, start crying, which means this is going to annihilate me. I'm gonna have to mute a lot, I can already tell. So we're going out to fight the Flame Reaver, and watch Trian die, probably, because she does not have it in her to last. But while we're doing that, Mighty's gonna be doing the Strife trial. And then we're gonna be like, end of the line, do or die, terrible moment. And Mighty's gonna burst in as a full demigod. And it's gonna be the biggest hype moment of the patch.
You and I, we are both the same. We feast on strife and fear.
We are redefining Strife, boys.
If you're truly capable of leading our people beyond this blood-stained fate, then prove it to me once more, Mighty Mos.
We are redefining. Ash, have you seen the people who pointed out that some of the stuff about Mighty has a different strife symbol. We are redefining what the divinity of strife means or is. That's what we're doing. I fully believe in that one. Oh, hi, Finon. Wait.
I knew you'd be here.
I heard you're about to set off on an expedition.
Oh, you haven't? Okay, so I don't have the images, and it's a pretty subtle difference. But there's some stuff, I don't think it was in his drip marketing, but I think it might be in, like, the book or something. Or it might be in a trailer or something. I don't remember where it's from, but, like, it might also be in his kit. But, like, there's a few instances where there's, like, the trident symbol that comes up, but it's, like, shaped differently. It's not the exact same symbol as Nikador's, but it's still, like, the strife symbol, quote-unquote. So a lot of people have theorized that Mighty's going to, like, do something when obtaining the core flame that, like, redefines or reshapes the divinity or reshapes strife as a concept. Because that very obviously ties into he wants to change how his people view war and glory and all that stuff, which all ties back into the worship of strife. So, I fully believe in that theory, yeah.
That's right. It's going to be a tough battle, and our destination turns out to be Castrum Kremnos.
Well, thank God they haven't started rebuilding yet.
Is that why you're here? To pray to the dead Nikador?
No, just the opposite. I'm here to tell you.
Here to pray to you.
You can entrust the front lines to us this time. You can't afford to lose your upcoming battle either.
Have you heard the story of Geocles the Mountain Breaker?
Is this about to be a Hercules ripoff?
Sounds like you've spoken with Cartonus. That's the name of the legendary mountain dweller, right?
Took his advice.
Let's have a chat before we go our separate ways.
Don't say it like that.
Cartonus told me that back in ancient times, the mountain dwellers lived in seclusion. They spent their days quarrying and gathering, living a simple and peaceful life away from strife. But Geocles was different. He resisted their traditional way of life, yearning for the world beyond the mountain. They're safe, but humdrum culture was like fetters around him.
He sounds a lot like you.
Yes, that is why he too faced the same dilemma as I do. One day, during one of Geocles' many ventures beyond the mountain, he spied a battalion of Ladonians stationed at the foot of the mountain. The Ladonians were at war with their arch-enemies, the Companions, and they used the mountain as a base to carry out guerrilla warfare operations. When Geocles, who had taught himself the common tongue, approached a soldier, he learned a shocking piece of news. The Ladonians were planning to plant mines and explosives all over the mountain, and then lure their enemies within. With danger lurking with every step, the mountain dwellers' homes were no longer safe. Geocles quickly returned to his village to bring the news to his people. But
can't help but think about Enconomia here. Do you mean just in the vortex? Because yeah, a lot of people make Enconomia references and jokes about the vortex and the night and day stuff.
Let me guess. They refused change and chose to put up with the situation instead.
that's right. The mountain dwellers were fearful of even the smallest change to their lifestyle, let alone leaving their home. Despite the imminent war, the elders would rather negotiate for peace instead of leaving the mountains. This made Geocles both angry and sad, but he didn't give up. If you were in his shoes, what would you have done?
Lead my people on a resistance, perhaps. I'm not sure. I can't think of a solution that would make everyone happy.
A solution that would make everyone happy, huh? That's how naive we are. Well, let me tell you what Geocles did.
Yeah, you can't make everyone happy.
He took the Mountain Dweller's store of gemstones and traded them with the Ladonians for a massive amount of gunpowder. But he didn't do this to fight the Companions. Under the cover of night, he set ablaze the forest surrounding the settlement, forcing his people to flee the mountain. That great fire marked the beginning of Mountain Dweller history. Since then, their people became part of civilization, and giants became a common sight in the Holy City. Meanwhile, that mountain they once lived in has turned into little more than foam inside the Black Tide.
Alright, Mighty, so what are you setting on fire?
But leaving their homeland also brought many mountain dwellers misfortune.
They were hunted by Kremnoans or enslaved. Indeed, that is undeniably also part of their history. But that is Geocles for you. The merits of his actions, or lack thereof, have been scrutinized by many, but historians nevertheless hail him as the Mountain Breaker. Why do you think that is? It's simply because he took action and enacted change with his own hands. He didn't try to make everyone understand him, nor did he even waste time trying to make everyone happy.
Yep. It's about taking action. Can't stall anymore.
He started a great fire and burned the shackles of tradition to ashes. And then forced everyone to march toward the coming of a new era.
Pretty screenshot moment.
You've made up your mind, haven't you?
Yep.
I'll be leaving Akuma soon to fight the great darkness of this world, and to shoulder Nikador's destiny. So, listen well. If there comes a day when we meet again on the battlefield, that I stand opposed to the flame chase,
ooh boy.
remember to stab your sword into my back through my 10th thoracic vertebra. That's my weak spot, and the only way to kill me.
I'm sorry? Okay, so first of all, way to be super specific. I'm gonna have to write it, River Styx. What specifically am I gonna have to write? It's a reference to the River Styx. I mean, yeah, it's definitely the Achilles heel thing, but like, he got dropped in completely, so he shouldn't have an Achilles heel. Also, whereas I'm gonna have to like look up a vertebrae map, because who was holding him there? Oh well, it doesn't matter. It's about stabbing him in the back. Yeah, this is the one fear Mighty has left, is being immortal and being unable to be stopped, so of course he hands that to Finon.
You have my word.
Whew, boy. When you're writing Feral Beast Mighty being stabbed, I don't have plans to write about Mighty being stabbed. No, don't dramatically walk
Go
away
now.
from each other.
The battlefield calls. Send that flame-thieving hyena to their death.
No! Oh, it's so close. On my bingo card, I have, your battlefield lies elsewhere callback. I'm counting this, I don't care. This is a your battlefield lies elsewhere callback, and I will die on this hill. Man, what do you mean you're not gonna see him again, though?
But if you find yourselves with no other recourse, pray to that blade in the sky. And loudly call out the name of the new god.
Ooh, that goes so hard, though. That goes so hard. That's... If we get a cutscene of Finon calling out for Mighty and Mighty descends from the heavens as a newly born god, or demigod, I will lose it. If we don't get it, I'm writing it. Trial time. Oh, hi, Adrilla. You're right, Adrilla, this is a beautiful moment. I combust? Yeah. Someone's gonna come into the room and ask me if I'm okay.
All-out war. Not the kind of ruckus Professor Anaxa can raise on his own.
How much to pay for it for me to write that?
Let's hurry. The battlefield is just ahead.
Entrap the Flame Reaver. Oh, I guess we're in a... Yeah, we're in a space, not the actual location, which is fair. Nemesis, scorched by golden blood. The final battle with the Flame Reaver takes place in Castrum Kremnos. Against this mysterious, mighty foe, the Chrysosairs must fight with everything they have. If it doesn't happen in canon, well, you don't... Okay, so the thing is, if it doesn't happen in canon, you don't have to pay me, but you do have to pray to my attention span that I actually get it done. Okay. We're in a subspace. Anchor space. Location thing. Black Tide.
No way. A Kremnoan?
We won't bring dishonor. Can we talk to you? No. Where am I sensing an enemy to fight? You? Oh, you. Titankin. I'm just gonna...
Stream forth the gleam of old blades. We won't bring dishonor to the king!
Ultra art to keep you motivated. If you draw art, I will definitely have to write something, or else I don't know. I will lose it. Anyway, it still kills me. Like, I know Mighty's accepted it now, but it's still so funny to me that people are like, oh, the Kremnoans don't trust Mighty or don't want him as their king, or Mighty's like, I'm not the king, I'm the crown prince. Shut up, shut up. Every single person in this quest calls him king. They accepted it years, decades, millennia ago. I have none of these characters do oh, people running ahead.
I didn't think she'd manage to send the Kremnoans to assist. Brave warrior, what's the situation on the front line?
Are you kidding? This is a great war and a battle happening in their homeland. Of course they'd come.
Nakaman, why are you here?
What? Didn't Aglaya tell you? We have been instructed to assist you in trapping the Flame Reaver.
Aglaya, that vile usurper. I spit on her name. Our king will be back soon. He'll be able to deal with you and that black robe.
Oh, they came here on their own. A hoarse curse lodged in his throat, refusing to escape. Moments later he convulsed, his head drooping as his spirit departed his body, drifting towards the abode of Thanatos.
The Kremnoans really are just like their king.
Yep.
Rest in peace. May your glory last forever. Did they come to fight on their own accord? Or...
Well, if they didn't know about Aglaya or us coming, then yeah.
I can still fight.
Yeah, this is...
You must become king.
Yeah, this is everybody coming to try and reclaim it for Mighty beforehand, I guess. Nikador is with us. Da, 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 da.
Stream forth.
Bye.
Gleam of old blades.
Since the blade is gone. BRB. Oh, I can't.
ears!
Oh, and I can't. No, let me. Can I? No, I can't read my readables right now. No.
We're almost there.
Can't see.
Wish I could take out the camera now. Hi, Treeby, not Trian. Oh, dearie me. Welcome back, I waited for you. Alright, it's interesting to me that the Blade of Fury is gone, which makes sense, I think. I think it got destroyed, I don't remember completely, but I think it got destroyed. It might have gotten destroyed when Nikador fell. I don't think it did, but it might have, that's a plausible thing, but whatever the case, it's not here right now. It's supposed to be hanging right here. So, interesting thing to consider. Hi, Treeby.
Once we take back the core flame, Yanis's passage will open. When that happens, you must evacuate immediately. Don't stay behind.
I mean, that's fair, but also we gotta put him in the pocket dimension, and I don't think we can do that from a distance.
The rest will be up to how well we work together.
But remember what Mighty said before? Cast aside all distractions once you're on the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go, partner. Today, destiny shall stand with us.
Alright, so odds on the Flame Reaver's mask getting shattered. My bet is on Anaxa shooting the mask. Odds of Flame Reaver identity reveal happening now. What do you think? Ooh.
Finally.
Mem, it's all yours.
Pent in the memories of the dead! Executioner!
Ooh. 50-50, yeah. Oh boy, that loading. That loading screen.
You sure know how to keep a man waiting. Any later, and I fear the Titan would have sacrificed me.
Frail child of humanity, 'tis more effort keeping you hale and whole against that blade than it is in seeking the truth of the world.
Hi, Cersei's! Queen is here. Cersei's can carry the battle, guys. It's fine. Oh, I should have swapped in Lingshaw, maybe. I should maybe have swapped in Lingshaw.
Why not have a meal before?
Have you looked up what Cersei's looks like yet, by the way?
Ready for another?
Nice, my friends. Indulge yourselves!
I weep for the departed.
Oh, the music. I forgot about the horror music stings.
It too shall fall.
It ain't over.
Enemy data secure. Net marker's activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Oh, Flame Reaver of the Deepest Dark. The description might have changed. A nameless swordmaster who came with the Black Tide and is hunting down the Titan's core flame. None knows their true identity. Their power is incredible and their swordplay is nigh impeccable. Within their sword, madness and obsession entwine, once leading to the fall of the Grove of Epiphany and Ides Elysiae. Yeah, just as we knew.
For oblivion. How about letting the
All
enemy
you're finding is serious? That's tragic.
a little more heat?
You're gonna have to watch my VODs. Shaking my head. Okay.
Thank you for your
We
generosity.
might have to do a redux with like Shaw instead of Gallagher.
It too shall fall.
Alright.
Get ready, Prof.
Prof? Oh, I should have let that play out. Oh well. The moon to stab into an axe. Oh, interesting. So it's the dagger. Okay, an axe. Oh!
Embarrassing.
The relief!
You didn't come down from the sky? The city is mine anyway. So why shouldn't I go through the front door?
God, he's so cool! God, he's so cool!
Minion of the Black Tide, I, King of the Kremnoan Legion, will be your opponent today.
Long time no see, Mikador.
Then burn my dynasty and offer these ashes to Strife. We get a mighty assist? King moment? Absolutely. We get a mighty assist? For this boss? Oh my god, new favorite boss. I get to see mighty every time. Oh. Not the asset lagging because my computer sucks. Not the asset lag because my computer sucks. Mighty, I ruined your moment. I'm so sorry.
Think a little more heat. I'm honored by since you're already here. Why not have a meal before you leave?
No, that was... If the cutscenes are lagging too, that's so tragic. This is like a 6-year-old laptop with absolutely no optimization whatsoever. So it gets rough out here.
It too shall fall.
Oh my god, Mighty's so cool though. I should have done this with the Jingliu team actually.
Sweet. My friend?
I'm gonna kill this guy too fast.
Destined for oblivion. How about letting the enemy strike more seasoned?
Okay, let's do this again, but with slow-mo.
Such petty tricks.
God, he's so cool.
Commencing support.
On the still waters of oblivion.
Leads to self-destruction. I am not sending a dynasty to its end.
There's that line.
Well fought. That was a good opener to the ceremony.
Mighty, he's dead.
We honor the fallen gods with this fight to the death.
Mighty, he's already dead.
A little more heat. I weep for the
Oh
departed.
boy. The Acheron kill once again. I only have E1 Acheron. She makes this game too easy. People say she's falling off.
It's time to end this.
Yo, story 1%. One who is without shadow. that scene. Oh. Lions! Oh, that's so cool.
Heroic souls of strife, heed my call.
Blade of Fury?
I am the Lance of Fury.
Yo!
The agony this world needs.
Yo! Oh, and of course he... And that's the blood, right? Oh my god, he's so cool.
Witness this. The new god has come to Castrum Kronos.
Dramatic ass. I feel so bad that the stream is lagging on the really cool cutscenes.
The warriors have returned.
Because it looks so nice. It looks so cool. Please look the cutscenes up if they're lagging really bad on stream. Oh my god. Mighty in the lance symbolism, he reclaims his birthright. And he conquers his fears and he reclaims the lance. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about him reclaiming a lance as a weapon. Oh my god.
But are the rumors true? Has Ornyx fallen?
Mighty is so cool.
It's as the Council of Elders said. We face a dangerous threat. Yet the Chrysos heirs are only inciting more chaos. They don't care about the people's safety.
They really gave the core flame of strife to a Kremnoan at the end.
It's theirs by right anyways, bitch.
What a noisy crowd.
This, doesn't feel right.
Sorry, Finon. We're not in a storybook.
It's probably because Ornyx is gone.
I feel like people would be mad about Mighty anyways.
Ornyx was a generous titan in the eyes of the people. They graced us with miracles, allowing humanity to reap many a convenience from the past.
What they don't know is that the Titan didn't do all of that of its own volition. Regardless, the Titan has fallen, and we must surrender Ornyx's core flame.
A meeting with that woman again so soon? I just can't catch a break.
Did you ever get your first meeting with her? Yeah, it was theirs by right, but Akuma is like... I hesitate to say racist against Kremnoans, but like... You know all the tension and the city rivalry, blah blah blah.
Professor Anaxa, why don't you find someplace to rest first? Matters that require Aglaya's attention are piling up. You two meeting again will, forgive my honesty, only distract her. Just try to stay on your best behavior.
Xenophobic, yeah, basically.
That's not up to me, I'm afraid. I've been trapped in her prison the moment I set foot in this holy city. The price of having a Titan living in my head, I suppose.
I still can't believe the atheist is the one with God in their head.
Don't worry, I don't want trouble either.
Incredible. He and Aglaya really don't get along, huh?
They have differences in ideology. Alright, I suppose that's putting it lightly. Don't worry, you'll figure out the intricacies of these relationships sooner or later.
I'm sure you don't need my help handling Ornyx's core flame. So I'll be off. I have some personal matters to attend to.
We still haven't seen the throne. That one AU where Nabu lives in Kabe's head. Yeah, true.
It somehow feels like D has closed himself off even more after he completed his trial.
Man's got a lot to think about.
Yeah, a lot has happened in the past few days. You've been lost in thought for a while now too, Treeby. Did Trinon bring news?
That's just an accent, yeah.
Yes. She has found Trian. She was at the bottom of the valley outside the temple. But that's where the good news ends.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's alright. They also found someone else besides Trian.
I'm nervous.
He was no better than a corpse when Trinan and Hyacinth arrived. He had suffered more cuts than could be counted and leaped off a cliff from a great height, all to free Trian's body from the clutches of the black-robed swordmaster.
Oh?
What a brave soul. Do we know who he is?
Yes, it's Krateros.
Ah. Yeah, it led the Kremnoans there, probably. Yeah.
Stop! If you want this girl dead, you'll have to kill me first.
Who?
How ludicrous. Your body made of flesh and blood as it is will not survive more than a single strike from me.
Better to die in battle than return even in glory. As a Kremnoan, I know not the fear of death.
Yeah.
She's lost her divinity. I have no interest in an empty shell. But answer me this, child of strife. Why do you raise your shield for her?
As the leader of the God Shield Brigade's elite, I protected the king against the Black Tide with this very shield. And I've done this over and over, hundreds and thousands of times. A pathetic killer like you could never understand the weight it bears.
Pity and crumble like rusted iron.
Good. Supreme glory shall be mine, as I indulge in the libations and incense offered by my descendants. Come, let us fight! For Kremnos! For my king!
Feeling ill in this chat tonight? Yeah.
For Amphoreus!
Yeah. For Amphoreus.
We foresaw this cruel parting 1,000 years ago. Today is but a reminder of that bitter taste.
Not the doll. Oh, man.
But Lady Aglaya, I don't understand. It wasn't life itself that Lady Trian lost. Why does she look like she really turned into a doll? I don't understand.
Oh. Was not expecting that.
Don't be sad, Hyacinth. Trian has used up her borrowed time from Yanis, that's all. Her spirit is now riding the west wind, flying ahead to a world free of sorrow.
If a world like that truly exists, does that mean everyone from the Grove is there too?
It exists, Hyacinth. Do you not remember? The prophecy that guides the Chrysos heirs is the voice of Kefili before it fell silent. It loves all of its creations dearly, and would never bear to lead us astray with lies.
Lies? No. You guys misinterpreting things? Very likely.
What about the Kremnoan veteran? How is he doing?
Yeah.
The Twilight Courtyard has done all we can. Even so, we've only managed to keep him from breathing his last.
Oh, so he's still alive?
I had to use the Sky Priest's techniques to help him to walk again. But if light ever disappears from Akama for good... No. Let's hope that never happens.
She reminds you of Barbara. She reminds everyone of Barbara. But what do you mean the Sky Priests have techniques based on sunlight? Interesting. This is already nothing short of miraculous. When we found Kratos, he was no better than a corpse.
The parting hour is upon us. Yet the golden thread runs slack. The heroes have returned with their spoils. Everyone, please take this opportunity to rest and prepare for what awaits us.
Stealing all this? Yeah, it's a lot of fun
You've
to think
returned
about.
Unscathed, and brought tidings of triumph. Truly a moment worthy of celebration.
We have the core flame as an item. The fallen soul of Orynyx the Time Titan. The core flame urgently awaits to return to its place, and its demigod will assume the authority of the vacant station after completing the trial. Oh, it just hit me. We don't know what Mighty gave up. Like, it's possible he doesn't lose anything, but, like, they've talked about how there's, like, the curses you bear for being a Chrysos heir, which is, like, the immortal body and other stuff. And then there's, like, Aglaia losing her humanity because she is a demigod. So, interesting. I do want to see those. Well, no, I don't want to look at achievements yet. Depleting her divine power, Trian manages to send Tribi and Trinan away from the battle. The heroes gather in the city to plan tactics for rescuing Trian and hunting down the Flame Reaver.
It's
Hello, how's it going?
to
Well,
think that we returned Nikador's core flame not so long ago. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you and your friend's arrival has melted the glaciers of history.
well, Allie, so, Orynyx is dead. Kratos is almost dead, but he should be fine. Trian is dead. We got Orynyx's core flame back. Mighty is a demigod now. I think that's everything. Oh, also, oddly enough, Trian is also a doll now. Like, her body turned into a little doll. Were you here for the dolls? That was a whole thing. I forget when you left. I forget what the last thing you saw was. But, there was a lot of really cool cutscenes. I think we're near the end. This is what trailblazing is.
You could say this is the true face of history. It slumbered for 1,000 years, only to awaken for this one moment. Alas, now is not the time for a study of history.
Oh man, Allie, you missed a lot. You missed a lot. You left like 2 hours ago. Oh man.
I do not see a Naxa around. Was this under your instructions, Finan?
Silly little smile
Yes.
face.
It just seems much more efficient than letting you two go at it endlessly.
A rash decision. After all, he still bears a core flame with him.
You'll play it later? Yeah, the cutscenes are so good. Also, I think the cutscenes all the really good cutscenes lagged on the stream because my laptop is not built for that, I guess. It doesn't lag on my end. But, banger cutscenes. Also, a little bit more of Mighty and Finan being gay, but that's just typical for them. Oh, Mighty also has an Achilles heel, but it's like a specific vertebrae in his spine. Somehow. don't worry about it. Anyways, he told Finon about it. So, I am holding on to the scene of Finon stabbing him in the back again. Yeah. They were really gay about it, yeah. Not Automod holding you for homophobia. You've been allowed to speak. You've been allowed to speak. Automod got you.
I do concur with your assessment of efficiency, though. Now, let us table the issue concerning him for the moment. The more urgent matter is the core flame of Orynyx.
If they make us the demigod of time... It told you to stop before he said it, but you clicked send anyways. Incredible. If they make us the demigod of time, I'm actually going to be real upset about it.
The Chrysos heirs had initially crafted a plan regarding the order to return the core flames. For titans like Orynyx and Circes, who harbor no intentions of harming humanity, our strategy entailed assuming their divinity only at the very end.
Like, it would make sense for us to take it, especially in this situation. But man, I really didn't want the Trailblazer to be a Chrysos heir.
But this unforeseen turn of events has thrown everything into disarray.
If we don't return the core flames to the vortex of Genesis, and we leave the Titan's divine positions vacant, we can't even begin to imagine the disaster that would follow.
Yeah, it's gonna be us. Don Hung, no. We're not talking leaks right now. Yeah, because we can't leave the position vacant and there's no one else. There's, I guess, Finon. We could throw Finon at another trial.
The most pressing issue at hand is that we haven't found the Chrysos heir capable of bearing Orynyx's divinity.
Yeah.
Finon, Castris, Mighty, and Hyacinth. Treepy and I devoted a millennium scouring the world, only to find these few people.
An actual millennium, because the timeline on this planet is absolutely whack.
Only a chosen few possess the capacity to assume divinity. The elite among the Chrysos heirs. We would never hastily extend our invitation without first verifying their potential to bear such power. Yet we cannot compel anyone into divinity, as it would be no different from sentencing them to the gallows.
At least half of the beginning of this patch was Mighty getting mad at you guys for setting him up to be forced to take the divinity. Anyways.
A dilemma.
Yeah.
Are we throwing Finon at it?
How about letting her give it a try?
No!
Special,
Special is a new word. I don't wanna... Yeah, Mem said a whole sentence. You're special to Amphoreus and we all know it. Oh man, it makes sense. It makes sense, but that doesn't mean I'm happy about it. The one projected me, the one who projected me, I think we're missing a word here, projected me into this world and granted me this body. Isn't Orynyx just a little titan even more capricious than a child? Interesting that Orynyx chose your body? Offers on... Oh, Mighty POV! Time to go home. Hi, Kratos.
I see the Reaper has forsaken you too, teacher.
Oh, and is it Kratos is stuck here because he needs to stay under Kefali's light, or else the healing undoes itself?
It simply put my life in the hands of the Twilight Courtyard. That priest girl's medical talents are truly exceptional. She might be far from the ordinary girl we envisioned. But this isn't about me, Mighty Mos. I saw it. You finally decided to embrace your own fate.
Yeah, he almost died protecting Trianne.
Power of strife is stirring a tempest within me as we speak. My bones have turned into steel, and my blood is seething in a blaze. Past rulers of Kremnos could only aspire to this might, yet I have merged with it. I've made history, and henceforth divinity and kingship shall coexist as one.
Indeed, you've realized the aspirations of every former king of Kremnos. And now, you can at last bring our people home and reforge the glory of Kremnos.
Is he gonna say no?
Unfortunately, I harbor no such desire.
Yeah, they wouldn't let us rebuild Kremnos, huh? No changing the maps allowed.
What? What do you mean by that?
Over 2 millennia past, devotees of Nikador's might banded together beneath their feet and erected a city of their own. Ever since then, Kremnoans have served as the blades wielded by the god of war, following the Titan's path in its conquest. Yet, gazing upon our history through the lens of my newfound divinity, I now see it with unprecedented clarity. This history is sheer absurdity and inferiority. People surge onto the battlefield like ants, plundering and slaying for their own greed, only to be trampled upon like ants. The city and the beliefs that Kremnoans hold so dearly, alongside the supposed tradition, mere anthills that could be crushed with a single touch in the eyes of the Titan.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Are you trying to strip Kremnoans of the pride we've amassed over thousands of years with mere words?
That pride holds little significance, Krateros. Now that I've assumed the divinity of strife, my next step will be to renounce the title of king.
Oh. Interesting. Was not expecting that.
No!
Convey my message to every Kremnoan. This is an order.
Do not do this, Mighty Mos. I beg you.
Our history commenced in the year 2506 of the Light Calendar, concluded in the year 4931. I, Mighty Mos, last king of Castrum Kremnos, son of Gorgo, do hereby proclaim...
We got a year, gang! We know what year it is!
The Kremnoan dynasty comes to an official close today.
Damn.
You have killed us.
He was destined to be fair.
Killed us all.
No. I am granting you a new beginning.
What is this?
My mother's signet ring. It served as a symbol of kingship, and I now imbue it with a fresh significance. Take it, and rally those who have lost their identities. Convey the words of Mighty Mos, now ascended to divinity. You no longer need to chase fleeting honors or face death on the battlefield as if it were your sole destination. However, you must adapt to fit into the city you once observed with indifferent eyes. A cruel fate awaits Amphoreus. No matter how illustrious a dynasty may seem, it crumbles to rubble and gravel before formidable foes.
Yeah, and there's a readable that talks about, it's a Kremnoan readable that talks about the Black Tide and how Amphoreus' only hope, or Kremnoan's perception of their only hope would be an alliance between Castrum Kremnos and Akama, the two biggest cities and the two most militant cities, I guess. I don't think Akama is very militant, but they have military might comparable to Kremnos's, I guess. And it was like there's only three options. Either we take over either Castrum Kremnos annexes Akama, Akama annexes Castrum Kremnos, or we come to some sort of peace treaty. And, well, I guess we figured out which way it goes.
Yet, you shall tread the only path out. One that leads to a brand new world at its end.
Why task me with being your messenger? Why not explain all this to them yourself?
Because only humans can guide the path to be trodden by humans. It's not the lot of humans who crave the power of gods and spiral into madness for it, but humans who stand ready to raise their shields high to protect the lives behind them.
I failed to save that child.
She was already dying.
That is irrelevant. As demigods, they have long been prepared for it. What truly matters is that you showed up there and shielded her.
This is also true.
The one who persuaded Aglaya to set me free that night. Was that you, Mighty Mos?
Yes.
She's not one to easily make a concession. What did you offer her?
I staked my mother's name to guarantee the integrity of your soul to her. And I promised her that I would dedicate all I have to the Flame Chase journey.
Yep.
And what is next, Mighty Mos? Where will you be headed now?
To the place where I belong, to fulfill my promise. The madness that has plagued Nikador and the darkness that has consumed Amphoreus. It's now my turn to fight against it.
Trailer line.
There are some people to meet with before I leave. Let's go.
The glorious golden age will inevitably decline, and the gods wielding great powers are not eternal. Even the longest eras must come to an end. Yep. And we switch. Because you will best believe I am putting him in my party. Okay, so we have you, Ling Sha, Sunday, and Treeby. Loaded up HSR.
And what is next, Mighty Mos? Where will you be headed now?
Prayer ritual. Fagusa. To strengthen your very essence. Throne and those long years forlorn. Bid farewell to Aglaya. You decisively reject the Kremnoan's centuries-old obsession with glory, opting to return home alone and assume Nikador's duty against the Black Tide. Before starting your homeward journey, you need to say goodbye to your friends in the city. Heyo. Oh, Fagusa's HP buff, huh? Alright, game. Hi, Garment Maker. See, guys, look. Trian's right there. Everything's fine. Nothing is wrong and everything is fine. why he gulped like that. Don't worry about it. Hi, Aglaya.
You're here, my Demos. It seems that you are prepared.
Yes.
You aided Akuma through yet another trying ordeal, and my gratitude knows no bounds.
Me when Jocho was kidnapped and been in my party? Yeah.
Isn't that exactly what you wanted?
Not everything unfolds according to my plan. In the current state of the world, I can only proceed one step at a time. Furthermore, you are ready to dedicate all that you have, regardless of the promise you made to me, aren't you?
Throughout my time in the Holy City, I've gleaned valuable lessons from you. Strategy, leadership, and adaptability to change. Yet, it's only recently that I've come to realize the truly remarkable quality you possess.
The ability to do what needs to be done, regardless of what other people think about it.
And what is it?
It's the magnetic allure in your presence. It draws people to gather around you willingly, to seek your guidance.
I mean, I don't know if I've seen anyone call her a particularly charismatic leader. Like, she is kind of the face of the Chrysos heirs, so, like, I mean, I guess that makes sense, but I don't think I've felt that personally, but okay.
They strive not to disappoint you, not due to fear of repercussions, but out of sincere alignment with your ideals.
I mean, I guess we've seen that a little bit with Casterus.
That is precisely what every ruler of Castrum Kremnos has been missing.
That is a fair point.
I am truly honored to hear that.
You'd call her the opposite? I mean, yeah. I think it's one of those things where it depends on who you are in relation to her. Like, Casterus, for example, looks up to Aglaya and doesn't want to disappoint her because she genuinely believes in Aglaya and what she's doing. A lot of other people view Aglaya as power-hungry. And a lot of players will view Aglaya as someone cold who's willing to do what she thinks needs to be done regardless of consequence, which... I mean, I don't think people calling her power hungry is correct, but I think the other two assumptions are fair to make about her. Because she's really not power hungry, she's just trying to save the world. And you need to have power to do that because political shenanigans start to get in the way, and if you can't handle that, then everything falls apart.
And now, my Demos, you have risen as the most powerful demigod in the world. How do you intend to wield this newfound power?
I shall see Nikador's aborted mission through to completion, and become the strongest bulwark for Amphoreus to defend against the Black Tide. I will secure enough time for the Flame Chase journey, until you manage to lead everyone to reach the miracle of Genesis.
My Demos, a new chapter awaits Amphoreus. Yet, the one who guides the people to the destination need not be you and I.
Oh, and so now that he's a demigod, Aglaya gets to let him in on the, by the way, all the demigods are gonna die at the end bit. She only tells people this after. That tracks for her, honestly.
Huh.
And yeah, and this is Mightymo's being like, oh, okay, so everybody dies and Finon's the one who's left at the end, of course.
What did you see after assuming Nestia's divinity?
Despite the passage of 1,000 years, every word of that prophecy remains as vivid as ever. You shall have your final bath in warm and radiant gold.
Mm-hmm. And that's the prophecy from the Tribios PV. And listen, I'm not saying it, but also, Nameless Faces sure does open with Finon taking a bath in radiant gold. It sure is a thing.
Just as cryptic as all the other prophecies.
What's the reason for the laughter?
I was just thinking, if an ordinary person encountered these words, they would probably stay away from the baths for the rest of their life.
He's smiling! Look at him!
But I cannot forgo the delightful experience a bath offers.
HSR really hit different when you follow the supplementary content. It really does.
So, I assume you also glimpsed yours, Mighty Moose?
Oh, so everybody, upon assuming divinity, you get a prophecy that tells you how you're going to die? She's autistic to you? I can see it.
One day, you shall die with a wound in your back.
And that's the other one from the Treeby PV! That's the other one! No, they were foreshadowing it all along! No! Oh my god. Oh, no! Allie, for context, I think you missed this conversation. So in the Tribios Golden Epic PV, the recent one, there were prophecies that were, like, wound around Tribios's wrists at the beginning. And so there's, like, the main Tribios prophecy, which was the "You shall shatter into 1,000 fragments and wither in the soil of foreign lands." But, and that's the one that, like, they translated for us in the subtitles. But people who I do not remember the name of, because I got this from a Lality Lore video. So credits are in that video to the correct person. I did not translate this myself, but there were two other prophecies, which were, "You shall have your final bath in warm and radiant gold," and "You shall die with a wound in your," and then the last word couldn't be made out fully, but it did start with a B. So people assumed that that was, oh, probably "You will die with a wound in your back." And man, and that's his one weak spot, and Finon's the only person who knows. Finon's the only person who knows that that's how you can kill Mighty. So he gets that prophecy and he knows immediately, okay, one day Finon's going to kill me. Whew.
Well, that is a rather straightforward scenario.
At least there's that.
If I were to be terrified by drivel with no basis, I would not have attracted your gaze and joined the flame chase journey in the first place.
So Mighty knows that one day Finon's going to stab him in the back. Like divine prophecy, he knows it's going to happen.
You speak the truth. May you be destined for a powerful fate, and may we reunite in the promised new world. Farewell, Mighty.
Ooh. Optional bid farewell to Castris, Treeby, and the Grand Craftsman? Deranged. Who would not? Yeah, okay, that's still the same. Alright, where are people? How far am I gonna have to walk? Okay, you are back there. Do I get to see, are these the optional? No, that's okay. We backtracking to this place. Getting gayer by the second? Yeah. You're gonna have a hell of a time with the bath scene. That's all I'm gonna say. Is this... No, they're not here anymore.
Is Lady Trebios not here?
Lord Mighty!
Oh, hi, Hyacinth.
Hyacinth. So you are the physician Krateros spoke of. It's no wonder then that he was pulled back from the brink of death. You have my gratitude.
I can take that as a compliment, right?
I've heard about what happened at the Grove. I'm deeply sorry for your loss.
I've heard far too much about death and grief recently. To quote Lady Treeby, We should all focus on tomorrow, shouldn't we?
Focusing on tomorrow doesn't mean taking no time to mourn today.
That's a valid point. You've always been the most optimistic one among us.
Well, I must say, it feels quite incredible to see a new demigod standing right before me.
You should prepare yourself as well. Humanity has already taken hold of strife. And one day, it will also reach the sky.
Yeah, they're not being subtle about her getting sky.
Do you really believe I can do it? Even my ancestor, that hero of legends, couldn't conquer the core flame of Aquila.
Interesting. Because I thought you'd have to have the core flame in the vortex to undergo a trial, so...
Given your good rapport with the demigods, you should know that the path to assuming divinity is never limited to swords and spears.
You've always been so perceptive, Lord Mighty. Rest assured, if fate has truly selected me, I'll be ready.
By the way, I said this yesterday and I'm gonna say it again. Does anyone else feel like Hyacinth has the slightest, subtlest accent? Because I can't place it. I just feel like some words are like pronounced differently than I think they are, or should be. Gonna try to remember how to stream. To be fair, Ash, if you just want to stream to me, we can just screen share on Discord. You don't have to do this whole setup, like I did. You hear it too, good.
You are here looking for Lady Treeby and Lady Trina, no? They're not around at the moment. Is there a message you'd like me to pass on to them?
If this is about baking the apple pie or the apple tart or whatever is in the magazine, I will lose it.
No need. I've already bid farewell to Aglaya. Meeting with the Oracle is simply a matter of courtesy.
Shh. Shut up. Shut up. My Mighty and Tribio's friendship agenda is real? It's a slight lisp, maybe? Maybe.
You've bid farewell?
I'm heading back to Castrum Kremnos, the fight against the Black Tide. In all likelihood, I will never again return to Akuma.
No! No, don't leave!
Oh.
You're not allowed to leave? Bro, I'm gonna have to pull for this man just so I can, like, see him sometimes.
On second thought, there is something that I'd like you to help me convey to them.
Don't make me sad, don't do it.
I'm all ears, Lord Mighty. I'll make sure to convey every single word.
Tell them that there is no longer a need to send scouts behind enemy lines. With a single message, the Lance of Fury will target anyone who dares oppose Akuma.
Damn. Well, they didn't make me sad, at least. Woohoo. Oh, hi, Hyacinth. Every time I say hi, Hyacinth, I feel like I'm being super silly.
I'm all ears, Lord Mighty.
Man, alright. Cartonus is down there. That's us. Where is Castorus? Oh, they just... You are not allowed to leave, okay. What do you mean he's not coming back? I mean, I guess he's gonna be busy, like, fighting a war forever. And there's no need to come to Akuma. Because, obviously the Black Tide isn't here. It might be your bad hearing, but it's similar to S sound. Yeah, that makes sense. It's very faint, so honestly it being a lisp instead of an accent would, like, be reasonable, I think. Or at least it's not unreasonable. I don't know. Oh, this is Castorus. Oh, we have to remember where Cartonuses are on our own, I guess. Okay. You have the same lisp, fair. Man, what do you mean you're leaving? It makes sense because, again, there won't be a Black Tide problem in Akuma, and his job is going to be to fight the Black Tide. But, like, you gotta come back, right? Do you get your grand sky entrance in the finale? Is that it? Hi, Castorus.
embracing my destiny before you do, Castorus.
Can you feel Thanatos right now?
I don't feel them at all, regrettably.
Pull him? I don't have money! And I want to go for Castorus, honestly. There is a non-zero chance I skip Castorus. Because if that account-wide feature stays a thing, I might just skip Castorus for Anaxa instead. But even then, I wouldn't have money. Comms, I don't know. I do not have the focus for comms. Maybe. We'll see.
You have been painstakingly seeking that Titan for so long. Have you ever considered reaching out to me for help?
You mean?
Death refused to ferry me. If you were to send me to the Netherrealm, I may uncover clues along the way back.
Okay, I'll tell you later. I don't want to, like, openly discuss leaks on Twitch, because I know that they get twitchy about that. Did not intend that pun, but I will now. It just, Hoyaverse doesn't like people talking about leaks, so I'm not gonna talk about it very openly on stream. But, I have seen some things, I'll tell you about it later. But anyways, can't believe that they're just killing so many people's headcanons here. Tons of people like to headcan either in friendship or I know some people ship them, I don't. I understand why people do, but a lot of people are like, yeah, Castorus just knocks Mighty out for a few hours so he can get some rest. And they're saying, canonically, never happened. Tragic.
I would never do that, Lord Mighty. Death is not a game.
Every headcanon about the two of them being really good friends because of this. Tragic. It's gone. It's real in my heart.
You're right. That may very well be the reason why my people have struggled for millennia. They underestimated the significance of death.
That's because he's gay. Listen, the Castorus Mighty friendship agenda is also real. These people are Mighty's friends, and I will not hear otherwise.
So, are you returning home alone, Lord Mighty?
Returning home, you say? Maybe. At this moment, Castrum Kremnos is not just my birthplace, but also my fated destination.
But it's not home.
Work harder, Castorus. Go and do what you have to do, so that the trials we have endured may have meaning.
I will, Lord Mighty. May we reunite on the other side, where the warm west wind blows. May we reunite on the other side, where the warm west wind blows.
Alright, now we go find Cartonus. Who is all- okay, we do get this. They give us this teleport waypoint, but not that one. Alright. Hi, Cartonus.
King of Kremnos, without the signet ring, but looking more like a king now.
I'm no longer the king, Grand Craftsman.
Matters not the title. Surpassed all former kings your achievements have.
I will honor your trust and liberate the world from the clutches of fear. Nevertheless, I must request that you continue to watch over Phainon, Cartonus. I have a feeling that his fate will weigh heavier than all of ours combined.
Aw, you're worried about him. How cute. True, though. Mighty's very perceptive, as they've been saying.
Keep Phainon in mind, I will. Return to your home, brave king. Together with everyone, I shall remain here. That thunder from Castrum Kremnos we wait to hear. Together with everyone.
Yeah. And where is... that's the rooftop? Let's go to the rooftop. That he likes. Oh god, is the stream starting to lag and stutter? Has it been like that the entire time, or is it just happening now? Because we're 5.5 hours into the session. I did it. I thought it was going smoothly before. Oh no. Oh? This is new. Can we... We don't get to access it now. No! Let me in. Let me know the secret. It's totally like a mighty one. We'll get to it later. It's been like that, yeah. Man. I don't want him to go. Yeah, you can tell my laptop is not built for 6-hour streams. What do you mean my chimera's gone? That's just mean. Can we... We can go to the Vortex of Genesis, that's kind of funny. And that's... Yep. Say goodbye to your friends. I thought that would trigger sooner. Mighty?
Outlanders? No. Trailblazers. I will soon make my way to Castrum Kremnos. If all goes according to plan, this may be our final meeting. I just want to let you know that I appreciate everything you have done for Amphoreus.
Reflecting on the past and moving forward to the future, a challenge I've faced as well. In my heart they've talked. How dare you! Though we never had a chance for a deep conversation after all we've experienced together. You are also an ally of the Trailblaze, Mighty. They talked to me.
That means a lot to me. May success accompany your trailblazing wherever it leads. How about you let me guess what's on your mind?
Mm-hmm. This is how they give us our Trailblazer option. They talk to you?
Are you drafting a sentimental farewell speech?
Stay safe out there. A lone boy can get into a lot of trouble. Just smile if you don't know how to respond.
Now that I bear the divine within me, I can get the vague feeling that you have a great significance for the future of Amphoreus.
Yeah.
With this departure, fear that I will never again return. Can I entrust you both to watch my back? And to continue supporting the Flame Chase journey in my absence?
Rest assured, we'll do everything we can. This is true.
You have my gratitude. Then, farewell.
Hold on.
Yes?
Let's at least snap a photo together to capture the moment, shall we?
Sure, let's do it.
Yes! Can I talk to Don Hung now? Okay. Target found. This is the only part of the photo that matters. Don Hung, could you at least pretend to look at the camera? Come on. And we save. Looks pretty good. What do you think, Mighty?
Well, feels peculiar, I suppose. I'm not talking about your photographic skills. It's just that I rarely take photos. But this one, it's pretty good.
Yeah, Mr. Influencer. I never fail to impress. I'm glad you like it. Make sure not to leave any regrets behind.
I wish the same for you during your time in Amphoreus.
Oh. For a second I thought that the Trailblazer was just gone.
I wish the same for you during your time in Amphoreus.
Bid farewell to Finon as its own separate one? Okay. Where is he? Not on the rooftop. Okay, well I'm not teleporting right into the cutscene. So we're walking. Let me have my dramatic immersion. It makes sense, but I'm still so... They really said you get Mighty-centric patch, and then you never see him again. Oh, that's been there the whole time? I saw that during the opening sequence during the trial, and I thought that that was just added, and I was like, what is going on with that? Anyways. Fine on. Oh, these are the kids.
The prince is here! Run! Hold on. Lord Mightimos isn't the prince anymore. He's now the guardian of Amphoreus.
What's going on?
Bid farewell to Akuma. What happened to what happened to Finon, huh? Oh, little kids, yeah, Mighty with the kids is adorable.
We salute the guardian of Amphoreus.
Oh, they're doing a big grand goodbye, and if he doesn't get a chance to say goodbye to Finon, I'm gonna get real emotional about it, actually. I'm gonna make it real dramatic. Alright. Heroes farewell. And of course, Finon's not saying goodbye because he's dramatic and sad.
We salute you.
Do we get any other?
Return home on our behalf, guardian.
May glory be with you.
We dedicate our lives to following you.
Us with your guidance.
Oh, there's Finon. Okay. Good.
Farewell, savior of Kremnos.
We salute you.
It's been a while, Guardian.
I should have known you were the mastermind behind this.
Look at his smug little happy grin.
Hey, don't go pointing fingers without cause. I swear I'm innocent this time.
This time.
See those kids over there? They're the ones who brought everyone together.
Man, Mighty's so good with kids.
I admit, that took me by surprise.
Were you seriously just going to sneak off without a word with me?
He was looking for you, you idiot.
Well, I was actually on my way to bid farewell to you, but ended up running into this.
Oh, that's quite an honor, I suppose. We better not leave them waiting too long, don't you think?
The road to Castrum Kremnos from here is long. Perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea to take a moment and etch their faces in my memory one last time.
Surprised there haven't been fan kit AUs yet. I'm sure they're out there, they're probably just not popular yet. I think I've seen a few people who made them. I don't get into fan kits very easily. So I'm sure there's a few people. Stop running, you jerk. Yeah, saluting.
I think I see more than just the Kremnoans here.
You're now the guardian of Amphoreus, after all.
Chimera spotted. Throne and those long years forlorn. Walk with Finon for the last part of the journey. And then that's still the same.
Have a safe journey.
We salute want you.
You're our hope.
Kitty!
Triumph always be yours, King of Kremnos.
Mighty, I don't know how to tell you this, but I don't think you're ever escaping the title of king. Did anybody else see how the Chimera jumped? That was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
I'm thinking maybe it's about time the god of strife gets a new name. How about the god of solidarity or preservation? Dong Hung mentioned that one to me.
Stop! Oh no, I didn't realize I was gonna cut off, darn it.
All right. It's about time for us
Darn
to part
it.
ways.
Man. Okay. Okay.
Any final goodbyes you want to share? This might be your last chance.
How sincere with him are you gonna be, Mighty?
Why so quiet? I thought divinity would wash away some of your sentiments.
Do you truly feel as carefree as you seem? Or is this just a facade you wear?
Oh, it's definitely a mask. He is definitely coping with trauma by violently repressing and denying it.
You know what? You sound just like Aglaia at this moment.
Confession fic? I wish.
But you're not off the mark. I just thought that putting on a nonchalant front for this occasion might help us preserve some dignity.
I can see through your deception, even without the power of mind reading.
Am I really that terrible at controlling my facial expressions? Well, with that said, thank you for aiding me in defeating my archenemy, Mightimos.
Oh, that bitch is coming back fine on. Don't you worry about it.
No need to thank me. This triumph brings no delight, nor does it signify closure. You understand that more than me.
Indeed. In the end, I still haven't unraveled the mystery behind that black-robed swordmaster. And I can't even ascertain their demise.
Nope. They're coming back.
Maybe I've never managed to cut off my destiny.
Definitely not.
But that matters not. Pain may be cured, but scars remain. And this should not be effaced. Even with the divine might of Ornyx, you cannot stop the past from leaving its marks in our blind spots. Can you genuinely let go of everything as soon as that swordmaster is dead? That's impossible. Revenge is merely an obligation that must be carried out, and no one can find mental fulfillment through it.
Whew.
You're right.
Look forward. Chew up and swallow your past. And make sure emptiness and bitterness are not the only flavors you know.
You gotta remember that you loved them too. And you gotta remember the moments why.
Remember that there is a whole world behind you waiting to be saved.
Yeah.
I will keep that in mind.
I have a final favor to ask. Please look after the Kremnoan warriors in my absence.
Mm-hmm.
They will undoubtedly face challenges while assimilating into Akama. It is my sole regret that I cannot stand by them during this time.
Do not worry. Leave it to me. And, while I'm at it, I'm going to find out if the Kremnoan language is really missing that many words.
Of course.
The Kremnoan philosophy can never be encapsulated in a mere dictionary. But if there's a chance in the next life, you should come visit my library.
This line is gonna haunt me. I can feel it. I'm like engraving that in some part of my soul. I can feel it.
I'll be on my way, Deliverer. Remember to stay alive till the final act.
You're sobbing? I'm close. Close to sobbing, that's for
Yes.
sure. Do stay alive.
Same goes for you. Don't die too easily. May triumph always be yours, Mightimos.
Man, and I'm just sitting here thinking about how this is all happening with, and Phynon doesn't know, but Mighty knows, or as Mighty is reasonably confident that Phynon's gonna kill him one day. And they're still having this moment. And there he goes.
Oh, right. One last question.
Reincarnation AU? Oh, for sure.
Go ahead. You better not leave any regrets behind.
Are you the one who told Cartonis about the signet ring?
Well, who knows?
I'm sorry? Gay ass cutscene. Good lord. Look, you might have missed that, Allie, but basically there's a signet ring that belonged to Mighty's mother. And, Cartonis found it and said they'd been working for years to find it and fish it out of the Sea of Souls. And then Cartonis, like, restored it and recast it and gave it to Mighty. But, and it was a whole thing. But, whoo boy. Baby Mighty, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me.
Get up, my son. You showed great courage in today's training. Let's wrap it up for now.
And this is the Gorgo Mighty interaction. This is the Gorgo Mighty interaction. Okay.
Yes, Mother.
Baby Mighty.
Mother, there's something I want to ask you.
Also, I'm again taking this as proof. Mighty was not a baby when he was thrown into the Sea of Souls. He had a few years with his parents before everything went to shit.
What is it, Mightimos?
Why must we learn to fight?
It is for glory and honor, my son. For Kremnoans, mastery of swords and spears is ingrained from birth. And the battlefield is our destined end.
Is that really
the way it is, Mother?
Not the transition. Oh, what's the line? Tell me, son of Gorgo, what it is you want to become. Oh, I don't remember what it is, but is it the chiseling zone area description? What do you want to be in the future? Just tell me and I will make it so. I want to be I want to wander through the years or become a ray of light in the sky.
What makes you say so?
Because you don't sound entirely sure.
You're right, Mightimos. I once believed those words, without question. Until your father cast you into the Sea of Souls.
Okay. Okay.
It was at that moment I realized how everything I believed in was utterly hollow. Perhaps the spirit of Kremnos had once existed. But as greed bloomed in the hearts of humanity over the years, such spirit had long faded alongside our glory.
He was just there, I mean, I guess.
I no longer put my faith in any oath or doctrine. Now I have just one role, that of your mother, Mightimos. your guardian.
That dream always ends there. The journey back to Castrum Kremnos is proving to be longer than expected.
Day 1 of this stream was just hitting us with the father angst. Today is all about the mother angst, I guess.
Kratos said that shortly after my fall into the sea, my mother challenged my father to a duel. She died through father's treachery, and I never saw her face.
Okay, you can't see me, but I just threw my hands in the air. Fine. Fine, it happened when he was a baby, and he never met his mom, and it's really sad, and nobody can have anything nice ever. I'm not actually mad about it. I'm just like, fine.
Yet each night she would show up, waiting by the flickering firelight. I always anticipated the sequel to that dream, believing she had more words of wisdom or guidance to offer.
Man.
But now, I think I finally come to understand. That is all she wished to tell me. And now, I too am left with but one role.
Homebound path. His mother's son for real. I, the undying Mightymost, the last prince, new god of strife, now tread the blood-soaked road home. Man.
It is time for this journey to reach its end.
Oh. Oh boy.
Look, Mightymost is back.
Don't do this to me. And the music, return home, adventurine treatment for real. And we can't talk, of course.
Glory belongs to you. We've got fresh pomegranate juice. Want to try some?
I am so afraid of this ending with the Flame Reaver showing up again at the end, and like everything ending on a really like tragic cliffhanger. God. Don't do this to me.
We meet again, Your Highness.
Meet again.
Welcome back.
Kids. That was a Titan whisper. That was Orynyx again. That's Orynyx's voice, I'm pretty sure. They are distinct, it's just really hard to tell. Because I am terrible at voices.
How was your training?
Ooh, say, come and check out what I just wrote.
You're looking well.
Mightymost, did you just come back from training? May Nikador defend you.
Hi, Nias. I know, it's not, but it's funny.
It's been a while.
I'm gonna beat you at the festival.
Of course.
Welcome home, Mightymost.
Stop.
Have you found something deserving of your protection as well?
Stop. No. Oh, I'm gonna cry. I was doing so well. I know it's such a... Okay. Bitch, don't do it. There is something weird happening.
The son of Gorgo will be crowned in blood! The son of Gorgo will be crowned in blood!
There it is.
I am home.
Oh, God. Year 4931 of the light calendar, month of balance. Nikador the Strife Titan fell. Mightimos, king of Kremnos, triumphed over the trial, and the new god was born. On the following day, the Kremnoan dynasty, which had lasted for 1,000 years, came to an end. He's gonna die, don't you dare manifest it. He is fine. He is fine. Returning to Trailblazer POV, okay. He is fine. He is just eternally sitting on his throne, fighting. Oh, and
We smell sunlight and the wind of Akama.
we're back to this.
This was your favorite spot, wasn't it, Trian?
The little doll is... man.
Lady Trian, why did it have to end up like this?
Take it easy, Cass. Departure is a part of life. It's just that ours isn't as tumultuous as it is for ordinary folks.
Capitano treatment? Yeah. Which... yeah. He might not be there, though. Like, you can visit Capitano, and you kind of have to. For upgrades. Which is so ridiculous. No, but, we can stop by Castrum Kremnos and see. The throne might not be there. Mighty might not be there. But, he sure is power stancing up against the Black Tide.
When we started our journey, Yanis had already provided their prophecy. Just like how that Titan divided themselves to create the countless passages in the world. It's only natural for us to follow the same path since we inherited their destiny.
Interesting that we're talking about inheriting destiny now instead of just inheriting divinity and power.
If you don't mind, Treeby, are you still willing to unveil that past for us? The past regarding the prophecy?
Oh my god, I thought we were at the end. Fine on, don't add another dungeon to this. It's already been 6 hours. I've already doubled the length of this quest.
What do you seek to learn, Snowy?
Mightimos has left the city to face his own fate. That is, the fate of every demigod. We will all eventually let go of our past to follow the same path as his. So, what I want to know is, as Amphoreus' first demigod, what compelled you to take the first step on this journey? And what has sustained you to make it this far without looking back? Despite the fracturing of your body and the numerous departures you have endured.
All right.
Teacher, are you sure about this?
Dee is already doing what he has to do. What reason do we have to keep it from them? Let's go, everyone. Let's go to the Abyss of Fate and see how it used to be.
Welt not being here makes you distraught.
That's great. Thank you.
Is it just you want him to just see the flame chasers and have angst about it? Or there's something you want him to do in response?
Trinan, would you mind?
Treeby, are you not coming with us?
I want to stay here with Trian for a bit longer.
I see. We'll be off then.
That and something else. What's the something else? Sorry, Finon?
Since you have made your decision, then let's proceed as you wish.
The Hersher lore and how Welt got it? Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point, yeah.
See you later, teacher.
Welt would definitely have a lot of opinions about a lot of things happening on Amphoreus.
Cass, are you not going with them?
No. I'd prefer to remain here to accompany Lady Trianne. She hated being alone.
Why are you making it worse? And Cass never got to give her the gift.
What's this?
No, it's that's the gemstone and that's the little thing she sewed. Oh my god.
A little gift that I had hoped to deliver to her personally. Though fate had other plans.
Oh. So, you saw us arguing that day?
I knew it was going to come to this.
Yes. I figured Lady Trianne would like it a lot, so I bought it.
I see.
Man.
Cass, you know, I recognized it immediately that day. It truly is an authentic piece from Yanisopolis.
Damn, we really scammed that lady, huh?
Then why?
It's just that Trianne had forgotten far more things than I. For example, she forgot that this glass object meant something unfortunate according to the traditions of our homeland.
No.
I'm sorry, Lady Treeby. Should I?
No.
No need to apologize, Cass. At that time, I simply didn't want her to be trapped by our past, especially considering how much time had passed since we left home. But now, it might just be the perfect gift for Trianne.
If it's traditionally a funeral gift parting right thing, I'm gonna lose it.
All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle. While you and I have long accepted this absurd fate, they remain fresh and inexperienced. Teacher, don't let the weight of that cruel prophecy crush their spines.
But it would be even more cruel if we allow them to ignorantly fall before the gates of the new world.
I'm telling you, everybody's gotta die, and then we make a Stellaron out of the core flames. I'm telling you.
They will eventually need to know the truth. We just need the right opportunity. This, to me, feels like the right opportunity.
So, this is how the Temple of the Three Fates looked back in the day.
At this point, Yanisopolis still resides under Aquila's protection, yet it is already fated for decline, and only contains a beautiful facade.
Is it because Amphoreus has entered Era Bellica?
Yes, strife remains distant from this part of Amphoreus right now, but in 5 years' time, at the same entry hour, this temple will become the source of another war.
Then, where are you at this time?
Right over there.
Why does she look somewhat different?
No, Trebios in-game. This is a tragedy. I knew it, but still.
It's because we don't quite recall how we used to look.
Acceptable.
My apologies.
Acceptable justification.
Please don't. We should be the ones apologizing. Come, everyone. It's time to witness our last conversation with Orynyx.
Back when the eye was golden instead of blue.
You're here, Orynyx.
This is our memory, so your senses are also aligned with the Trebios of that moment.
You're obsessed with the idea of being tricked for death like this? It is kind of wild, yeah. You still consume yourself for that false prophecy.
False prophecy, huh? So you still think that way?
Even if Kefali has fallen, they would never guide humans to kill their own comrades. Stop while you still can, Tribios. Spreading the prophecy will only kindle disaster. That disaster will tear you into 1,000 pieces. You hope Finon does the opposite of Elysia? Man's gonna have a crash out of a lifetime, I'll tell you that. Whether it's because of the prophecy or because of something else. He is not gonna take something well. There's gonna be a straw that breaks the camel's back at some point.
But the black tide has already arrived, and Yanis remains in slumber. If even the god of passages, known for guiding mortals, cannot resist this catastrophe, then what can we do against the incoming destruction?
Do not get involved with the core flames. If you do that, you can still remain chosen by fate. So is it supposed to be that the Chrysos heirs are meant to save the world without the core flames?
Those chosen by fate would never have their family taken from them. And how can I alone remain safe and secure while watching the entire world crumble before my eyes?
So is it supposed to be that the Chrysos heirs are the ones chosen to survive the dawning of the new world, or they have the chance to survive into the dawning of the new world? And Tribios has made a different prophecy that those people are meant to save the world and everyone in it. Is that what's happening here?
This might be our last conversation, Orynyx. I will do everything I can to protect you from the black tide.
The family she just mentioned.
It's our mother. She fell from this spot into the valley a long time ago.
And Trian died in the same place their mother was killed. Whew.
It was during a grand ceremony held to seek Yanis' guidance, but things took an unexpected turn. It was Kefali who responded instead.
Oh, Allie, were you not here for that? Yeah, So the triplets went to the Abyss of Fate to talk to Orynyx by themselves without telling anyone, and they got ambushed by the Flame Reaver, which is what killed Trian. She used her last gate to send the other two to safety. But on the way there, they found this letter using Orynyx's power. They found a letter that was somebody talking about, like, assassinating their mom and making it look like an accident, basically.
Did something go wrong with the ceremony?
Yes, but those two occurrences were in fact unrelated. Kefali's response was simply a coincidence. On that frosty night with treachery abound, as the holy maiden of Yanisopolis met her demise, the world-bearing titan also fell in another corner of the world.
Darkness and Angrek? A bit, yeah. I mean, the Black Tide is very obviously darkness. The Black Tide as darkness makes a lot of sense. The question is, who's Angrek in this scenario? Would it be Kefali? Or would it be the Holy Maiden of Yanisopolis here? Do you think?
Let's keep up with her. This story... she should be the one to tell it.
Also, to be fair, Maya Knight's entire light and dark is very basic. It's very basic, so it's very easy to slip it into parallels in other stories, I feel. Orynyx reminds you of the gods? I can see it, yeah. And I mean, they do talk about Mother, who would, I guess, be the better Angrek analogy here. So you have the primordial light and darkness, and then the lesser divinity children of them. That lineup makes sense. I can see it, yeah.
That thing ahead.
It's the altar of Talantin. But that's not our destination. We're heading to the left.
This place used to be passable.
I don't know if those are supposed to look like that, but I'm just not gonna question it. Hi, Oryx, I'm just taking a look around. Bug. Through countless peaks and endless trials, I've journeyed here just to glimpse your divine presence. O mighty Oryx, the incarnation of enigmas, starlight of eternal night, one glimpse of you fills my existence. Simply just brain rotted? I mean, I can see it. Passage reveal the past once more. Through Snowy's power, Phinon's group journeys to the past of the Abyss of Fate, the Sanctum of Prophecy, Yanisopolis, where they see the Tribute Trio as they were 1,000 years ago. Wait, was that? Don't be mean to me, don't be mean to me. Triandal profile picture? Don't forget our promise. If we can't see each other today, then see you tomorrow. If we can't see each other tomorrow, then see you the day after. This is criminal. Criminal, I tell you. That's just mean. And that goes down there. I'm just gonna follow the story path for now. I'm not gonna do my explorations. Talantin? No.
Perhaps there's more than one right answer.
Ooh. Oh boy.
I never thought there would be such a hidden space in the abyss.
This is the Archive of Prophecies, an important ceremonial site back then.
Interesting.
Is this Giannis's maze that Trinon used for divination in the past?
Not only that, it also serves as a lock. Our childhood abode lies sealed within.
Interesting.
This is the largest puzzle I've ever laid eyes on. And it even acts as a door lock. Should have expected something like this in the homeland of puzzles, I suppose. So, how are we going to solve it?
Economy, yeah.
Just follow the designated path and let the stone ball fall into the pool twice.
Seems pretty straightforward. Even Mighty might be able to complete it in a single try.
We get it, you miss him.
That's not talking smack. It's clearly a compliment.
It's not, but it's okay. I know you just wanted to bring him up.
Mighty. If he were still here, we'd probably take a lot fewer detours to solve our issues.
Fine, on it has been 5 minutes. It has been 5 minutes and you're already lamenting and missing him? Okay.
Enough with the talking. Let's just get started.
You're the one who was talking. Okay. I'm sorry? Press the button and hold to activate the rewinding power and rotate the maze. During the rewind, let go of the button. The maze will spin in the reverse direction. Okay. Sure. Getting Breath of the Wild flashbacks. And that's one of the encryption
You have
keys.
the makings of a high priest now.
Thanks. The confusion rumbles, becoming a new path. I think that's the wrong word.
Getting that stone ball to the endpoint looks pretty tough. My hands are shaking just from looking at it.
Some walls move in a set pattern. Use the right timing to take advantage, okay? Nope. I messed that one up, don't mind me. And there we go. Oh, interesting.
The secret door is open.
Go inside, and you'll see the place where we grew up.
Oh, hey, people. Priest selection trials. So few records about the maiden. I'm definitely gonna poke around here on my own later. Because there's definitely a lot happening in this room.
If I become a priest, will Orenic see me?
Let's investigate. Gold threads used to meticulously bind the volumes are decayed and broken. Big door here. Space anchor. I am gonna do this puzzle though. Oh, geez, okay. Whoa, okay. What kinda... Where do you... What is happening with these puzzles? Okay. Well, I can get rid of all of them. How's that? Okay, interesting.
Life is a puzzle in and of itself.
Thanks. You. Thank you for the chests. 10 steps. We need you to end on the blue. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, nope, I didn't see. We need that. Okay. Okay, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nope, I messed it up now. Oh dear. Okay, we're gonna leave. I really want to do that, but I want to finish the story first. I'll cheat and check the achievements. How many do we have left? 1 left, okay. One left. Readable, what is this? Temple Records Maze. I'm gonna read that later. Down the stairs into the cursed doll room, I bet. Is there a chest? Haha.
Seek, and you will find.
As Trinan returned to her homeland, familiar sights stirred forgotten memories within her, of people, moments, and treasures she thought time had washed away. Yep, same room.
You grew up in a place like this?
Fragment. We gotta go back for the one on the rooftop, by the way. Don't let me forget.
By the time we were born, the role of the Holy Maiden had already diminished to a mere title. Those in tune with the Titan's guidance are bound to become messengers for others. To maintain appearances, those in authority added some embellishments. And with Mother around, our childhood wasn't entirely without joy.
Even so, I still find it hard to imagine.
20 years can go by in no time.
Trinan, for most people, 20 years is a long period of time.
Right. Becoming a demigod sure changes how one lives through time.
So, do people here have regular human lifespans then? Because I have many questions if so.
It's hard to believe it's been so long. Your power is exceptional, Little Gray. This place looks exactly as before.
You never know if it's gonna be voiced or not.
Let's explore the room a bit.
Yeah, we're probably here for this. Oh, lots of... Ooh. Bug. The scrolls are arranged extremely messily. The carpet is crooked and ash is piled up in the brazier. Need to tidy up fast for the Holy Maiden's well-being. Oh, maid. I didn't notice. Oh,
The
whoops.
shelf is packed full, but all I see are annals of geography for various cities. There are also documents about various kinds of Titan worship.
This table is still a darker color than their characters' skin colors.
Because we believed that we would need to travel great distances to convey Kefali's prophecy to everyone, and should learn about the terrains and customs of various places beforehand. Back then, our memories were still sharp. 10 years was enough for us to memorize all these.
Wow.
Mother left us these scrolls, too. When we were young, she would read them to us as bedtime stories. Her stories were so engaging that we could vividly imagine all of Amphoreus in our dreams. Unfortunately, only after Mother was gone did we realize that what was written in the scrolls was far from engaging.
I don't care, let me at them. I want to know. Give me this entire shelf as readables. I do not care. Anyways. Mama, look at this! It kept going wrong, but I finally made one that works. Is this a music box? Trebios, you're so talented. Now whenever I'm telling you a story, we can have beautiful music playing in the background. Hee hee, I'm still not as talented as you, Mommy. You can take a whole block of red stone and slowly carve it into a crystal clear work of art. Next time I want to make a pair of gloves. That way you won't hurt your hands next time you're polishing rocks, Mommy. Silly child, if I was scared of hurting my hands, why would I not just ask the old folks at the temple for a pair of gloves? Honestly, you mustn't fuss over me. Just make sure you eat plenty, practice your reading, and read lots of stories of Amphoreus. Nothing makes Mommy happier than seeing you grow and thrive. I have eaten plenty, and I've practiced my reading lots. But the stories, hee hee, there are still lots that I can't read yet. Ah, so that's what you're up to. You were making this music box to slack off so Mommy would read you more stories, right? You sneaky thing. Looks like I won't be reading any more stories of Zagreus for a while. Well then, what story should we read today? The Golden Apple Beauty Contest, the story of King Mikas, Gorgo and the Lion. You've heard them all lots of times, haven't you? I don't mind. I'll never get sick of them as long as you're reading them to me, Mommy. And that.
There's a blackboard here. What's that drawing on it?
That doesn't ring a bell. It should be something we invented during those 10 years.
Is this not her ult?
It has been approximately 10 years between Kefali's prophecy and this moment when we are about to set out. We were raised in this temple complex and had never stepped outside the Gate of Infinity. To understand the outside world, we spent much of our time acquiring knowledge and developing a few inventions along the way. Sadly, the inventions served no purpose except to deliver letters, and the knowledge we gained has all faded away by now.
Whew. Do you have anything to say? No, you're just standing there. Do you have anything to say? No. Perhaps Tribby spent most of her time during these grim childhood years with these stone slates. Opened that. Closed? Okay, cool.
There's so many boxes here.
These should be our belongings. What's this?
No, don't hurt me more.
A red glass fragment?
I thought this was already hurting us. I thought we were done.
We were still very young the first time we saw it. Mother came back with a beautiful glass piece, but her face was streaked with tears. She simply placed it on the table. It looked so sparkly that we couldn't resist playing with it, but we ended up breaking it by accident. Mother didn't get angry. She simply held us quietly for a long time.
Whew.
It wasn't until we were older that we learned in Yanisopolis, if someone gloriously died for destiny, the Holy Maiden must pick a piece of glass from the volcano's quarry and polish it, then give it to the deceased's family.
Oh, I knew it was a funeral rite. I knew it was a funeral rite.
On the day Mother returned with the glass, her friend lost his life on the battlefield. Since he had no family left, Mother had to keep it herself. Later, on the eve of the ritual, Mother also gave us a beautiful piece of glass.
Man.
Let's move on to the bedroom.
Yeah, it's the same still. Man. I knew it was a funeral rite. I knew it was a funeral rite. Oh no, baby.
It's Trebios.
Just as expected. It's time to get going after all. Mama, are you going to that ritual tomorrow?
That's right, my sweet girl. What's the matter?
I wish I could go too. I have something to ask Yanis.
Oh. What do you want to ask?
I want to know how to chase the black tide away.
Ah, I see. Unfortunately, it's a secret ritual, and only I can preside over it. If you want me to consult the Titan on your behalf, you'll have to promise me something.
What is it?
Be a good girl and go to sleep now. And whatever you dream of, don't be afraid. Just sleep through the night until morning comes. Until the next time Aquila opens their eyes. Can you do that for me, sweetie?
Yeah, she knew. She knew and she didn't even try.
That's it? Of course I can! Trebios is the most amazing Holy Maiden of Yanis! Holy Maiden. But why, Mama?
Because this ritual might take a long time.
She knew she was gonna die.
How long?
Tomorrow, my sweet child. I'll be back tomorrow.
And that's where that comes from. Oh boy.
If not tomorrow, then the next tomorrow. If not, the tomorrow after that. But if I still haven't returned for a very long time, that means the ritual has succeeded. It means I found a way to chase away the black tide and reach the new world on the other side. But for various reasons, I can't return to bring my sweet girl with me.
Man, this is all gonna be so tragic. It's gonna get worse too, because it's gonna be like Tribby messed up the prophecy. Tribios messed up the prophecy, and all of this was it's just gonna spiral, and it's gonna be horrible.
But I'll be waiting for you there. As long as you stay brave and kind, we'll meet again in that new world. It's the end of the West Wind, the Black Tide's other shore. A radiant sea of flowers, blessed and protected by the gods. In the rosy horizon, you'll see a silver-white shoal. It marks the end of your voyage. A haven, free from storms, cold, and heavy rains. No sorrow can linger there. That is where I'll be, waiting for you.
Because, yeah. I didn't know, Ash. I didn't know when I proposed the idea. I didn't know.
Wow, that sounds just like the island from my dream.
And man, and this gets so complicated because the both of them get like prophecy dreams, so it's like some of this might be legit. Some of this might be dreams. Some of this might be a mom just trying to give her daughter one last good thing to cling to before she dies and is murdered. And we don't know yet. We just don't know how to sift through that yet because we don't know how it ends. You're sad? Yeah, this is... They said the red characters are suffering today.
I know. I'll turn the moon into a ship and the stars into sails to go find Mama. Pinky promise?
Pinky promise. As long as you sail toward tomorrow. As long as the sun will rise for the next day, our wishes will come true together.
Man, a year from now we're gonna have the entire Amphoreus storyline and I'm gonna rewatch this cutscene and it's going to be so much worse.
If the final murmurs of the Titan are true, if such a place really exists on the shore beyond the Black Tide at the end of Genesis, then our promise still stands. Please, wait for me, Mother.
After those 10 years of darkness, when Aquila opened their eyes for the last time, we finally set off.
Where did she go?
Chest. Yep, that's still the same.
This way. Now, we'll go through this shelf.
But how? With Yanis's power?
Finon's never heard of a
Indeed,
hidden bookshelf.
We hadn't acquired their power back then.
Man's never seen a hidden bookshelf. That's tragic all on its own.
So, this obstacle, it was simply a mirage?
Yes, the answer is right on the shelf. Go ahead and give it a try.
Secret bookshelf, please. Yeah, let's go.
It's a secret passage.
It was a secret passage prepared by the Holy Maiden's supporters for Mother and me as a precaution. And now, it has turned into our passage to escape, just as anticipated.
What a highly decorated passage for something built in complete secrecy. Up we go. Oh, you can feel it loading in. Oh boy. The start of all roads.
The path to the temple was in quite a state. Did someone do it on purpose?
No surprise at all. Some people caught on to what we were planning and tried to intercept us.
Oh, yeah, of course, this is in other memory fragments or the flashback things. I always forget what they're called. They talked about the Holy Maiden's escape, yeah.
While others were willing to clear the way for the Holy Maiden.
I can't move it. I can't climb over it either. Time Titan? Is that you?
Okay.
Someone will help me.
Interesting that... Why are there so many of these pigs? Well, I guess they're Yanis pigs. She needed...
Just like this.
Someone to save her. Is this replicating the memories or disrupting the space-time dimension?
Regardless of our actions, the past will remain unchanged. It was someone else who helped Trebios in the actual events of history.
We sure about that?
We don't remember the details. As for why memory recreated the past to be like this, it must be because it's closer to the answer within our heart.
The passage is now cleared.
Stream forth.
Okay, where are we going? We need to get up there and we gotta tap that, okay. That's an Oryx whisper?
Oryx. Thank you, nameless god.
Nameless? Yeah, all the people praying. Oh. The statue seems to embody the concept of destiny itself, its form resembling a key, a door, and a scale all at once. Small wonder the followers of the three titans of fate would hold it in such high regard. So many people.
Whoa! It looked truly magnificent back then.
Relax. Take it easy.
And this is her first time outside.
All these people, they're just civilians, not enemies, correct?
Mostly, but it might not be the case later on.
Hey, little ones. How did you sneak in here? sneak in here for?
I heard there's a lovely holy maiden living in the temple, and I want to meet her. I couldn't stop her, so I had to think of a way to sneak her in.
Oh, really? I was here to meet the Holy Maiden as well, but the guard said she had to go somewhere far away today.
Huh? What a bummer. Mommy even asked me to bring her gift to the Holy Maiden.
It's getting late. Be good and go home now, okay?
Okay then. We'll come back next time. Thank you.
By the way they are dressed, the siblings look like civilians living outside the temple. Mother mentioned that when she was a holy maiden, she caught a girl sneaking into the temple to steal the tributes. Stealing from the temple was punishable by death, but that poor girl had no family and just wanted something to eat. So Mother took her outside and even gave her some food. Perhaps these two children are the descendants of that girl from back then.
That would be a nice thought.
Ah, Lady Maiden.
Nope. Trip, where are you?
Lady Maiden, you need to dress warmer. It's pretty cold out.
Your phone died and you're back.
No need to
Welcome
trouble
back.
yourself. I'm just going for a quick walk.
All right, but please take care of yourself. Your mother made us promise to look after you before she left. It's been a while since I last saw you. I just realized you've grown into such a beauty, just like your mother. Oh, here, have some of my sweet pastries. She used to enjoy them, so maybe you'll like them too. What's wrong, Lady Maiden?
I'm fine. It tastes really good.
Man.
This lady is Mother's old friend. When we were little, we sometimes got to eat the sweet pastries she brought back. We've always remembered the familiar taste, and only now do we learn where it came from.
Crossing the bridge. Nope. What's here? Oh, interesting that there's someone walking by in the memory. Oh, that's why. Hey, that person in the rags headed towards the temple just now. Guess who that was? Judging by their clothes and the fact that I don't really recognize them, probably a refugee seeking solace here? That man is the king of Bolsa, former lord of the city. Huh? How can that be? He's just skin and bones. The breeze on the bridge almost blew him down into the ravine just now. They don't look anything like a king. Bolsa that worships Aquila, the city of gentle breeze. The battle between Nicodor and Aquila waged for many years. I hear that the people of Bolsa have a long-held grudge against the Kremnoans. How do you know him, then? That king came to Yanissopolis a few years ago, before you had taken office. He knew that Bolsa was no match for Castrum Kremnos and came in search of a prophecy to save his city. Sir Acolyte told him that if he gathers many allies and treats them well, he will be able to overcome the sharp edge of the Blade of Fury. The king of Bolsa trusted every word, returned to his city, and distributed his wealth to win over many small neighboring cities. The king was convinced that he now had nothing to worry about. Who could have imagined that when Castrum Kremnos did attack, all of the small neighboring cities that had received his blessings were so scared of the Blade of Fury they all rushed to surrender. They even coughed up all the gifts the king of Bolsa had given them and offered them to the Kremnoans as a sign of their loyalty. The city of Bolsa fell in days, the poor king of Bolsa, to see a man that cared for his city and people fall so far. Well, that's all because of his blind faith in the prophecy, isn't it? Shush! Do you want the Holy Maiden Guards to add you to the list of slanderous remarks? Go back to your post. At least there weren't too many cities that were dragged into the strife of the Titans like Volsa was. Let us hope that these days of peace will remain across the majority of Amphoreus. Damn. What were you saying? You didn't trust the guy walking by, or? The lady? No, I think she's fine. Well, maybe, I don't know. Yes, their old dreams have not faded. The doors sealed for a millennium reopen, and the candles within burn bright as daylight. Pilgrims step into the depths of destiny, welcomed by an embrace as warm as ever, as if nothing had ever been lost. Interesting.
Apologies, Lady Maiden, but the Yanis Vault is under maintenance today.
Perfect. That way, no one will disturb me while I'm talking to Mother.
All right then. May Yanis guide your path.
The Yanis Vault?
It's where Yanis's heart lies, and the core flame is kept. Just enter on the left. It's also the place where Trebios was born.
I do want to. Dear faithful followers, what we see here is the storage place for the Titan's core flame. Please don't speak loudly. It's crowded here, so be careful not to get lost. The holy city of Fate's scenery is truly extraordinary. This pilgrimage with the senior group is really worth it. My husband repeatedly asked me to bring back more souvenirs. You said it right. Don't worry, we have a special shopping session planned afterwards. We'll go after we wrap up here.
Trebios. What does that name actually mean?
The one with 3 lives. Mother believed our birth was blessed by the 3 Titans of Fate. She named us thus to express her gratitude. Looking at how things have unfolded, Fate might have had a role in it.
If we crash landed where Yanis's core flame was meant to be kept, that is surely something. Oop, I had to sneeze. Oh, treasure chest behind us.
Stream forth, gleam of old blades.
Finally, the Yanis Vault is right ahead.
You're telling me that the Express crash landed at the very site of the first Titan core flame that was seized? That's something to overthink about later. The core flame of Yanis is housed here. Though countless believers call for them, humanity's voices echo unanswered, silent and unmoving, awaiting their destined hour. Chest. And is this going to be in range or no? No, I don't think I'll be able to. Yeah, I can't listen to that yet.
At long last.
Which Titan is Yanis again? Yanis is the god of passage and the divinity that Trebios seized. Trebios, you've come.
I knew there was some sanity left in you, Yanis. Just as I thought, you too have been confined.
Step forth and thou shalt bury yourself. Bury the gods and bury the fate that binds us all.
No, Yanis. I've come here to take on your fate. By the blood of the Lamb and the strength of my blade-wielding right hand, I am Trebios, the listener, the announcer, and the witness of the prophecy. I, the holy maiden of Yanisopolis, the walker of the infinite paths, have come forth to assume your duty.
The one who guides the world shall see their soul shattered into 1,000 fragments, akin to glass crashing upon the ground.
Just as I wished. This journey promises to be a long one, with 1,000 selves to accompany me. I'll never be lonely.
Though thou bearest the core flame, thou shalt be far from the glory of divinity. Passages are forever associated with dirt, and even a mere mortal's blade can imperil thy very existence.
No matter. My hands are not made for bearing arms. But my feet are destined to embark on a journey for the benefit of all.
Yet the flame chase is a journey of constant loss, among which even life itself holds little value. Time decays the heart, the passages shatter the body, and the scales weigh the separation, until the end draws near. The one who bears 3 lives, art thou truly prepared?
Without a doubt, Titan. Let the prophecy shatter me, so that I may open a myriad of paths for this imperiled world.
Thus it shall be. Overthrow the gods / return the core flames. Inherit divine authority or forge godly miracles. Go kill, go mourn. Kill my kin, mourn our fate. Ferry the spirits of the gods, nourish the land with divine essence. Yet thou shalt remember, yet thou must remember. All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle. Such is destiny.
I understand, Yanis.
And there she is.
Thank you. Now, may you rest well.
Can I get to? So this is the original prophecy. So that / is, I believe, here are the 2 interpretations of the words of the prophecy. So one is, well, no, because it doesn't. Overthrow the gods, inherit divine authority, go kill my kin, ferry the spirits of the gods. Yet thou shalt remember, all shall bid farewell to one. Or, Return the core flames, forge godly miracles, go mourn our fate. Nourish the land with divine essence. But thou must remember. Congrats on the age regression, yeah. So yeah, I think this is what happened is there's been readables and some mention, I think, in the main story, possibly only in side quests, but I think in the main story as well, talk about how the way the Titans speak isn't always extremely clear. This might be the puzzle side quest, is when interpreting the words of the Titans, sometimes things get very vague and unclear. So, like, time and darkness and light were all the same word, and it was unclear which one the Titan meant. So this is the prophecy as was interpreted. Overthrow the gods and kill them to inherit their divine authority. But return the core flames means something else. Nourish the land with divine essence means something else. There's a piece that's been forgotten or mistaken here, and that is what has doomed us. Oof.
Mother, did you see that?
Ooh.
I have assumed my duty and stand ready to set out.
It's gonna be combined into one or something? Yeah, I think. Because there's a difference between, well, even then I feel like, referencing Finon, maybe, even then I feel like that might not be the, like, actual good ending answer, to put good ending in air quotes. Like, I think that's the ending we're heading towards. But I think it might be because, like, Anaxa right now is carrying the core flame of reason, but he hasn't, like, assumed its divinity. So I think it might be the assuming divinity part that we might be messing something up. But there's also the fact that the reason they're, like, assuming divinity and, like, taking on the Titans' roles and stuff is because they're like, well, we need someone to do that job. Like, Mighty took the core flame of strife and became a demigod because somebody needed to go out there and fight back the Black Tide before it overwhelmed Amphoreus and instantly, I guess. Because apparently they actually really suck at defending against the Black Tide. So, like, they can't let those seats go empty. They can't let those roles and the way the world is governed, like, go ungoverned, basically. And I think that might be where we're messing stuff up. And it might have something to do with, like, just like how Mighty was, his whole story here was about overthrowing and leaving behind traditions because clinging to them can only hurt us sometimes. And this is about believing too wholeheartedly in a prophecy and not striving to make it come true on your own. I feel like that might be our mistake here. Accepting and taking on the destinies of the gods, it might be the mistake.
We will step over the gods' corpses and wander among humanity, and thus we shall sweep apart Amphoreus' pitch-dark fog.
Okay, these are the Flame Chasers. The Flame Chasers don't get happy endings. The only real death is in Impact 3rd, yeah. I mean, I'm very positive we are going to get, like, the full-blown everyone dies, everything goes horribly wrong ending. And then I think we're going to rewrite it. And then we're gonna get our happier ending. Hopefully a happy ending, but at the moment I'm just going with happier. Finon's going to Stellar on this shit? Yeah. Finon's gonna get a Stellar on, and we're all gonna go, holy shit, no way. And then something's gonna explode. But also Cyrene. There was something going on with that girl. I don't know how she had a core. Well, I say I don't know, it's because she's the Elysia XP and she's the secret 13th Titan, that's how.
May we... May the world...
I'm gonna have to pull up that readable for you, Ash, because there is a readable that's about the secret blasphemous 13th Titan, so...
Follow the myriad paths trodden, and reunite at the end of the west wind, where flowers bloom in spring.
Trebios, I'm really sorry that we're ruining your really dramatic moment because we're debating lore, but this is how I'm doing things here. Elysia is literally the Hersher of humanity, which shouldn't exist, yeah. I don't know all of Elysia's details, but I do know her being a Hersher is like a whole weird thing, and it shouldn't work that way, and she does a lot of things that shouldn't be able to be possible. Cyrene and Finon are gonna do some shit. Oh, yeah. They're gonna do a lot.
Mother, I shall see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Who dares lay hands on the core flame? Drop your weapon and surrender at once.
Yeah.
I knew this would come.
It's opening up. Move aside and get ready. The Holy Maiden?
I don't think she's been shattered yet, actually. Bug. Those narrow-minded fools. Who says I can't be a priest? Following fate's guidance to make prophecies. Piece of cake. I'd nail it eventually. They're obviously just envious of my potential. I've got more faith in this wall crumbling than in their stupid criticisms. This is where the Express touched down. Ironically, that prediction wasn't far off, I was about to say. Yep. Wait. Why is that loading in and out? Man, my graphics settings are low as shit, huh? I want to read this before we go. Great Maiden, oh. Great Maiden, what prophecy have the Fate Titans shown you regarding the fate of Bulsa's city? The prophecy was spoken thusly. Though I have never met the gaze of 10,000 eyes, I will fight against the blades of 10,000 enemies. The gentle breeze shall be devoured by the roaring waves. The foolish king bathes himself in riches, only to purchase a life as a drifter of a conquered nation. Is that all? That is all the Titan said. What kind of joke is that? The king of Bulsa has traveled a long way for a prophecy on how to save his hometown. Are you saying you want to send him off with no hope? Sir Acolyte, you're just concerned the king of Bulsa will take back the large amount of money he paid in his desperation, aren't you? Holy Maiden, watch your tongue. This is the holy land of the core flame of Yanis, not Zagreus' den of thieves. There is no need for such outrage. I have long since lost the so-called prophetic rights of the Holy Maiden. According to our agreement, I am solely responsible for listening to the word of the Titans. I have never overly pried into how it is that you manipulate these prophecies. However, on the basis of our decades-long friendship, I must give you a word of warning. Do not give people false hope under the guise of prophecy. Otherwise, fate will place the responsibility for the city's destruction on your head. If you do not wish to be torn to shreds by countless mourning dead when you cross the River of Souls, I would implore you to act with caution. I understand what you are saying, Mortis. However, the Temple of the Three Fates cannot spread despair. You know that I must act for the sake of Yanisopolis. Although the fact that you still consider our former friendship, I must admit that I am surprised. Work on the secret tunnel that I promised you is almost complete. If they attack soon, you will be able to escape with your children. I will cover you from the shadows. So is this her mom, Mortis? It's just, it must be soon. As you know, I am not a young man anymore. I can already see Thanatos' shadow before me. May Yanis guide your path, Codex. Do not give people false hope under the guise of prophecy. Perhaps that is something that would be beyond even me. Yeah, and I think that's the achievement for seeing all of them. Oh. No quest description whatsoever. Face the guards together with Tribios.
What's happening here? Lady Maiden, where's the thief who stole the core flame? Look at what she's holding, you buffoon! She is the thief! Take your positions and ready your arms! We're taking back the core flame!
Bring it on!
What?
Come forth, loyal guards. At least do it properly. Pierce me in the chest.
What are you scheming?
This is your last chance. If anyone wants to earn a promotion and rise through the ranks, I'm right here. You all know who I am. Go ahead.
Power move, quite frankly.
However, if there's still any loyalty within you, step aside for the Holy Maiden. Otherwise, by the decree of the Holy City's Codex, anyone who dares to harm the Holy Maiden shall face execution!
Damn. Catch-22.
Captain, what should we do? Do it. Kill her! If any of you want to get rich, then come with me. Take this traitor's head and wealth will be ours!
We can't just stand by and do nothing. Let's move, partner.
Yeah, Tribios is really cool. She is honestly one of my favorite characters.
I'm honored by your presence. Since you're already here, why not
This
have a
patch
meal
was
with
really me dealing with two of my favorite characters in Amphoreus, going through it.
We have the upper hand. Ready for another? Enemy data section net markers active.
All together.
Little counterattack.
Step up, let's see it.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Thanks, Acheron.
How's that possible? Could the Titan actually be on her side?
Well, Yanis wasn't opposed.
That woman is the traitor!
I should go.
Let's keep up.
The path is opening up for me.
No, you.
Oh, Yanis. Protect me.
Come on. Can I not? Okay, I can. Hey. Oh. Everybody down. Everybody quiet down. Okay. Everything is fine and I definitely don't panic. Tribios takes the core flame of passage, receiving Yanis' divine authority. Now she must flee this sanctum of tripartite prophecy that has held her captive for decades and pursue her destiny.
The main path is likely well guarded. What do I do?
Don't. Ah! Oh no, she's getting ahead. Stop. Come back here. Come back. Come back!
I thought. Inside.
Stream forth.
Everybody quiet. Everybody quiet. Okay, ooh.
Sick, and you?
Yeah. Their voice pierces the long night, knocking at my door. Unbind your wings, though you will shatter. Hope is born in this moment. Behold, the 100-eyed bird stirs to awaken. Do not miss the last sunrise of Yanisopolis.
There are guards here too. Don't alert them.
No. Can I? No, that's on the other side, okay. Girly, where'd you go? Oh, we're just running? Okay. We are just running.
At long last.
Oh! Sundog!
Picture of the Holy City Guards, but I'm already so close!
This should be the last fight. We have to help her get through. But I don't get it. This has been puzzling me for a while now. Who has been aiding Trebios in her escape?
Logic in Amphoreus is not adding up.
Well, history might be blurred by memories. Seeing how the whole city is hunting her down, she clearly had no allies. If she pulled it off alone, were we too involved in this process?
Trebios had been on her own since she entered the vault. But what did we truly mean to her? You'll find that answer at the end of this memory.
In that case, let's focus on the mission at hand now. Let's do this, everyone!
The time travel stuff is so weird. We're definitely messing with stuff in a weird way we shouldn't be able to.
My back.
Okay, you are new, I think. Noontide Griffin. In the ancient era Creatura, Aquila, after forging the Dawn device, collaborated with Kefali to bring forth the legendary beasts embodying the Titans. Noontide Griffin is said to represent Aquila after opening their eyes to bestow light upon the world. And then these eagles are also Aquila, so Aquila gets 2? Okay. So wait, time traveling economy. There's... Actually, what's going on with the mark? Deal fire damage and summons... Okay. It's just... You get hit, okay.
More seasoned. I'm honored by your presence.
8. Oh, and now, of course, we want the rapid team. Okay.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Enemy data secure.
Achievement get that I don't understand.
Nice like a good, my friends. Indulge yourselves!
Free will, or was it fate? Destined for oblivion.
Light the
Better to make
future.
no move. A little more heat.
8.
Commencing support. Ready for another?
9. Too slow.
My back.
I weep for the departed.
Unleash an ultimate. Well, have I got news for you?
It too shall fall.
Finally, beyond this gate awaits a boundless world. This is where my journey begins. God of passages, can you see me? I will complete the path that you started.
Well, I don't know about Yanis, but I can see that treasure chest.
No response after all. Yanis, may you have a good dream. I can't stay here much longer. It's time to leave.
Well, looks like this is the end of the memory.
Not yet. The question that has been puzzling you. She's about to reveal the answer.
Oh. Oh, that's pretty. That's really pretty. That's a wallpaper and a half.
But nothing happened.
The art is amazing. This is beautiful watercolor.
What was making her or you hesitate at this moment? If she had known this flame chase journey would proceed as the Titan foretold, bringing about great suffering and fatalities, including her own, would she still have chosen to walk through the gate and start her journey?
Oh, it's the Acheron question flashbacks. Even if everything goes terribly, even if you already know the end, would you still embark? And the answer is of course, because that is what it means to trailblaze.
I think the answer is already within you. And you've made your own decision.
Ayo? God, time travel on this planet is so weird.
What? You can hear us?
Not really. She can neither see nor hear us. Yet she knew that one day, someone would return to unveil this dust-covered memory. We can never know for sure who helped us back then. But that kindness was forever engraved in our hearts, motivating us to move forward. Time has modified this memory into a special letter, so that we do not forget our original intent.
That's really fascinating. The idea of knowing, because this is something Ornyx can do. This isn't technically just a Trailblazer thing. So knowing that it's possible for people to revisit someone else's memories, and thus announcing your intent loudly, or saying something like knowing someone is going to look back at this memory and they're going to be asking a question. What do I think that question is going to be, and what answer do I want to give them? And that's what happened. Phynon doesn't understand, or maybe he does.
It's a letter written by Trebios of the past and sent to her future self. In this memory, it is Trebios of the future who overcomes all difficulties for her and sends her on a long journey toward the tomorrow where we are.
What would you say to your past self if you had the opportunity? What would your past self say to you?
Yes, you'll remember it all. And then find your way back to the gate where everything began. Here, I will set sail toward the distant horizon.
Trailblazing.
Here, you have traveled far on your way home. Such is the maxim that unveils Trebios' fate. You shall shatter into 1,000 fragments and wither on the soil of foreign lands.
Not to sound like a broken record, but this reminds you of Raiden Makoto Istaroth in the Sakura tree. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is pretty much the same sentiment. It's planting the seeds of a future you won't get to see, and legacy and reaching towards the future. It's interesting how the time travel aspect is in the games, yeah. Time travel always gets interesting, especially when they make it not time travel. Because then you get weird with it.
So, if you ever feel lost, return to this place. I'll keep this memory here for you. Or for me, to embrace it again.
Worry not. The loss is something we've grown used to. Our resolve and our pledge are what Trebios will never forget. Each one of us has never failed to remember. Losses are a constant on the Flame Chase journey, among which even life itself holds little value. The hot blood of the sacrificial lamb will not be spilled in vain, like my mother and I.
The libations poured are guaranteed to bear fruit, just as my blade-wielding right hand is not a hollow formality.
Surmount the myriad passages of Yanis, and we will once again
ride the west wind and let the wings carry us far away.
So, this is your answer?
That's right. In the name of the three fates, I stand by my answer with no regrets.
Man.
Now, with or without the god's blessing, I run towards the world's agony. If I can truly pierce through the utter darkness,
we will meet again at the end of the west wind, where flowers bloom in spring.
Rip Trebios, you would have loved to be a trailblazer? Yeah, I mean... yeah. Light calendar year 3-7, I missed the year. To quell the world's chaos and became a demigod of Yanis. She traversed the Gate of Infinity, splitting into 1,000 messengers to spread the divine prophecy. After a century of arduous journeying, Light calendar 3870, month of freedom. Humanity's flame chase journey officially began. We can and will establish a proper timeline.
Do you still think?
We can and will. They're giving us years. We're gonna be able to do it. We know how old these people are.
That everything will be fine tomorrow.
Yeah, because tomorrow's not tomorrow. Tomorrow is when everything will be fine.
Yeah, that's what Trianne would say as well.
With all due respect, Lady Treeby, you know perfectly well that see you tomorrow is nothing but a white lie.
I don't like how this framing has been hiding Castrus's face for that.
I hope your toughness is not a mask hiding a lonely heart.
Cass, that's not a lie.
It's a hope.
See you tomorrow is the greatest prophecy in the world.
Prophecy?
Listen, in every corner of this land, every heartbeat carries a prayer for that prophecy to come true. It may be that only a few heroes will bring tomorrow to the new world, but the prophecy of leading everyone to tomorrow belongs to all in Amphoreus.
Yeah.
But not everyone has the chance to see tomorrow. How can such words be called a prophecy?
Because people believe it will come true, and they are trying hard to hold on to that belief.
Sumia Fire Emblem, how you haunt my steps so.
Even as the world teeters on the brink of collapse, everyone is pressing forward, longing to reach farther and move toward tomorrow. And that is why a holy maiden exists to lead the world toward tomorrow. And why Yanisopolis' prophecy unfolds as passages.
You have to create the road there.
Fate is not about the outcome, but the journey. It's not the flowers that bloom at the end of the road. but rather the paths that lead beyond the gate, where people tread toward the sea of flowers.
It's how you get there.
So, Cass, if anything is troubling you, just set it aside for tomorrow. There's no difference between demigods and mortals. The troubles we encounter can only be resolved by our future selves.
You're sobbing, yeah.
Reflect through the long night. Wait for the dawn as you think. Then set off at daybreak. The hesitant part of us will be left behind in the dark, while the determined side of us will know no fear.
I don't know why, but this line is very resonant for me. I think just personally, but also just this feels like the demigod trial is you have to overcome your fear and hesitation and stride forward, and like that's the trial I feel every single time. The framing blocking Cass is interesting. Yeah, it's not quite blocking her again here. I think this one might be more circumstantial, but when it blocks people's faces is when I get nervous.
'Cause that's how Tribios has journeyed so far to spread the prophecy.
Man, it's really gonna suck if her spreading the prophecy is like a really big mistake. That's really gonna suck.
Beckoning the morning sun, and the tomorrow it promises to bring. We will now continue the journey and face our destiny. We will step over the gods' corpses and wander among humanity, and thus we shall sweep apart Amphoreus' pitch-dark fog. And at the end, all will reach that silver-white shoal. That end of the journey, that new world and new tomorrow.
Trian.
It is a haven free from storms, cold, and heavy rains. No sorrow can linger there. We've made a promise to meet again at the end of the west wind, where flowers bloom in spring. See you tomorrow, Trian. See you tomorrow.
Bye, Trian. Now, what do you want now, bitch?
Child of humanity, surely you are not waiting for the arrival of night.
Oh, hey, Ash! Look, you get to see Cersei's. Isn't she pretty? Is this pulling you back from the ledge? Boy. I kind of hope Cersei sticks around. I think it'll be funny.
Nights do not fall upon Akama.
That's why it's futile for you to wait here.
Honestly, I didn't expect the renowned Reason Titan to behave like this.
What is with... Oh, Hatham and his XP and being put upon by gods.
And that's all thanks to you. If your soul weren't as prickly as a hedgehog, I wouldn't have to act this way.
Trian fades into the distance. Hard cut to the two serving and slaying. Sue XP's haunted by God always, yeah. I really need to just do the Flame Chasers and Impact Third stuff. I know I'd love them and I'd cry a lot. Also, it would be fun to know the material to make jokes about them in Amphoreus.
If you were more accommodating, you wouldn't be opposing me all the time, and I could teach you more freely instead.
It was you who insisted on implanting the core flame in me. Forget it. Cut the sarcasm and just say what you need to say.
Sue acts like Kaveh, Kevin acts like Hatham. Anaxa acts like Kaveh and Hatham? Yeah. Understandable. Have a good day.
Fine, fine. All I want is to remind you, there's not much left in your soul. If you don't do something soon, I will have to take over this body.
God damn it. Can we have somebody not split their soul for 5 minutes? 5 minutes.
If I'm not worried, why should you be? I know what you're planning. You just want my help answering the question. What exactly are we? Correct?
This is literally our Nabu losing Kaveh's head at you. It really is. What exactly are we?
It's good that you remember. Thus, equivalent exchange. It's only fair.
Is that Cersei's trying to figure out what the Titans are? Because if so, it's interesting that Orynyx remembers Mother, but potentially Cersei's doesn't?
Then rest easy. The answer will soon be revealed, and you'll have to return my body shortly.
Is that true?
And what the demigods are, that's also fair, yeah.
Certainly. I initially thought this extremely frail state would hinder me from getting my body back. But I didn't expect the answer to be right within it. That saved me a lot of trouble. I don't even need the black-robed swordmaster's ceremonial blade.
What exactly are we? The answer will soon be revealed. Or is what exactly are we the Anaxa Cersei's situation?
That's certainly worth celebrating.
Regrettably, I can't carry out the upcoming experiment alone.
The girl who's walking with death, is she fully prepared?
Oh, are we sending Anaxa to hell?
Be patient, Titan. If we're always so guarded, how can death reach us easily?
Anaxa's going to hell?
Unfortunately, on behalf of Okima, I must ask you to slow your pace.
We finally get to see the two of them beefing, let's go! Anyways, I think Anaxa was just straight up about to be like, alright, we're taking Kefali's core flame, let's go!
I forgot about you. My apologies.
Damn, I knew they very obviously looked similar. It was very obvious they had the same color palette. But man, they really do have the exact same color palette going on, huh? Aglaya just has teensy bit more of like actual yellow. And Cersei's is pure gold. Anaxa sends himself to super hell. God, I bet he wishes.
A child's words are always carefree. I'll just dismiss these words as nonsense from a cheeky child. Come now, conceited performer. It's time to address your relationship with that Titan.
What if I refuse?
Provocation will only tip Talantan's scales further toward your demise. There's no need to go to such lengths.
Oh, monster neither human nor divine. Don't forget that you won't dare kill me. If you snuff out the core flame of reason.
So if Anaxa dies, the core flame dies with him.
What else can you use to stand against the council?
Do you two mind if I cut in?
Hi, Cersei's.
I warned you. Do not interrupt me.
No one listens to any of your rules.
I just have been meaning to ask. Does death really matter to you?
What do you mean?
What I mean is, before I implanted the core flame into your heart, you were already a silent, cold corpse.
Hello? Anaxa body horror? Anaxa body horror real? The body horror is real? Let's go? Oh god. Things did not load in quickly there. Whew! Anaxa body horror is real. Let's go, gamers. I'm back! Finally have a moment to catch my breath. Want to chat, Snowy? It's unusual to see Mem isn't with you. Don't worry, they're inside the ball. I'll let them rest. Since they're not here, let me ask you. Are you really sure you want to take on the trial of Ornyx's core flame on behalf of the Chrysosers? No. I'm still on the fence, and I'm going to say so, because I don't want us to be a Chrysoser. We've ended up at this point, after all. This is probably a fate that Trailblaze can't evade. You should be extra cautious and watch out for yourself. Based on the experiences of those before you, the trial is no walk in the park. Let Don Hung do it, I don't want to be an heir. To be fair, he is kind of just a guy. Like, I know he's a dragon, but the people of Amphoreus don't know that. He is just a guy. Meanwhile, we had Ornyx's blessing. Like, we very much are the only person Ornyx likes, so it really makes sense for us to do it. But man, I really don't want to. But what concerns me even more is that you'll further bind yourself to Amphoreus. If you truly assume that Titan's divinity, do you believe you'll be able to lay it down again? This has been my biggest concern. Ornyx can take its blessing back? Maybe. This has been my biggest concern with, like, oh, Don Hung being a Chrysoser, or March being a Chrysoser, is like, even if the Titans are just, like, robots and we can, like, fix it and nobody has to be a demigod, etc., etc., even if we, like, bind ourselves into demigodhood and, like, governing this world, we can't leave. So, like, and, like, that's not part of why I don't want Trailblazer to do it. I don't want Trailblazer to become a demigod because I don't want us to be actively involved, I guess. I don't know. I just don't want the protagonist coming in and taking part in things like that. I don't know, it's just weird to me. Like, it's fine. It makes sense. It's fine storytelling-wise. I'm just kicking up a fuss about it and being grumpy. But, like, if Don Hung becomes a Chrysoser, or if March becomes a Chrysoser, are they stuck here? Because I don't want them to be stuck here, therefore I don't want them to do it. Forget it, we'll deal with that when the time comes. No matter what happens, I'll be right there with you. Aw, you do care! Aw, how sweet. Where were you earlier, though? I got held up by two people in guard uniforms and ended up missing Trian's farewell, sir. No, that's so mean, though. They said they were messengers of the Council of Elders and wanted to verify my identity. Oh, boy. We have different definitions of fine, yeah. Boy, I think we might be doing the Council of Elders plot sooner than later. Nearing 8 hours? Yeah. People said this quest was 5 hours long, by the way. But I suspect we've been on their radar for a while, and they only made their move when you and I got separated. Their questions were quite specific, from how we arrived in Akama to our relationships with each Chrysoser. They even asked about what we did in the market. Luckily, those pawns aren't the brightest. I managed to brush off most of their questions, so they'll probably leave us alone for a bit. Is this foreshadowing? Yeah. I really thought we'd do... Well, I mean, I guess... We can have two plots going on, so I guess the Council of Elders could come in next patch. Anyways, really using that experience with the Preceptors here, huh? Their conduct is certainly irritating. But on second thought, Aglaya also initially kept her guard up with us. It's best not to provoke either side until we know the full truth. The only thing we know for sure is that some members of the council aren't happy with the Chrysosers. In the worst case scenario, we could be caught up in the internal conflicts of the Holy City. That's my favorite episode. If only we had more time to sort through the clues about the Black Tide. I don't even think we have clues. Like, what clues do we have to sort through? The weather is the only lovely thing left. Let's take some more pictures. These pictures are going to be plot important. Are we going to be doing a Life is Strange? Are we going to be time hopping through the pictures? Huh? What's going on? Something wrong, Don Hung? The memory card is full. Oh. That might be a problem. If we start using the photos to time hop. I guess this is where we can go. I bet oh jeez. Hard cut. I don't know if March is worried. I think we should be worried about March.
And so, this long day passed for Akuma.
I mean, yeah, damn, it really has been a day. This has been like... We're at almost 8 hours and then 6 hours. This has been a long day.
Some people arrived, and some left forever. Just like every other day of this journey, where we, stumbling, move forward. We have long been prepared. If we are to chase the flames, then we must grow used to farewells. And yet...
You're having thoughts? Good. I enjoy your thoughts immensely.
No one back then could foresee...
Oh no.
Death. Its arrival would always be so sudden. And so momentous.
I have many questions. Very pretty. I have many questions. The most pressing of which is, why is our body decaying like a Titan's? Like, this is how Nikador's body crumbled. This is how Nikador's body crumbled. So what is happening there? You're gonna have to deal with finishing Penacony and then Jiaoqiu body horror. Listen, I am here for it. I am here for all of your thoughts, because they're always really good thoughts. So is this our soul? Is our soul decaying?
Even little Gray, coming from beyond the sky, could not escape the Reaper's 2 hands.
Excuse me?
And what people gained and lost in that trial of death.
I have so many questions. I know that if this is probably... They're either cutting to, like, Herda or the Express, or this is where the patch ends. But what the fuck?
Was far heavier than life itself.
Could not... The trial of death. What?
Far heavier than life itself. Just like the destiny that the prophecy revealed for Cass. At the end of the Sea of Flowers, the souls of the living shall warm thy fingertips. And after an embrace, there shall be eternal separation.
We'll need to talk in DMs. Oh boy, we're gonna be having a lot of DMs after this, yeah. What if death isn't Cass? Possibly. Technically nothing's set in stone. Well, we have the drip marketing, but technically nothing is set in stone. Sea of Flowers. Yeah, they've been talking about that the entire patch. The Sea of Flowers at the end of the West Wind. They've been talking about this the entire patch, Ash. Okay, my initial read of this is that Cass is going to become the demigod of death, and then just like how nobody knows where Thanatos is, and just like how Mighty had to leave to go fulfill his duties, everything else, Cass is going to have to, like, stay in the underworld to do her jobs. Hi, Lumine, yeah. Cass is going to have to stay in the underworld to do her whole thing, and so we're not going to be able to see her again. And that's going to be the eternal separation. That's my read of this. Is Cass is going to become the demigod of death, and is going to have to fulfill that role. And thus, just like Mighty, she is going to have to leave until the coming of the new world when everybody dies. End or the Express? End! Alright. And with that, we finally did it. This is mean, how dare you. Be it in wealth or poverty, all will melt away like snow. The God King had returned home, and the messenger had departed. Their fates can no longer be scried, but are worthy of remembering. The testaments of character witnessed during your travels. Head to the book and write it down. Okay. We are going to do the book. Before we do the book, I refuse to forget where is it? We're going to the market. What limited knowledge I have, I think Cass is going to hell, but not in the way we think. I mean, yeah, it's probably gonna be weird, because I think we're gonna die but not die. Because I don't think the Trailblazer can die permanently. Would be kind of wild if Trailblazer died and we just started playing as Finon, though. Will say that would be wild. But before anything else, we are reading this. Is Mighty here? I knew it! I knew it, you bastard.
Only in the heat of battle does this curse of
Oh my god.
turn into a blessing.
Is this? They literally just... What do you mean you've been streaming? Hi, Aura. Hi, Aura. Welcome to my Honkai Star Rail friends. There was 6 hours yesterday. Welcome to me yapping. This was supposed to be a 5-hour story quest, apparently, by the way. Most people only took like 5 to 6 hours. And it took me this long. I can't believe they put a fragment of recollection so that you can talk to Mighty. But yeah, oh, all the emotes. Man. But yeah, we literally just finished the storyline, by the way. Text. Who do we have texts from? Finon text, okay. Hey buddy, you there? Yeah, hi, what's up? Instant reply, I'm touched. With all that's gone down recently, I thought we could talk. The failed trial of the Grove, Mighty and the Kremnoans, seeing Tribby's memories, all of it. Yep. And Don Hung, too. Yep, we got this. You're totally not gonna crash out. Promise me you won't laugh at this. Honestly, even though we made it through everything, seeing Tribby's memories left me with more questions. That person alone will witness the miracle. Doesn't sound like a good ending, does it? Why did everyone choose to become demigods even after knowing the price? To be fair, I think they became demigods first. They became demigods first and then learned the price. For the sake of Amphoreus, do we do it? They did it for him. Because Loki, like we all know, Finon's the protagonist here. I want to be serious, but also like... Ooh. They did it for Amphoreus. I can't be silly. I don't like being silly. To save the world using demigod powers, of course. I'm just taking a guess here. The powers you gain as demigods are tiny compared to the cost, after all. Exactly. I should have asked Mighty about his reasons before he left, but now he's taken all the glory and the cool spotlights. Yeah, no one agreed. Nobody knew. But also, a lot of them seem to make peace with it, or I say a lot of them. It's the 3 that we've seen so far have made peace with it afterwards. Like, Mighty very much made peace with it. Like, he told Finon before he left, he was like, hey, if anything goes, like, horribly drastically wrong, this is your one failsafe to kill me. And then he became a demigod, and the first thing he learned as a demigod was that he's going to die to someone stabbing him in the back. So he knows it's going to be Finon, and he's okay with it. He just, like, immediately accepted it. So there's something in there where it makes sense. So it's the competitive spirit talking. Finon should kill Aglaya? No, why? Well, I think I feel a bit better about all this now. I've learned a lot from this conversation. I'll go over what we said in my own time. Thanks, buddy. We're Amphoreus' only hope. Oh, wait, there's Don Hung too. All 3 of us. Man discounting all the other Chrysos heirs, I guess. Pets, please. He is truly puppy. Finon should crash out. He will. I'm sure he will. Alright, achievements. Glimpse all fragments of recollection. Discover the escape passage. Remove 3 marks. Okay. Among the undying divine, O Thanatos, grant her but a night of peaceful sleep. Try to reclaim Tribby's past in the nightmare. Warrior, why do you question thy origins? The sovereign left this to posterity. My throne will be bequeathed to the strongest. Yeah, boy. It's less about should and more I think Finon's crash out needs to include her because she's ultimately for the greater good. That's true. That's a really good point. And is pro tricking people? Yeah, I think it would make a lot of sense if, I mean, he does know that prophecy now. And I think it's very easy to make the jump. Extremely funny to me that Aura's here now, by the way, because Aura does not know shit about Honkai Star Rail, so none of this makes sense to you. Yeah, like I think it's very easy to make the jump from only one. You're the ZZZ. Fun fact, you did miss it. We have ZZZ enemies in here now. I might be able to find one if I go back to the Grove, actually. But it's very easy to make the jump from, there's only one person who will survive the prophecy. Yeah, Ash is the reason I got into the Hoyoverse games in the first place. It's very easy to make the jump to Finon being the one she intends to survive, because she's always calling him, like, the flawless heir of divinity and all that stuff. So I think it would be really easy for him to make the jump that... And like we saw earlier with Mighty, she and Tribby fully intended for Finon to fail the trial to sort of force Mighty into doing it. Which is I have feelings about that, but I'm not quite sure how to articulate them yet. But so... It would be very easy, I think, for Finon to make the jump into, oh, Aglaya wants to do the same with me and becoming the final survivor to deliver the prophecy. And I did not intend the word deliver there in accordance with deliverer, but it fits, and it's the natural word that came to mind, so boy howdy does it fit. So... I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be what he has a crash out about. Because I feel like it's easy to make the jump. And he could get mad about that, but I don't think he's going to have a sudden realization and crash out about it that way. So I think something has to happen. And it might be like the everyone else dies and it is literally just Finon surviving and creating the new world. But Love Aglaia, I think Finon will end her. I don't know if I think he's going to kill her, but I definitely think it would be very fun, story-wise. I definitely think it would be super interesting and very fun if he has his crash out about the prophecy and kills her, yeah. Yeah, I think it would be very easy for things to line up in such a way where she represents everything he gets really mad about, so he takes it out on her, or at least her first, or her in part. Witness Trian soaring towards the fated tomorrow. Yeah, and fun fact, these two are both, old leaves fall, new trees flourish, the world is thus, one generation rises, another wilts. This is in reference to some poetry or something. I think it might be a Greek. Whether it's our Finon or the Black Sword, it's still him, yeah. We all know. Did not get my face revealed this patch, which is tragic. But yeah, this is in reference to something or other. I'm gonna have to rewatch the lore videos I watched. Okay. And we're gonna do the book, but before we do the book, we are going to the grove. Ooh, I need to open this up. Dawn, Vortex, Sanctum of Prophecy, and Evernight, Abyss of Fate, Murmuring Woods. No dawn time for the grove. Interesting. Anyways, if we go to the grove, I think there were some in here. Oh, this might be the wrong layer, actually. Grips you what? What are you grabbing me about? Oh no, this is the right room. Oh, did they clear up all the things? Did they clear them all up? Finon breaking the mask and its black sword singing. Yeah, it's my two theories are I thought Anaxa might shoot the black mask. I thought Anaxa might shoot his mask and do the face reveal that way. Very unlikely at this point. My second one is it's going to be Finon in like a 1v1 duel. Breaks the mask and he has his Persona 4 Shadow crash out moment. And it's about Finon and the haunting realization of being tricked. True. Oh, was not expecting a quest NPC here. No, I think they cleared up all the bodies. Can I... databank. That everyone's being tricked? Yeah, I think it's really gonna be a big thing with everybody else being tricked. Where is it gonna be under other? No. Titankin? No, Swarm, Fragmentum, Antimatter, Legion, Memory Zone. Cosmos. Yeah, okay, here we are. Yeah, see, Aura, look at this. A creature warped by the black tide, driven solely by an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. Its razor-sharp blades can cleave through anything in its path, while its figure moves like a specter, spreading decay and corrosion to every corner of the world. But yeah, so basically there's this corrupting force called the Black Tide in this planet Amphoreus, and people who die here, their souls, or at least some of their souls, turn into these little nymph bugs that you have to collect for side quest purposes, and this is what happens to their bodies. So it's low-key ether corruption from ZZZ. Having complex thoughts about Genshin, HSR, Impact 3rd, and ZZZ, specifically the fact ZZZ enemies are here, the Sea of Flowers, Flame Chasers always fail, Black Tide and Ether, Irminsul. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on here. Oof, what does it say about this bitch? Frozen resistance, imprisonment, resonance, entanglement, well, that's just rude. A nameless swordmaster, this is the same description, okay. Total number defeated 0, excuse you. Alright, I'm gonna take a sip of water, then we're gonna read the book. You're haunted? Yeah. By the way, so what do we think about, What do we think about Finon writing the book? Do we think it's Cyrene, or do we think it's Finon? Because I'm still mostly in the camp of it being Cyrene, but I am still haunted, or rather plagued by that, one moment where, like, the narrator... Well, I mean, I guess the narration comes from the Trailblazer. And, I mean, we're writing it, but, you know. It's definitely Cyrene, but there's a moment where... Mighty... Oh, man, here we go. Did you know the Genshin campaign will be going? Yeah, sure it is. Alright, we're gonna do Aglaya first. Curtain of Swords and Weave. I think Cyrene, yeah, it's very likely Cyrene, I think. There's just one moment in a Mighty story where the narrator's, like, implied to be Finon because he makes one of his Mighty's voice lines mentions the amateur historian comment, which he's only ever done in reference to Finon. That's my only, the only argument for it being Finon. Everything else screams Cyrene. A solo lyre's sound flows along the streets.
Oh, my lover, why does your mood change faster than the clouds above?
The audience's face is covered in sorrow.
Oh, how I wish she has clear eyes that are quick to anger and laughter, and dimples that crease in smiles and frowns.
For the maiden he longs for has a body of alabaster and fingers carved by scalpels. In her runs blood of gold and a heart woven from threads. She has neither eyes nor dimples, lacking even a face, for she is Aglaya's garment maker, merely a demigod's serf. The gilded dressmaster, the executive of romance, how resplendent would her mansion be above the radiant dawning clouds? Nervously, the visitor opens the doors, like parting curtains at a theater. The one with golden thread in hand is revealed, standing betwixt figures of stone.
Lady Aglaya, I am Apollos' retainer, here for an outfit to take to my master.
He casts sideways glances as he bows, for the garment maker he adores is flanking her mistress, silent as a leaf accompanying a flower. Slender hands sculpted of ivory pull up the dress's train, as if with one breath alone the maiden will be revived.
The creation of love and beauty indeed.
As the visitor thinks thus, his thoughts prickle the golden threads in the room.
If you wish to embrace such fantasies,
she declares thus on the other end of the thread.
You must beware of the scissors that can pierce through the chest.
In the ancient theater, there are thousands of plays, millions of shows, where even the god of romance was once an actor. The weaver below the stage savors the show for inspiration. The ostracized poet finally returned home, the adoring lovers separated by misfortune. The hero betrayed fires his deadly arrow into the traitor's heart. The thread known as romance is knit by all beings, by all love and hatred, beauty and sin, memories and prophecies. All that occurs are clothing indeed. Look, the despondent servant buried his love. The dressmaster plucks it up, and into the garment maker's dress she weaves. The element garment makers once had beautiful faces, some as knights with swords, some as impassive priests, and put on pantomime after pantomime in the golden thread's light. Till the stage shook in the storm, and the black tide tainted the dancers' skirts. She wiped clean their visages, and instilled armaments instead of silk.
Use the needle and thread as your sword.
She requests the servants, who cannot answer. The garment makers are elegant still. They turn bloody and stained slaughter. Let me see. They turn bloody and stained slaughter into lithe rondos, for that only then. Oh man, that went real fast. Alright. Trebios. Oh. Long separation continued, an update, and long dreams end. I hope Cyrene's writing the book and giggling and going, my friends are still idiots and doomed by the narrative. They sure are, huh, Cyrene? You shall part with your friends, with your enemies, with others, and with yourself. That's a titan. Trebios, you have already swallowed the fruit of fate. From now on, you shall be as a school of birds without feet, flying towards tomorrow without a moment of repose. The Chrysos War's clamor rises and falls, and when the children reunite, only 3 of them remain.
We have heard of a Chrysos heir.
The lively child says. That person tears open the barricade of the black tide, aims at the sky, wanted to contain the core flame in a sheath.
There will always be warriors like me, who believe in and are willing to protect the tomorrow they prophesize.
That's a typo. But the crusading Chrysos heir never returns. The greedy ones then lift the crown with sharp blades, and by power's lethality, they are one by one slain.
We remember a group of bards.
The taciturn child says. The bards compose songs for the children's prophecy, and along the corpus of the pillar of stone lay their footprints upon which ballads are carved.
Though we lack the might of swords and shields, we can take you to walk every part of this world.
Till many years later, when the bards all returned to their subterranean eternal rest, the children sing the long, long songs, and alone they bear the memories of humanity.
We miss us,
the exuberant child says. When they left their home, the passages blew the girl apart into countless turbulent bubbles, carried to all corners of the world on the winds of destiny.
We will run towards the world's agony.
The children cheer each other up. As the years pass and the sun and moon rise and fall, the children often hear sounds of their friends shattering. Farewell, farewell, farewell. The children who still walk the earth silently hide their wrenching sobs. Upon the hills of Akma once grew golden figs as far as the eye could see. The remaining children link their hands and decide to make this beautiful city the beginning of yet another journey. The children pull on the hem of the maiden's dress.
Please, listen to the prophecy we bring.
The maiden pulls on her silken threads, weaving in her heart the children's past into strings.
Chase the core flames with me. I promise that.
The libations poured are guaranteed to bear fruit. The hot blood of the sacrificial lamb will not be spilled in vain. Act 4. The gentle mother silently dreams and brings her child a scent from the west wind's shore. Then she quietly departs, and the only words her child hears is a prophecy of forlorn melancholy. The slumber of titans, the fragmented lullaby, the roar of the guards, all merge into a torrential black tide that carries the first demigod from past to the future. And that was the beginning of this long dream. In this tiny room, she forged 20 years of her memories with time. Sometimes the child does not understand. The gates of worlds outside the window are so numerous, yet why can we not step within? And if one cannot leave the tower, what need is there to gaze into the distance via tomes? The mother smiles and does not answer, only using bedtime stories to once again gild another golden sheen of destiny to the Amphoreus of the child's dreams. Alas, the golden light of destiny cannot illuminate the shadows of power and greed. All it takes to rob the child of her only kin is a letter of dark conspiracy. The culprit thought the murder had no flaws, but was unaware that the lamb willingly stepped into the passage's dead end. Before the priest met her demise, the only thing her eyes contained was spite. Yet she leaves her final warmth and hope embroidered into those dolls, leaving them behind for her innocent love. Loneliness stakes nightmares into the child's sleep, and the child hugs those dolls tight.
At the very least, we will never leave each other, right?
Ornyx softly sighs and carefully lifts the curtain of time, presenting a crystal given in libation to the brave, before the doll holding a blade. That's Trian. The Titan loves this child born into sorrow, but has no power to erase the impeding tragedy in the morrow. Only can they dispel the evening wind of the palace, giving the child solace in sweet dreams. Turn back, chosen one, the Titan's fading proclamation cannot pull back the string of the girl's destiny.
All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle.
In the holy city adorned with falling flowers, the children recall that prophecy beside their friend that had passed away. Gotta go. Oh, well, thanks for stopping by, Allie. Twitch stop eating the emotes. Yeah. But yeah, have a good dinner. We're almost done, so if you want to watch later, there won't be too much further to go, I don't think. We have hit 8 hours, though, wow. But the girl had already passed through thousands of crossroads and continues to sail towards tomorrow. Oh, for that bright spot beyond is the end of the west wind, where flowers bloom in spring. And some water before the last one. Oh, I forgot to read this for the others. Nemesis 7 and Descent. Alright, mighty. And everyone still has two more to go after this, I think. Because there's 4 and then 5 will be their final one. So, Mighty still has 2 more to go. I think everyone's gonna share a last one with, like, the big grand everyone dies part. The day the lion went on campaign. None may approach that battlefield, the lone army of Kremnos, an obstacle on the flame chase journey. He ordered his troops to stand aside. That was the first meeting between hero and prince. Mighty, fine on first message confirmed. Your voice is gonna die, I swear. I'm really surprised it hasn't already. I am gonna drink a lot of tea. My throat is starting to hurt, but I am persevering. We're ending after the book, I swear. The 2 men fought for 10 nights unceasingly till the combat drew to its end. Neither was able to score a single victory and conceded not a single defeat. None knew why this man's fate is always overshadowed by a single number decreed. Just like how none can ascertain how the flame-chasing heroes convinced this man. This is fun because I have actually been thinking about this. Or at least every once in a while I think about how he joined up and what happened there. I know it was Aglaya and the ending stuff in Kremnos deal, etc., but it's still interesting to think about. It was not mutual appreciation, nay, for in all his memories, 7 sentences were all his mother to him ever spake. Yet somehow, the leader who weaves the golden threads recounted one of the 7 with ease. There is no right or wrong in the man's heart.
The lion has its own historian.
We can take that out of context for a lot of things, is all I'm saying.
And the history of the hunt should not be held by the hunter alone.
And thus he speaks little. Others once guessed he regards the holy city as his home, for he seeks a land to belong. As the king to his people, it is the first gift to them he brings, but as per the rule with gifts, once given away, the gifter will never repossess this thing. The journey is long, yet none ever dares to anger the man. Not because of his unrestrained manners, but because every meal the heroes partook were all cooked by his peerless skill, Chef Mighty reigns supreme. One sight serves falsehoods in the woods. He had relied on scent since young to distinguish guests and obtain gains. Yet there are always exceptions. The man's archenemy often puzzled, why their food always borderline nauseating. I can't believe Mighty and Jiao Cho are both this Mighty Jiao Cho handshake right here. He still recalls the day he entered the holy city. One who worships strife is bound to have rumors rife.
Even insects consume each other. And he's no less than the Mad King's kin.
It matters little, for the man always considered himself an enemy to the world. He paves the road so that one day his peers would match his anger within. Fucking Shadow the Hedgehog ass. Yet until the prophecy turned true, none in the holy city he ever did ruin. And there's that. And that is... I think, are they all at 4? 3, 3, and 4, yeah. Only one story time left for Tribi. 2 left for Aglaya and Mighty. A lot left for Enoxophanon and Castorus, and then everybody else still empty. Will we get time? Oh, moment? Yep. All these stories are really, really old, but I haven't had enough of them yet. Oh, that reminds me, I forgot to ask an important question. Snowy, how old are you? I am as old as the world. I'm a newborn. I mean, technically, Trailblazer, if you think about it, it's 2. Depending on, at most 2. No way, I'd never have guessed. You're way too mature for your age. And wait, why am I still so tiny then? But hee, I'm so happy that the moment I stepped into this world, I met you. That's interesting because we met before the Orynyx scene. So are you talking about then? This way, every moment of my life will be recorded by you, Snowy. If you ever write a book about me, it'll be a thick one. What is there for us to talk about if I already know anything? But my past is a crushing weight, shrouded in darkness. That kind of line won't fool me. Just looking into your eyes for a second is enough to tell you're a very simple person. Thanks, Mem. And with that, Saga's composed up to 13. And that's maxed out for now. Alright, so with that, complete the mission. Don't ask me how I'm at 23 already, I don't want to talk about it. This is just cruel. Give me back my mighty BP icon. That is still... and the stuff 700 exactly. And with that, we have 23 pulls and 0 pity for Mighty. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. But yeah, I guess they cleaned up the grove, which is kind of a shame. Well, it's not too much of a shame. Yeah, I did not explore any of these. I didn't even explore. How did I triple the gameplay time? Okay, before we go, we want the ruins. There's a new, okay, we're going here. I don't care about the stuff, I can unlock it later. One last thing to check. No throne. No throne. No mighty. I don't think this has changed, unless... Yeah, no, this is him and after he killed his dad. No, mighty. All that remains is his fragment in the marketplace. Whew, boy.
This haven of memories. Every touch, every moment is like a thorned rose.
Happening cast from Kremnos, right? Yeah. He is. Where is he? He's there, up there on that rooftop. But yeah, with that, that is the end of 3.1. That is 8 hours and 20 minutes, plus the 6.5 hours, 6 hours, 40 minutes we hit yesterday. Whew. That was a lot. But my throat is killing me. Acheron knowing the perfect dialogue today to say, yeah. And with that, we have another month, another 40 days or so until next patch. But that's only 22 days. Is it 22? 20 days. We have 20 days till Mighty. Don't talk tomorrow. Don't worry, all of my talking will be done in DMs as I rewatch the story quest and lose my mind about details I missed somehow, in some way. Though I do also plan, I want to do Divergent Universe stuff. Probably not on stream, though. I feel a lot more compelled to talk on Twitch than I would over Discord, so we'll see. I might do it by myself and just have a notebook. But yeah, for now, we're gonna wrap things up. And, yeah, that's the end of Amphoreus. Thank God it's all one VOD this time. And I will see you whenever I have theories to craft. But for now, goodbye.